Green
What's
laser
a pump mean, Doofus? What's it mean?
diode.
Yeah, who here? Is anybody?
Where did Doofus go? Where did Doofus? I wanted you to teach me.
All right. So DPSS, green lasers, 532 nanometers. What is 532 nanometers, John?
532 nanometers.
Infrared.
Can you
Is that
validate
one
that?
frequency? Is that one frequency?
What do
Yeah,
they
but
do to make it emit
No,
green
I'm
if
just
it doesn't
asking,
emit infrared?
It's
Right,
not
but
the
is it-
frequency of green. That's
Is
the
it
Why are
point.
we
Drop it
disputing?
on.
Is it
Why are
one
we disputing
frequency?
about lasers? What is the point in this?
Because it's not
Doofus is-
monochromatic like he
Doofus
said
is
it
fighting.
was.
Doofus is being contumacious.
Okay, thanks. So since
What's
the
the pump? I was
diode,
asking you a question, Doofus. What's the pump mean?
That's a good word, Travis. But I'd have to look
right?
that
So
one
since
up.
the diode is doing all that activity is 532 nanometers infrared, and it is converted to green, some infrared still makes it out. So by definition, green lasers are not monochromatic.
Dun,
Yeah.
Don, did you finish your
The
second point?
the crystals have impurities as well that convert the light. So there's going to be other wavelengths in there from that, but it can be approximated as monochromatic for practical purposes.
So Don, did you finish your central point?
Yeah, I finished my point. So the circumference of light over a flat plane would appear a sphere. That's why I want to do this test.
Oh, I'm sorry. The pump, the 532 nanometer diode pump solid state green laser includes combination, blah, blah, blah. Skip all that. It's pumped by an 808 nanometer laser diode. The 808 nanometer laser diode is the one I was trying to refer to, and I forgot about. Sorry. Here, I'll even copy it. Copy. Oh, thanks, YouTube. Paste.
Okay, so Don finished both his points. Now, can the material atomist argue in defense of material atomism?
We had that discussion earlier. JAS responded with molecules and protein chains.
So appealing to protein chains and molecules, therefore, in this inductive argument, they are material atoms in a void.
Well, they are
You have
atoms
to
at the very
give
least,
more
because you can't have
context.
molecules without atoms.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
like, are you trying to argue the existence of atoms? Is that what you're trying to do?
I'm not arguing in defense of anything. I'm listening to an argument of the material atomism, in defense of material atomism, and I'm giving my critique. In this inductive argument,
What more is there to argue about? They exist. We could take pictures of them. There's no need
oh my
to
god!
argue.
You see, you just want to shut down the argument because you just don't want to receive critique instead of listening to what I'm trying to say right now.
Critique me.
Okay, this inductive argument, you appeal to protein chains and molecules. This appeal to protein chains and molecules does not necessitate the conclusion. It doesn't even strongly indicate that they're comprised of subatomic particles flying around in a void.
I appeal to my job, in which I take images of atoms and biomolecules.
This guy is actually using a computer. This guy's actually using a computer, which depends on our understanding of
Yeah, I mentioned that earlier.
And he's saying, "Oh no, this is all fake. We don't understand anything about how atoms work."
Oh yeah,
that's not the argument. So just be quiet.
Actually, it does prove. Actually, it does quite prove that atoms are real.
Where I'm trying to be as cogent and clear as possible, and you just have to argue against an argument I didn't say.
Well, no,
Gio, please help me.
That is your argument is that we do not understand.
That's not what I said.
Well,
I'm telling you, that's not what I said. You're just going to keep telling me that is what I said.
What did you say then?
Well, is your contention with the existence of atoms, or is it with the existence of subatomic particles?
The particular metaphysical ideology that they are material, indivisible particles flying around in a void.
Oh, God.
That's my contention.
Yeah,
because that's
and
your
Why don't you go
metaphysical
back to
premise.
school and why don't you go back to
of
school and
evidence
study
of
it
that.
then?
Okay, so what if I was miseducated?
You're not.
Like you're sitting here
You're not. Because
arguing, condescendingly talking to me, and you just talking through me. All you just want to do is talk and not listen.
Yeah, hold on.
Help me.
Yeah, Paige, you do bring an energy of just complete rudeness and condescending, like oppositional. Can we just can you just chill out more, like we're hanging out and having a good time, having a beer, rather than trying to beat up on people?
Yeah, instead of making an ass out of
every
yourself.
turn.
No one doubts.
Just be
the
chill, dude.
Adam's
Just say
theory.
something that's interesting that we can actually listen to, and not just
No one doubts Adam.
you wanting to put this guy down because you disagree with him. You know, one thing I'll say, Paige, you know, you seem to have a very strong thing of needing to convince people of things, and I'll just throw this out there. If someone has a deep need to do that, to try to convince someone of something, it's likely that they're not convinced of it themselves.
Well, you're totally incorrect. But
that doesn't logically follow.
Can we please get back to what I was trying to do?
What it is, hold on. If someone is forcefully trying to no, here's what it is. If somebody is trying to forcefully convince someone of something, they are likely not convinced of it themselves. That's why they're so forcefully doing it and have, you know, whether it's like condescension, trying to put other people down, because they themselves are so unsure about the information that they're actually saying, and that's how it comes out.
No,
You're
it's
literally
totally
disproving Nathan
incorrect.
Oakley right
It's
now.
sometimes the case. It's not always the case. You can't make a definitive statement like that. Some people are just jerk off. Just how it is.
Well, that's why I said likely, because it's not everybody. But I'm saying, like, in a lot of cases.
I know that's me for sure. But hey, did you guys hear about?
Yeah, like if Kosho doesn't really believe the globe on the depths of his being, even though like he does and rationally in his mind, that's where he's at. But if his depths of his being actually really doesn't believe it, then could then come out as needing to really, really like stand up for the globe and try to convince others of it. But really, he's the one not convinced of the globe in the first place. Sorry, Kosho, to use you as an example.
No, that I feel like that might be the truth. That's why I spent a lot of time here. It's for that reason. But I was going to ask if you guys, Jason and Doofus, did you guys hear about that thing called the tetraneutron? You guys hear about
Can
this
we not
thing?
whistle past what I was trying to say though?
No, this is on board with what you're talking about.
Oh, okay.
The subatomic particles. Yes,
Tell us
I have
about
heard of
it.
But, well, I just read about it today. I didn't know. I'm not an expert or anything, but I read that they just discovered this new state of matter. They're calling it, but it's a tetraneutron, where they've, for what they claim, but they're able to stabilize 4 neutrons together. 4 neutrons together for it's a very short amount of time, but they claim it's profound in some way. But I just didn't know if you guys are smart. I thought maybe you guys heard of it.
Yeah, I mean, things like this come out. Like there was discoveries supposedly of pentaquark baryons, so like protons that are made of 5 quarks instead of 3. So yeah, these things they come out, and I mean, if there's really no like practical use for it or any way it can help our fundamental understanding of things, it'll just kind of pass in the wind like the others have.
Okay, so with that being said, I want to hear what I'm not going to go off what was just the hodgepodge crosstalk that just happened. I want someone to repeat again a coherent argument in defense of material atomism, these material atoms in a void. Now, the reason I keep phrasing that way, I'm not speaking unjustly. I'm not just being unnecessarily long-winded. The reason I keep phrasing it that way is because you people deny that there's an ether. You deny that there is this omnipresent substratum pervading all space. So then that means, by implication, if you deny the ether, then all matter is just a bunch of particular bits of matter in a void rather than in a substance. Okay. So since that's what you believe.
Yeah, you're simply suggesting one is better than the other at this
No,
point.
I'm not like suggesting one is better than the other. I'm just explaining why I'm saying what I'm saying.
To defend one of the positions which you think is less defensible. So yes, you're asserting that
No,
one of them is more.
Stop. Gio, help me. You see how they do? I I am saying what I'm saying because of what the other position is saying. I didn't say anything even yet about one position being better than the other.
You're
I'm just
asking for
explaining
defense.
why I'm phrasing it the way I am.
Yeah, I
Well-
hear you, but I mean, Doofus is it's kind of how he rolls.
I'd
Right, but
be
he's
more
asking
than
for a defense
happy.
of a position. That's what he's
Well,
doing.
I can't finish what I'm saying because he just is determined to misinterpret what I'm saying.
Right. Well, then all you could do is try to reclarify it, but
If he keeps deliberately obfuscating what I'm saying, that's not acceptable, right? That deserves to be
Greg,
muted.
Greg,
That
listen,
confusion
man.
cannot pervade.
I'd be more than happy to talk about it with you, but like we have to get what you're talking about is such a broad range of things. We have to get more specific. Like the evidence for materialistic atavism is like there's a million different things I could give to you. Like what
So then
specific
argue.
part?
No, it's not about isolating a part of the notion. You're having this categorical error. This is your metaphysical premise that the material is not in a quintessence, an ether, an all-pervasive substance occupying all space. You say that's not real. By implication, when you say that's not real, you're saying that all the material atoms in the subatomic particles of the so-called atom are moving about in a void. To justify that premise,
I wouldn't say they're moving about in a void.
what would you say then?
Right, so the subatomic
Space-time.
particles are
space time. Let's
no,
They
are
introducing space time.
no,
Sorry.
they are the quantized oscillations of their respective quantum fields. That's what they move about in per se.
What are they in the sentence?
What are what?
You said they. What's the they in that sentence you just said?
I started with the subatomic particles are
Okay.
quantized oscillations in their respective quantum fields.
The oscillations. An oscillation is a wave, correct?
Yes.
Doesn't a wave need a medium to perpetrate in?
Yes, that's what they are part of the quantum field, right? Of their respective quantum field. That
So
is
then
the
So then, given what you just told me, subatomic particles aren't bits of matter flying about in the void. They're oscillations in a field.
yes,
In a
they're
medium.
And every field
quantized.
is every field is orthogonal to one another. They don't cross.
So you say that these subatomic particles are oscillating within different fields.
Yes, there's a field for each particle. Like the electron has a field, quarks have a field, photons have a field, etc. The particles are oscillations, quantized oscillations in those fields.
Do these fields occupy all space?
Yes.
So how is that different from the ether when we say that there's a substratum occupying all space, and then you tell me that there are fields occupying all space? How's that different?
Oh, because these fields contain the measurable quantum properties, and they allow the allowed interactions of the measured.
That's what the etherists say also.
No, they don't.
Well, forget whatever particular etherists who may have been arguing fallacious in defense of quote unquote ether. At least that's what I'm saying, and I believe that's what Geo is saying, right? That all these subatomic, Geo, correct me if I'm wrong, all the subatomic particles are oscillating in the ether, the quintessence, the all-pervasive subatom, correct?
No, that's not something I would say. But
Okay, so when Jace talks about subatomic particles oscillating in a field, in each kind of particle oscillating in their particular field, and there's being different fields, there's a multitude of fields pervading all space. What do you say to that?
I wouldn't agree in that. I mean, what they claim are subatomic particles, I wouldn't claim that those exist at all.
Yeah, he said that they allow the allowed, and then everything else would be like, it's
They're
only
the
allowed.
substrate that the allowed standard model interactions, like electric exchange of electric energy and things like that, to occur.
What's up, Helio? Hey,
What's
bro.
up, brother?
Hey, man.
Yeah.
Great to hear your voice. Yeah.
To phrase it
You
better.
too, brother.
Yeah, you got JS. You did kind of interrupt Helio. Yeah, let's give Helio the floor. Yeah, welcome, bro.
No, I interrupted you guys, but I just was
you're good.
listening, and he said, "They allow the allowed." What the fuck does that mean?
Yeah, I clarified myself.
Anyway,
Okay, with the last thing you said, Jace, subatomic oscillations in each particle in their particular field, there are different fields and they occupy all space. So when I say all those subatomic particles, which are oscillations in the ether, is that wrong or is that true?
Well, right. So what I'm saying is, right, these fields, they have properties, measurable properties, and that's all that's ascribed to them. We don't ascribe anything else to these quantum fields, things that can't be measured, which is what ether people tend to want to do.
but how can you attribute anything to them if you can't understand them?
Who can't understand them?
Which fields are you talking about?
Like I said before, there's an electron field, there's a quark field, gluon field.
Now,
There's over 120.
Is this physical or mathematic?
It's both, right? Math predicts the type of interactions that are going to occur through these fields.
Explain to me what a field is.
So it's an object that has a scalar, vector, or tensor value at each point in space, which allows the interactions of the standard model, the substrate. It's the substrate that allows the interactions of the standard model to occur. And it can have a scalar, vector, or tensor value at all points in space.
That sounds like a description of ether, an all-pervasive substratum.
Yeah, when he said it was physical
That
and
includes
mathematical, it
atoms.
sounds like
But
physical
these
and
fields,
mathematical.
these fields
Hold on,
have.
Paul. Hold on, Paul. Your mic was a little. Try that again. Paul. Your mic was a little coming through choppy.
Sorry, hang on a second. Is that better? Is it the same?
Yeah, Paul. Hey, Paul.
Okay. So it sounded like what he was describing. He said it's physical and mathematics. So he's saying it's a physical entity and a concept. Is that what I heard?
That would be kind of erroneous to phrase that way, but I think I know what Jace means, to interpret him in the best light and be as cooperative as possible, of course. So Jace's point, correct me if I'm wrong, yes, the fields are concreta. They are substances. They are substantive.
They're physical, but they're not something that you can hold in your hand.
Of course not. Yes.
Yeah, the field itself wouldn't be a substance.
Okay, so wait a minute. Physical implies that it can be touch, sense, taste, and smell. So you're saying it can be done?
No,
That's
physical in physics means that it is not supernatural or metaphysical.
That's not what I said.
Light is physical, and you can't taste light.
That's a misunderstanding.
Wouldn't actually just ultimately wouldn't it be conceptual based on some type of physical experience, but you can't actually hold it in your hand? Like, I mean, it's just like something we experience in the physical can be calculated out mathematically, but it's really not physical.
Okay, this is. Please listen to me. Now, the reason I keep pointing this out is so that the verbal dispute, the terminological confusion can be dispelled. We have these terms: concreta, the Latin term; concrete, the English term; concreta, substance, material, physical. In my research of these terms, they're actually synonymous. Now, when I talk to some of these persons, like Jace or like Doofus or whomever else, they make distinctions. They say that physical is not material, and vice versa. Material is not substantive, and vice versa. And then confuse material with tangible.
Yeah, which those are synonymous. Material.
You say,
keep in
okay.
mind that synonyms also have different definitions than each other.
Yeah, but
Those-
material,
but
tangible.
When you say material to me, what that means to me, right? In science, when we talk about materials, we're talking about things that are made of atoms and molecules, and those kind of things we can interact with, touch, all that kind of stuff. In that sense of how I just described materials, you can't touch, smell, taste quantum fields. So they're not materials in that sense. But they do have measurable, observable effects on reality.
So they are concrete entities.
Yes.
Okay, so that's my point. Now I'm trying to bring some new information. This is the problem in what I perceive to be those who specialize in the doctrines of academia. There's these false distinctions between synonyms that really don't have any distinction. And when you make these particular definitions, like the way you just define material, that's unnecessarily narrow, especially
Oh,
in the
I'm
way
sorry.
terms.
Science gets specific, man. I'm sorry you don't like that. But we are very concise and specific with our wording.
No,
We
it's not.
put definitions out there for a reason.
No, it's not specificity. It's splitting hairs. You're making a distinction where there doesn't need to be a distinction made. It's splitting hairs. When you research the etymology of terms like matter or physical or substance, they boil down to be synonyms. And when we use, and this is also indicative when we use the terms, because when we use the terms interchangeably, the sense is not lost. The only time the sense is lost, the meaning is lost, is when we have these split hair definitions that make unjustified, unnecessary, and confusing distinctions.
Yeah,
Right,
but right,
exactly.
this isn't.
How does this turn physical to you with these synonyms?
This
How
isn't
does that turn
etymology.
physical? I'm just curious about that. I mean, how does this turn physical when you can throw a bunch of math at it and make it
Yeah,
physical?
I think
in
he
your
misspoke.
mind?
It's not mathematical. Fields aren't math. They're not abstracta, because math is abstracta. This field is a concreta. So
Sure,
no.
but I think that they think they can make it concrete through math. This is what I'm hearing. I don't know.
And here's another thing too. I mean, if you're talking about that, this field may have an impact on the physical world, but you're saying you're having two material things interacting with nothing in between except this so-called field. That's what you're basically saying. But so there's no physical contact, but this field interacts with this matter. That sounds kind of like non-physical, or something that's non-physical is interacting with something physical. You get what I'm saying?
What I don't, with what Jace has told me, I don't understand why, and perhaps he can explain it, whomever else, is why it's rational to say that there's a multitude of fields pervading all space, in which all these subatomic oscillations, which comprise the atoms, exist within. But it's not okay to say that that all the subatomic oscillations are in the ether, the quintessence, the all-pervasive substratum. What's the problem?
It's because, right, I'm just being simplistic here, but these fields have specific properties to each individual particle, right? And that's all that they are described as in science. We don't equate anything else or attribute anything else to them but these measurable variables.
I don't
Whereas
think so.
ether people want to equate other things in which you can't measure or they haven't measured to these fields or whatever they want to call it, ether.
All of the chemists and astrophysicists do not just look at it that simplistically, man. You're fooling yourself when it comes to that idea.
What are you talking? I said I'm being simplistic for the purpose of our conversation.
Yes. Let me read this botanical article defining.
And also, I
field.
am a biochemist, so.
Okay, let me read this botanical article about titled field. Field in physics is a region in which each point has a physical quantity associated with it. The quantity could be a number, as in the case of a scalar field, such as the Higgs field, or it could be a vector, as in the case of fields such as gravitational fields, which are associated with a force. Objects fall to the ground because they are affected by the force of Earth's gravitational field. See gravitation. A paper clip placed in a magnetic field surrounding a magnet is pulled toward the magnet, and two like magnet poles repel each other when one is placed in the other's magnetic field. An electric field surrounds an electric charge. When another charged particle is placed in that region, it experiences an electric force that either attracts or repels it. The strength of a field or the forces in a particular region can be represented by field lines. The closer the lines, the stronger the forces that are in that part of the field. Okay.
Yeah, and all that is in reference of properties, the strength of properties of the field.
Yes, you said that. So okay, let me address that. You said, well, when the ether is supposed as ether, that's not rational, that's not valid, that's not whatever the critique is. Take your pick. And you say because these fields which I'm mentioning, talking as you, these fields which I'm mentioning, have particular properties which we can detect. Now, you go from that to the conclusion. Well, no. With that being said, you're implying that the thing must have particular qualities distinct from other entities with their qualities in order for it to be real, in order for the supposition of the thing being real to be real. But I don't find that valid because the ether can be the all-pervasive substratum in which all concreta exist in, including the field, these particular individual fields, diverse from one another.
Exactly, Gregory. I think he's avoiding that by just bringing up individual situations, when it comes to certain chemicals and ideas.
It was actually like earlier, one of the first things I actually said when I originally joined this convo a couple hours ago is that now you're attempting to make this ether thing unfalsifiable, whereas it doesn't have specific properties that we can measure and interact with. It just exists. It's everything.
Okay, Jay, what's the alternative in your mind?
Well, before you say that, that's an unjustified retort because you say it's unfalsifiable because it's not a particular thing which we can distinguish from other particular things. But you can't just demand that the thing that we're saying is real be something that we're not. Oh, because you're not asserting that it's not an ultimate, all-pervasive substrate in which all matter and its properties exist within. Oh, that's unfalsifiable. Therefore, you can't assert it.
That's obfuscation there. And it's obfuscation. Jace, tell us what the alternative is. Tell us.
Because we can't just make up our own reality.
Hold on.
Like I can't just make up whatever I want.
Tell us in your mind what the alternative is. Tell us.
I was just explaining it earlier, man. Quantum fields. That's what we were talking about.
Okay, but that's an unjustified or contemptuous statement about what the etherist is saying. At least someone like me. I'm not just bespeaking this idea. I'm saying this according to a rational thought. The rational thought being that no, I shouldn't phrase it that way. Let me ask the question first so I can actually make that point.
Quantum fields that are based upon a model. A lot of it depends on what he's referring to when he says that. But in terms of a lot of atomic theory, a lot of what you guys are talking, there's a model. It's kind of like even with heliocentrism. It's like a model and an explanation. It doesn't mean it's actually reality.
Actually, it's reality because
of course it is. I take pictures of atoms, dude.
Yeah, we can make predictions from said model. In the meantime, Aether, which you have zero evidence of and just does everything you need it to do whenever you need to do it. But you can't prove it, you can't show it, you can't tell what it is. It's just there because you know it, right?
I'm so glad you came back.
Greg,
do you know this guy paid NASA shill? Have you interacted with him?
Well, I just want some freaking evidence,
He's a riot, dude.
He's going to sit here and he's going to
Hayden has
spout.
the
He's
skill.
going to say this. He's going to spit Aether. I mean, normally when you guys
God,
bring
he just has
Aether
to
up, it's
talk
to
to
explain.
everyone and has to condescendingly ridicule
Yeah,
everyone.
I mean,
and
I
adding
was
nothing of
talking.
value.
Who's talking through me?
All right, go ahead, Napalm. Someone.
Yeah,
something
James, I had a question for you. So you have various fields that you describe, right? Like a magnetic field, an electric field, a Higgs field, all these various fields. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'll let it slide.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. Does light propagate differently through steam and water and ice? Is the propagation of light different between those three different things?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So we would say that water has those three different field pressure modalities, right? Ice, water, and steam. And the propagation of light is different through them. Could we not just say that all of these various fields that you attribute only to one specific thing are just different field pressure modalities of the same thing, that same thing being the ether field?
Well, people have tried to do that. They've tried to unify it all into these are different modes of the same field, but that attempting to do that, they aren't able to predict or post-dict or describe the effects that we see.
That's
So
because
if
you
you're
keep
able to
wanting
do
the
that,
ether to have properties it doesn't have, and that we're not asserting that it has.
So-
You want it to be something else than what we're saying it is.
Hold on, Gregor. Hold on. So what is distinguishable between a Higgs field, a magnetic field, and any other field you choose to put forth? What is distinguishable between three different fields that you know about, or that you purport or claim are fields?
okay, well, there's a bunch of different things, but like the electron field has a lepton number, has weak isospin properties, weak hypercharge properties that are different than the Higgs field. The Higgs field has a potential property that's different than the electron field. Photons don't have mass, so they don't have a mass property. Their spin is integer rather than half integer. It's another distinguishing property.
No
And
charge.
the list goes on and on. Yeah, they have no
Jason.
charge.
So it's various different effects of various particles or energetic particles, correct?
It's measurable
is that what
value.
distinguishes the fields?
It's a group of measurable values that are attributed to each field. Like this field has XYZ measurable values, this field has ABC measurable values, and ABC are different than XYZ.
So aside from attributing various values to the field, what can you say these fields are as far as anything substantive?
Well, I said it before, and Gregory gave a good definition as well.
Hey, Jason, a quick question. It is the case that some of these fields actually interact with one another, right?
Yes, of
right.
course.
So I think that right there is there's a few distinctions between the single field ether and the multi-field quantum fields, right? And one of the things is that they interact with each other. Some of them.
Yeah, like the conjugate nature of the dielectric and the magnetic field is where we see electricity, right?
Conjugate nature of the. Will you say it again?
Well, both electricity and magnetism, they both come from quantum electrodynamics, which is the interaction of the photon field with the electron field.
Before you go forward, can you distinguish or can you separate a magnetic field from what you call an electric field?
What do you mean separate? They aren't things that I can pull apart. That's not what we're talking about.
Well, how about this?
So you said
redirect the question, Napalm.
I'm sorry?
Try this one.
They are related,
with
but
the same question Napalm's trying to ask. With the same question Napalm's trying to ask, are they separate? Do they ever separate, Jason?
Do they? You're saying, do they ever separate?
Are they separate, and do they ever separate?
Can you have an electric field without a magnetic property to it, and vice versa?
All right, so you guys are talking about classical electromagnetism, where you have like electric field.
Simple question. It's a simple question.
Dude, can I finish my thought?
Yeah, let him finish the question.
You're talking about classical electromagnetism, where there's an electric field and a magnetic field. What I'm talking about is quantum field theory, where both electric field
You're straw manning me. Hold on just a second. That's not what I'm talking
and
about.
magnetic field effects arise from the interaction of the photon field with the electron and positron fields, and this is called quantum electrodynamics.
So I'll go back to my original statement, since you just kind of walked right past it. I didn't say an electric field and a magnetic field. I said the conjugate nature of a dielectric and a magnetic field.
Why is this place full of Ken Wheeler people?
Dude, I'm sorry, that's Charles Proteus Steinmetz if you actually did some research.
Quantum field theory doesn't say that there's an electric and a magnetic field. It says
not
that
what I said. Hold on
those
just a second, my friend. Hold on.
arise from the
said
interaction
Hey,
of...
listen to what Napalm is saying to you, though.
Bro, you're whistling right past the fact that I said a dielectric and a magnetic, the two conjugate components that give you electricity, right? So I'm not saying an electric and a magnetic. I'm saying a dielectric and a magnetic as put forth by Charles Proteus Steinmetz. Are you familiar with this work?
You can call it whatever you want, man. Those are classical fields, which are just approximations of quantum theory.
Can you predict with them?
Sure.
Can you separate the two?
What do you mean, separate a
again,
dielectric field from a magnetic field?
Static potential difference is not producing a magnetic field.
Well, again, listen to the question. Are they separate, or do they ever separate?
They aren't real things.
What do you mean
They're just
they're
an
not real things?
approximation of quantum electrodynamics.
Mm-hmm.
So was Steinmetz well versed in quantum electrodynamics?
Did he have to be?
When was quantum electrodynamics first proposed?
In the 1960s was when it was final.
So well after Steinmetz's death, right? So was Steinmetz incorrect?
He wasn't incorrect. He was just using, the theory that he had at the time.
Yeah,
That he was
at any
able
moment.
to predict with, right?
So
was he
I'm sure
incorrect
he
in his
was able. I'm sure he was able to predict certain effects. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been using that theory.
Right. At any given moment, what we use is what we have available to us. If there's new data available, then new theories need to be written up that fit what we observe.
Effects are discovered. Things like the Lamb shift, electron self-energies, the Casimir effect. All these things come along, and it's realized that our current theories don't describe these effects properly, and so you have to search for something deeper.
So what do these theories deal with? Do they deal with the propagation of electricity?
Kind of, but in the sense you're talking, you would just use regular classical electromagnetism. So it's just easy. The math is easier.
When you say electromagnetism, how does that relate to the propagation of electricity?
What do you mean? Right? The electricity is going through the electromagnetic field. It's propagating through the field.
So did somebody just come along and wipe away the dielectric and the magnetic and the conjugate nature of those and lump them all into one field called the electromagnetic?
Yeah, the electricity is going through. Where did it come from?
It comes from electric charges, like electrons and protons.
Okay, source of the electricity, the electromagnetic field, everything. Where's the source?
What do you mean? Where's the source?
All right. So yes, I agree with you. We observe it. We can do calculations. We make predictions. All that kind of stuff. Sure. Where's the source of it? What is that?
What the source is? Electric charges.
Just refer
is
back to the
source.
model. Just refer back to the model, Helio.
There you go. Right. Exactly. Refer back to the model.
Jace, let me ask you this question because there was a line of questioning that I was following to understand you. So, no ether, but diverse fields with the different subatomic particles oscillating in them. Are they separate?
What do you mean? Are they separate? They're individual fields.
Right. You got this particular field and this particular field and this particular field. Are they separate? Do they blend? Do they touch each other?
They interact. They don't touch each other, but they can interact with each other. They can exchange energy.
Yeah, that's the nature of electromagnetism, bro. I mean, come on.
All the fields, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Some couple with others.
Yeah.
There's some fields that don't
separate?
interact. Yeah, there's some fields that don't interact. For example, photons have no mass, as J.S. already pointed out earlier.
Photons have no mass. Again, I'm asking the reason I'm asking simple questions, the reason I don't talk like I have a physics degree, because I don't, and I was not taught any of this when I was in school.
That was a simple answer, though.
Me either, Greg.
You see, so you got some folks in here that know this stuff, so educate me, if you please. So
yeah, you asked if there was a field that
now.
didn't interact with another field. I gave you an example.
Okay.
Yes. Some fields interact. They don't touch each other, though. That's not how it works.
You might be misinterpreting me when I ask.
He's saying touch each other. Is it because they repel each other, or is it just they just decided not to?
I think they're attracted.
They don't like them.
They're attracted. Yeah.
What's the difference between they interact and they touch? What's between interact and they touch? What's the difference?
Yeah, what are you talking about? This is weird.
Right, so if I say I'm touching something, that means my hand is on it, or a piece of my body is touching that thing. It's pressing on it, right, interacting with it that way. The fields do not interact in that manner. They exchange particles between each other, so they're not touching each other in the sense that a human being touches something.
If you have your burner on your stove on, you don't touch it, but you can interact with it and feel the heat.
Okay. What are the properties of no. How many fields are there?
Oh, dude, there's a lot. There's like over 100.
What's one of them?
Jesus Christ, man! I've said positron field, the Higgs field. So there's the electron field, the gluon field, the positron field, the photon field, the W boson field, the neutrino fields. There's a bunch.
Let me ask you this, James. In terms of that, well, let me jump in and ask this. So in terms of all that you just mentioned, and in the way that you understand them with those names and everything, how close have you come, and I mean you personally, come to verifying any of these, that they exist, that they're interacting? You know, is it just a model and data that you're going off with other people's equipment? You're looking at numbers on a computer screen, or have you, like, how close have you come to actually verifying any of this without just being kind of something that's secondary to your knowledge?
Yeah, I mean, I go to particle accelerators to do crystallography studies, biomolecules, and in those times that I've been there, people have been doing experiments like smashing protons together or smashing electron-positron pairs together and things like that, and measuring the outcomes and different values of things that I've seen them do. I've put together and taken apart some of the equipment because we have to run our own beamline and stuff. So, I have some experience with it. I've measured the Lamb shift and electron self-energies.
So with one of these fields, what are the properties, for instance, of the photon field, as you mentioned?
It's a integer spin field, so it's a spin one field. It has no mass, charge, has no lepton number, no baryon number. It's the boson, the interaction carrier of the electromagnetic force.
Okay.
So this would be something you could never observe in nature unless you forced this to happen with a machine.
So hold
What,
up. I just heard a whole bunch of what the photon field is not. Can you give us something of substance of what the photon field is?
Yeah, it's a spin one field, which has to do with how its symmetry is in its and it is the propagator of the electromagnetic interaction. Those are the two important properties of the photon field.
So when you say it's the proper propagator of the electromagnetic, can you drill down a little bit on that and explain that a little bit more?
It's the exchange particle of the electromagnetic interaction. So when two electrons are repelling each other, they're exchanging photons between each other. And those photons have momentum, and that's why they repel from each other. Or if an electron and a positron are coming close to each other, they exchange photons with each other, and that's what brings them together. That's how they know that the other one is present.
Virtual photons or regular photons?
So the closest, sorry to go back on this a little bit, but so the closest you've come is basically fiddling with some equipment. But when it all happens, you're just looking at you're looking at the results on a computer screen, right?
It sounds like he's attributing consciousness to these photons.
Yeah, man, I just fiddle with equipment. That's all I do, Gio.
Now,
no, I
okay,
didn't.
I like Gio's
I didn't say
question.
that's all you do in your work. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that as far as you've come to verifying that these exist has come from some equipment, like lining up some things and then looking at the results from it.
Yeah, we use instruments and equipment. Photons aren't something I can grab with my hand and hold on to it, right?
So but it requires the machines, and it requires your belief that the machines are doing what they claim it's doing, right?
Well, we build these machines. We can build single photon detectors.
But you're building a machine to detect something you suppose that you know is real.
Yes,
but
and the machine detects it.
But before the machine was built, how did they come to know that this photon field or whatever other one of these 100 fields you say? How did they come to know the photon field was real before they built the machine?
You don't need to know photon is the photon field is real to build a photon detector.
Yeah, see, the thing with some of these is it kind of gets into like the same with Cavendish and the Foucault's pendulum. It's like there is an effect that they're observing, but it has to do with their model and how they interpret it that starts to get into where there's theory involved. Because you can take, like, if you have some kind of whatever they call a photon generator, it involves electricity and it involves a particular harnessing of what they're using. And then whatever it is that they're actually picking up on, I'm not even denying that some of these equipments do certain things, but it's the interpretation of it and the model that's built upon it and a lot of the theory behind it that I think is not accurate.
Well,
that's why I'm asking.
More than welcome.
It's not always wrong either. It's not always wrong either.
you're more than welcome to come up with better devices and things that can show us where we're wrong. But as of right now, this is what we have. This is what we should be able to measure. This is what's measured. The values match up most of the time. And so that's what we go with. You're free. Anyone is free to show scientists that they're wrong and that they have a better way of doing things. They can measure different effects. They can measure more specific values for known effects. Anyone is free to do that.
Yes, okay.
So, well, let me just say something really quick, if I may. Now, what these quantum experiments, what are they trying to prove? It really has. I mean, we often talk about shape of Earth, all that kind of stuff, but what does it really mean at the end of the day? I mean, what do you think it proves about life, our existence on Earth, shape of Earth? Is any of this thing, about these quantum experiments, does it really have anything to do with shape of Earth or our existence, creation? I mean, is there something that we're actually trying to prove one way or the other, with these photon experiments?
Well, the reason why this discussion started in the first place was as a justification for, as Gregory put it, a defense of materialistic atomism or something. But that's why this conversation got to where it is right now.
All right, cool. Yeah, I'm just curious because I jumped in late. I'm just listening. You guys have at it.
Jace.
What is a good question, Jay? It's like, what does it provide? Like anything? Yeah, it's a good question. Is there anything practical? Anything? Are there any problems being solved? Is there any use to this?
Yeah, there's the device you're holding uses these principles. Your computer,
mechanics.
your phone. There's
Quantum
tons of
mechanics
problems that are there. There's a bunch of problems that are still being worked on.
Extremists, let Jay answer this, and then you respond. Go ahead, Jay.
Chemistry, all of chemistry is based on quantum mechanics. So the way in biochemistry and organic chemistry, the way we synthesize molecules, we use to know which two compounds or which 3 or 4 compounds to mix together. We use quantum mechanics to figure that out. So we're not just blindly mixing things together. So that we
material
can
science is a
predict
whole new thing today.
what our product of that chemical reaction is going to be. Then we use quantum mechanical methods to measure what the chemical structure is of the product, so we know that we made the right molecule.
Let me ask you this question. How did they come to know, for instance, with one of these particular fields that you mentioned, 1 out of 100, like you said earlier, how did they come to know the photon field before they built the machine?
Because
and what you responded to is not, because I think we were talking a little bit originally about like some particle accelerator or more like photon accelerator type things. I mean, we might want to define what we're talking about, because I mean, in chemistry, there's no doubt that when you blend different, I'll just call it matter, different components of matter, things will happen. But again, there is a lot of model on top of that in terms of what the electron numbers and all this stuff that's added to it. So
it's all quantum mechanics.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
That's
Yes,
chemistry.
it is.
But my question is being trampled on.
Yes, it is. Chemistry is actually quantum mechanics. The whole reason
Gregory,
chemicals react is because of the electron clouds.
You want me to give you like the history of how people discovered light? Like what are you asking, man? Like Huygens proposed that light was a wave, then Newton thought that it was a particle, right? And then Einstein came along and just discovered that there's these things called photons that are packets of energy, right? And then they discovered all of quantum mechanics. Paul Dirac came along and described the electron, how it moves and different properties of it. And they realized that this mathematical equation that predicts these movements and these properties is really the what's called Lagrangian of a quantum field, and that's where the idea took off. Richard Feynman put together the easiest way to solve the problems, to predict effects and measured values of experiments, and it just went. And he proposed the photon field, the electron field, and the positron field, and it just took off from there. Like,
So,
so
not
you're telling
hold
me?
on.
Oh my God!
I was going to make one quick thing, not
Okay.
specific to the photon field, but to the whole idea of fields in general. The Higgs field was predicted, in the 50s or 60s or whatever it was. I mean, like literally based on the math and some of the, particle accelerators, but they didn't have the technology to prove its existence for, 50, 60 years.
Yeah,
Okay.
so Einstein proposed that,
But wait, before
that
you say that,
light is made
before
of
you say that,
these. I'm going to answer your question directly. Why people started making detectors and they didn't have to know that there was a photon field. It was because Einstein discovered or predicted and measured that there contained these packets of energy that also had momentum that can be transferred. And so once that was discovered and verified, people were like, well, maybe we could use this momentum transfer to tell us something about these photons. And so that's when they started working on building photon detectors. They didn't need to know that there was a photon field.
how did they do this?
What do you mean how? They built them with
They
parts and
did.
screws and power tools.
Okay, they're trying to detect something, right? They're
Yes.
trying to detect something. What is so hard with this question? Why do people get so defensive or boozy about this question? How did they detect these things?
Well, Einstein first proposed it through the photoelectric effect, right? So you can have metals and you shine light on a metal and it will eject an electron. But what Einstein figured out was
The metal
that
or the light?
the metal will you shine light on a metal surface and it will eject, the metal will eject an electron. But what Einstein figured out is that for each metal, there's only certain frequencies of the light that will eject the electron, right? So it can't just be any frequency of light. It has to be these certain frequencies.
Okay.
And so he
he
put 2 and 2 together at that point.
What did he do to detect that the electron is ejecting from the metal?
What? Say again?
What did he do? How did he detect the electron is ejecting from the metal?
I think he used like
isolate it.
a gold leaf electroscope.
And how did he isolate that that's what it is?
What do you mean? You charge up the leaves and then you shine light. You use all different frequencies and see which ones discharge the charge. Bring the leaves back together. Right? You charge the leaves and they're repelled, so they kind of spin outwards or they push outwards, and then when you shine light on it, if it's a certain frequency, it ejects the electron. So it ejects the charges that are repelling the gold leaves, and so then they will come together.
All right, you're still talking about the photon field, right? Or are you talking about a different field?
No, man, you were asking how this stuff was built and discovered.
Yeah, but I think I might have lost the connection between what we last just said and the photon field because I'm going in order because I asked the questions in the order, so I want to keep that order so I can understand.
Well, I guess
So
it would be connected to that, right, J.S.? Because if that has to do with your photon field.
Yeah. So Einstein discovered that the light contains these packets of energy which are related to the frequency, and so he called them photons, right? And then people discovered more about quantum mechanics and electrons and things like that, and they started figuring out the math that describes.
Okay, packets of
variables and properties. And they realized that this math is just what's called a Lagrangian. It's a potential and kinetic energy expression of a quantum field. And so they started using that math with field terms and having them interact and see what kind of effects that would produce. And then they would try to experimentally verify that these fields are there, they're interacting, they show these effects with these predicted values.
You said packets of energy. With my understanding, that doesn't make sense. What is energy?
The capacity to do work, you could say. Simple definition.
So then there must be a thing that has energy. And so that doesn't make sense to say packet of energy itself, because there would be no energy if there is no thing to have energy.
Yeah, right. I'm trying not to, go overboard with the descriptions, but a photon it's a quanta of energy with specific properties like spin 1, and it carries it's the boson of the electromagnetic field, things like that, the electromagnetic interaction. There's other properties involved.
But you can't just have a particular quantity locally in space of energy itself. The energy is in a thing.
Yeah, it's in the photon.
No, you said the photon is the packet of energy itself.
Yes.
So what is the photon with the energy?
It's a photon, bro. It is the quanta of energy of the photon
what
field.
state of matter is a photon? It's this thing
It's
that has
not a
energy.
state of matter. It's not
So
a state
what is
of
the
matter.
photon?
It's a boson. It's a interaction carrying particle. It mediates interactions. Photons particularly mediate the electromagnetic interaction.
The interaction between electrons and protons, right? Or usually electrons. Yeah.
Is a photon an interaction, or is it things interacting?
No, it's a quanta of energy that has these specific properties, and that's what it's defined as.
But that's nonsense, because energy is a property of a thing. It's not a thing itself. And an
You
interaction
can say that.
is a verb.
Be wrong.
That things are doing. It's not you can't have a particular local instance of energy itself without a thing having energy, and an interaction without things interacting. So what is the thing interacting
that
in a thing with energy?
transfers? It's the thing that transfers. Right? Because energy,
I
you're
think you're
trying to
breaking up.
make energy. I said it's the thing that transfers energy, you could say in a simple way. Because you're trying to make energy like a concrete thing, and it's not. It's just a property.
That's what I'm doing. I'm saying that's what it's not. I'm saying that's what it's not.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
it's not something I can grab and hold.
Right. So you got a photon. You said it is energy, but energy is a property of a thing. So what is the thing with energy? Then you said it's an interaction, but an interaction is something that things are doing. So
Energy's a result. Energy's a result of what? Where's it coming from? Source.
Not where is it coming from.
Hold on, Gregor. You've been really dominant in the combo. Helio, go ahead, Ben. You were getting interrupted.
Yeah, sure.
I gotta
no,
go.
that's fine. I don't want to dominate. I just want to point out something very simple. Like, everyone is talking about the result and throwing all kinds of math, and here's what we figured out, and here's our presupposition about this, and what we might do with quantum mechanics and all this kind of shit. But where's the source of this energy? We could just banter back and forth all day. I mean, and then we can get into religion. We can get into different aspects of science and what all of this is, and for the most part, from the time I've been in this conversation, nobody's talked about flat Earth, which is fine. That's fine. And I think they're avoiding it on purpose because they think that they can prove globe by this nonsense. And so I just wanted to put that out there. You know, just like, oh, if I could go, I have a model that all of my famous actors in history have made up through, you know, all these mathematical calculations, and this proves the globe, but they don't really have any physical evidence.
D-Rail. Good job.
Right.
So anyway, that's my spiel. You guys fucking continue.
Nice D-Rail.
No, it's actually a good question. I mean, Jace, do you have an answer to what is the
fantastic
source?
job.
Hold on, Steel City, you're roboting a bit. Jace, do you have a response to what the source is? Do you have any further information on that in your model and your understanding what the source is, like Helio was asking?
Well, I gotta go, so I'm gonna let another Glober take.
I was going to ask you a question, Jace, but if you have to go, then damn.
Well, don't leave us hanging. What's the source?
Jace, you've been freaking.
I can say the thing I was going to ask Jace because it's kind of indicator of what that is, because he was saying it's a mediator between the electromagnetic field and the force. It's a mediator of the force. And if you notice, when an electron loses energy and it you know lowers down into the electron cloud, goes to a lower step, it emits a photon, right? So it's like the energy that the energy the electron had that it lost by lowering down and getting closer to a ground state is in the form of that photon. And that photon, when it interacts with another atom and the electrons in that atom, it will give that atom energy and give those electrons energy, and they'll get a greater state.
Only happens through a chemical process. Come on, Kosho.
What? It's not a chemical process.
Well, I mean, either that or it's theoretical.
No, what are you talking about?
All right, so when have you observed this happening?
This is what's observed in the photoelectric effect, what Einstein got the Nobel Prize for.
Okay, so they had a machine and they used photons. All right, never mind. I guess I'll talk about something else. Fucking photoelectric effect. I thought you were talking about something else, or maybe you know.
Perhaps Kosha is going to substitute Jace for me to help me understand.
Yeah, but it still didn't really answer though, Coach. I mean, what's the physical data you're getting it from? Like, what is your link to thinking that's the case, that Einstein quote unquote discovered that?
No, so there was something called the ultraviolet catastrophe, and they couldn't understand what the relationship was between light and like the frequencies of light, right? And so once they discovered that certain frequencies of light some materials will absorb certain frequencies of light, and certain materials or certain frequencies of light will give off a certain charge. So a certain amount of electrons will be discharged from a material with certain frequencies. They're able to tell there's a relationship between the exact amount of photons or the exact energy of the photons and the the material itself. So this relationship is what got both Max Planck and later Einstein. I think, did Max Planck get the Nobel Prize? I guess so. He did. Yeah. So they both got Nobel Prizes for similar things in that regard.
Yep. Planck got it for the black body radiation law. Then Einstein got it for the photoelectric effect. But you observed these, like I said, you could use a gold leaf electroscope. But, in 2022, people use what's called charge coupled devices. They're in your phone, they're in your computer, and they, so a photon will strike a piece of metal in that detector, and that will eject an electron from the metal, and then it goes down a photomultiplier tube where it's just striking more metal atoms and releasing electrons and photons as it goes. It's called a photoelectron cascade, and that sends a signal. through the device, and then you read the signal however you set that
Sure,
up.
you can concentrate light through different methods. Yeah, that's really fascinating. What does that have to do
It's
with
just
anything?
giving an example of how
Well, and how are you getting that those are quote unquote atoms, and that they're not just the field, the field
I could take a
themselves that
picture
are
of them.
interacting?
I could take a picture of them,
You got a picture of an electron?
of atoms.
Is it as pixelated
Which
as
is an electron, right?
NASA's
Or
pictures of?
atom.
Is it as pixelated as NASA's pictures of exoplanets
No.
in outer space?
Jace, can you show me a photo of subatomic particles?
Shit.
Why do you think that you can take a picture of subatomic particles?
I didn't think that. I'm asking you, can you show me one?
No, physics wouldn't allow that.
But am I crazy?
An
Didn't
atom
you just
is
say
not a
that you can
subatomic
take photos of these subatomic particles?
Hey,
An atom
check this out.
is
We're
not.
all we're all
An
quite familiar
atom
with the
is
quantum
not
eraser
a subatomic
experiment,
particle.
but that's not exactly what we're
How can
talking
you
about.
take a photo of an atom but not take a photo of the subatomic particles?
Can you define what a subatomic particle is?
The parts that compose an atom, correct?
All right, good enough. So we can take pictures of the bigger thing, the atom that it composes, because atoms make up material that we can image. Lone subatomic particles don't make up materials, thus we can't image them.
Wait, atoms make up materials. Subatomic particles make up atoms. So why wouldn't subatomic particles make up material when you need the subatomic particles to make up the atom to make up the material?
I don't think he's talking about lone subatomic particles. I think it's like, could you get a high enough resolution where you could see the constituent components of an atom?
Is that
the
not
one
right
Coach
now,
just
not with
posted? Is
current
that it, Dave?
technology. But I don't think you'd be able to, irregardless. But no, not with current technology. It's not like a thing. Then you see more parts. That's not
Kosho
how
posted a picture of a
atomic
photon.
physics works.
Is that it, Kosho?
So Jace,
That's
you
the
had to
one?
run when proposed the question of what is the source of this energy, but you've been around for about another 10 or 15 minutes. Can you answer the
A couple
question?
extra minutes.
What is the source?
What do you mean? What is the source?
The energetic source.
Oh, it's electrons, photons, positrons. There's a bunch of different
Which are
energetic sources.
packets of energy, according to you, right?
Yes.
So what is the source of this energy?
Specific.
You cut out there a little bit.
Well, what does that even
Yeah,
mean
man,
exactly?
the
Like, does that mean,
source is the electrons, the positrons, the photons. Those are the source of energy that we obtain.
No, those are energy
Where did these-
packets, you told us, right?
So where do these energy packets get their energy?
Oh, geez, I'm not going through this again. They call quanta. They are the quanta of the respective quantum field. And I'm not going through that again because, like I said, I have to go.
their respective quantum fields. Would you say that these are various layers? Like the fields have some sort of progression, meaning that the fields have various nodal points for these packets of energy?
Field.
You're cutting out big time.
Yeah, I know. It's because I'm doing something, man. Like I said, I have to go. I'll leave you with this. Each particle has their own respective field. Take what you may.
Yeah. And
Thank you, Jeff.
every time we get into this conversation, I just more and more think about like harmonics within music, right? Harmonic nodal points, vibrations, various different chords, the way that these can match to create a harmony. And I feel like this conversation is talking about basically the same thing on an energetic level and equating these nodal points and these harmonics that do have predictability and scale to them. It's just the energy form of something very similar, or at least that's the analogy that I think about in my head the more this conversation gets had and the further we drill down.
I mean,
because
I guess kind of. Yeah, like a lot of the governing equations for quantum mechanics are wave equations. And in that sense, there are frequencies to be had.
I hope someone can, perhaps Emerald can, take up Jace's position with my line of questioning. The last one I
I
was
think I
at
would be
with,
able to fill Jace's shoes, given that I'm more of a layperson. But
yeah.
I mean, I can give it a shot.
Oh, okay. I mean,
Well, definitely is
you know.
connected to all of this in terms because they've created this pseudo physics to cover the heliocentric globe outer space story. So, like all of what Jace was talking about, I mean, it's interesting. I'm not even denying that some of it is real in terms of what they're doing, but the explanation of it, like they have twisted and contorted the a lot of these components, like just in what they've done to kind of eradicate the original understandings of what was going on in terms of the environment, the ether, the medium, electrostatic, electromagnetic fields. And they've just like usurped it and hijacked it with all of this Einsteinian and these other theories. But there's a way in which there's some of the things they're doing are actually tapping into the real field itself. So it's interesting. Like where is the deceptions within it and what parts are legit?
That's why I'm going on this line of questioning, because remember, Gio, a particular point that I got to with Jace was there are these multiple fields, at least 100, and these subatomic particles, photons, electrons, exist within a particular field, electron and electron field, a photon and a photon field. And then I would continue from there asking more questions. Okay, what is the photon field? What is it? He explained to me what a field was. And then he started explaining to me, the last thing he was explaining to me what a photon was. He told me that a photon was a packet of energy. And I said, but energy is something that a thing has. So what is the thing that has energy? He told me that it's an interaction. But interaction is an interaction between things. There must be things interacting. So what are the things interacting with energy? The question, what is the thing itself, is yet to be answered.
Yeah, I don't know if that's necessarily going to be answered by them for sure. But yeah, the more I think about this, man, the more I think about like a guitar, right?
Mm-hmm.
Strings are necessary for the guitar to produce the sounds that we hear, right? You pluck an open string, it makes a specific tone, right? You tune it to a specific tone. Now within that string, without even pushing your finger into the fret, you can just hold your finger at certain positions on the fretboard to create harmonic tones. And it's almost as if like they're equating the energetic propagation and they're finding nodal points and equating those nodal points to some sort of particle or something like that. And
it's packet of energy or a interaction. But what is the thing with energy? What are the things interacting?
What's the string?
Right? They're electrons and protons and positrons.
Okay,
those are the
octave,
things
it's a fourth octave, it's a G sharp. Yeah, bro.
Yeah, I guess Jay, the question is like the interpretation that you have of the phenomenon. Is that necessarily true of what the phenomenon is, or are there other possibilities?
Oh, like I said before, anyone is free to propose and substantiate better possibilities.
Now, when I was doing my line of questioning, he was giving all these answers in defense of his anti-etherist position, material atomism, telling me that the atoms are oscillations in a field, and each atom is in a particular field. So there's these multitude of fields which these atoms
It's not
are
even
in.
close. So just stop trying to like recant our conversation and getting everything wrong. because
You don't
that's
need to get
not what I
condescending. If I
said.
got it wrong, then just correct me. I'm trying to
No,
understand.
man. I told you I'm done with the conversation, but I'm still listening, and you seem to be dwelling on like giving a
Obviously, you're not
incorrect
done because you're talking to me
recap
now.
of our conversation.
So if you're
All right.
done, be done. But don't be done and not be done at the same
Yeah.
time. Are you
So
done?
we don't need you to recap the conversation incorrectly. I understand that's a
I don't
tactic.
need you to interrupt me and disrupt my point. That's what I don't need.
J-Ace, let me ask you this. Hold on, you guys. Let me ask you this, J-Ace. Do you think it's possible that you're going off of an interpretation of the phenomena that you are going with and that the mainstream's going with and all that, and you're hoping that most of that, even though you don't have direct ties to all of it, that to make sure it's all right, you're assuming that parts of that are. But what if what you're actually doing in terms of the actual experimentation parts of it, where there actually are devices that are being charged up and results being gained from some of that equipment, are you open to considering that there is actually interactions happening within the, kind of like Napalm was saying, like harmonies and like spectrums within one field, within the actual base medium, and that it isn't a bunch of different fields all coming from some unknown source?
Yeah, of course, I'm open to that. Like I said, many people have tried to do just that. And it turns out it's very difficult to describe reality in that way, to get all the effects that we can measure, all the properties that we can measure. It's very hard to do with that picture of reality.
For instance?
What do you mean? I don't know
for instance, what is
specific
difficult to describe in that framework?
examples off the top of my head, man. But I could Google some for you if you'd like.
So you're saying there's particulars that you think seem to indicate that it has something to do with this larger kind of heliocentric physics model that involves atoms and the particular way that it's described, and then how the gravity and all that, and the void of outer space and the globe Earth all plays into that? You think that there's something backing all that with it?
Quantum mechanics doesn't really have anything to do with the globe. Right, they're basically two separate things.
Quantum mechanics. What is a quantum?
You cut
Well,
out.
quantum mechanics. What is the thing operating mechanically?
The quanta. The quantity.
A quantity of what?
Of what, by what, and through what.
I mean, if I just say two of what? Two what? A quantity of what?
The mechanics, bro.
I wouldn't say that. I mean, not necessarily the mechanics, but the
quantum. Go ahead. Quantum just means the smallest amount of light you can see.
Like the recognition over time that certain things we thought were continuous happen to be quantized in certain ways. Like in the case of the photoelectric effects, you'd think that there's this continuous, as you increase the intensity of light, you might get different intensities of like electron excitations or whatever. But then we found out that no, electrons actually prefer very specific jumps in energy levels. And because these are, in units, like, you can jump up multiples of that energy level, it's quantized in a certain way and not fully continuous. And so I wouldn't say there is a thing you can point to and say that is a quantum without any qualification. You might say, like, energy in certain cases is quantized, or I don't know, electrons are quantized because you can count them, things like that.
So would you? Sorry, go ahead.
Quantum mechanics is mentioned, right? So it's the mechanics of quanta. What is a quanta?
Of quanta, you can think of quanta as a class of things that are quantized. So it's not like there's this new object that exists called a quantum.
It's a unit.
Yeah,
it's like a millimeter.
It's like
Yeah.
existing things that we recognize are quantized. So the mechanics of electrons, the mechanics of photons, the mechanics of all these things that we now recognize are quantized.
Quantity.
Or spin ice.
Or spin
What about
ices.
spin ice? Spin ice is one of them.
Hey, Emerald, I had a question. So, what's used to measure a gluon?
I don't know.
What's
Measure what?
a gluon?
Oh, I don't know that one. Know about spin ice, but not that one.
What about a quark?
I don't know. I don't know the particulars of like the applied physics of measuring these things. I'm more of a
Sure.
layperson.
So let's get higher up in the scale. What's used to measure like a photon, like a single photon? What is the measurement, and what is the unit of measure that we utilize?
I guess it depends on what you mean by measure. Like if you just want to know where the photon is, you could, we have phosphor screens that if you fire a photon at them, they'll light up. And this is how, say, CRTs work. If you want to measure one that's, say, in flight, I don't know of a current way of interacting with a photon while it hasn't yet collided with some surface or been absorbed or reflected.
So let's take the CRT example. So we have a property within a CRT, right?
Yeah, so like the phosphor screen is set up in such a way that when a photon, or actually it's an electron in the case of a CRT, but when the thing is interacted with, it produces some noticeable effect. So when you fire an electron at the center of a CRT screen, the center lights up for a short amount of time. And a similar thing, I mean, vision in a sense is like that for photons. If you fire a photon toward your retina, you'll see a flash of light.
Right. So within that CRT, what is lighting up?
I don't remember the particulars, but something about when you fire an electron at a phosphor screen, I think I don't want to say something that I will just have to backtrack later. Like I don't want to be incorrect.
But it's something of material substance, right?
Yeah, like the CRT screen is a material substance, and firing an electron at it will interact with part of that substance, and that substance will light up for a little bit, and that's how.
So without this energetic pulse hitting it, it's could we say it's in its state of inertia?
I don't know about state of inertia as a term, but I guess you could say it is inert in a sense that it's not actively lighting up when it's not being bombarded with electrons.
Right. So it's still, so then we impart energy into it, and it has to be a specific amount of energy in order for the disruption of that inertia to take place and a release.
Yeah, and in this case, release light in the case of a phosphor.
Right.
Phosphorescent screen.
So going back to my analogy of like a scale and music and strings and chords and octaves, it's almost as if material and other energetic packets seem to have some sort of point in which they become energized or move to another state. Would you agree or disagree?
I would generally agree. Yeah, like you'll find things like electron shells are quantized. The energies at which an atom or an electron will absorb a photon and increase in energy is quantized. And what I mean by quantized is that you can't just fire any old photon at a thing and have it absorb. You have to fire photons of particular wavelengths, and those wavelengths are related in a series that I guess you could say is akin to a harmonic series. Even deeper in the mathematics, a lot of the governing equations for this kind of stuff do deal with what are called eigenstates and those are in a sense the Fourier transform, which is sort of how you transform between certain bases in quantum properties, are very related to frequencies and multiples and harmonics in that sense because it's all wave mechanics. So a lot of there's a very strong analogy between the wave mechanics of, say, pressure in the air, as we know with sound, and wave mechanics of frequencies of light per se.
Well, what I find fascinating is if we do look at wave effects within, say, like sound, right?
Mm-hmm.
We know that if we place a sheet over a speaker and we sprinkle some sand on it, at certain intervals, we'll get specific geometric shapes. Are you familiar with this?
Yeah.
So we can see something similar, right? Meaning the physical structure is changing based on the frequency and amplitude,
Kind of.
the various vibrations, right? So as we move up and down, there's instances where between the various shapes, right, it'll hold a specific shape, devolve, and create a new shape, right?
Kind of, yeah. I don't think the analogy is as like obvious as something moving up and down, because in quantum mechanics, a lot of the figures we're dealing with are complex numbers, and so they're not specific, like they're not scalar values like they are with pressure. But there are, like, if you solve the equation, the Schrodinger equation for the orbitals of a hydrogen atom per se, I just dumped it in Livestream 1 text, you do get pretty well-defined shapes where the probability of finding an electron in a given location has some very predictable patterns, and those depend on the quantum number. And these are quantized in the sense that you can write them down as pairs, or in this case, triplets of integers.
Yeah, for me, and I know I keep harking back to this, like the way that I visualize this in my head is the energetic equivalent to sound vibration. And the harmonics, the interaction, the play within various chords can create certain harmonies.
Yes, up to, like, you gotta be careful, right?
And we call these certain chords, so let's say we've called it a G, and then the other one we call an F. I feel like within this conversation, what we know as a G and an F, right? The F isn't actually a thing in and of itself. And I feel like within the conversation about basically what the conversation that's been had for the past couple hours, we're equating that G and that F, and we're just giving it a name. But on one side of the equation, we're also trying to give it physicality and say that it is some sort of physical particle, when in fact it's just a bit different nodal point or harmony within the one field of energy that we have existing around us.
I feel like almost up to isomorphism, that's kind of what's happening. Now again, like, take this with a huge grain of salt, because I don't know too much of the subject at a very deep level. But when we say we have a quantum field and there's some excitation of that field that results in, some wave with some wavelength propagating at some speed, it is a very nice abstraction to call that, oscillating wave a thing in and of itself. Like, take an excitation of the electron field and call that an electron. And at a macro scale, it's quite appropriate to do so, because those electrons, as we'll call them, have pretty well understood interactions with other things. Like we were talking about the CRT. If you have this propagating wave in the electron field that happens to move toward a CRT screen, then it's going to interact with that screen and it's going to produce some photons. So there's an interaction between the electron and the photon field there. And the particulars of that exchange are something that's beyond me, but there is the sense in which we have sort of given names to waves, because they have pretty nice, at least at the large scales, particle-like behavior. Like when we talk about the wavelengths or the different length of a particle, of like nanometers or even smaller. So like anything that's of an appreciable size, like, I don't know, a buckyball, which is a clump of carbon, it basically behaves just like a particle at that point, despite in the quantum mechanical equations being thought of as a superposition of a whole bunch of wave functions.
But this is where my critique comes in, because this is an ontological categorical error. You're calling a wave a concrete entity itself, instead of acknowledging that a wave is what a concrete entity does.
That's interesting.
Sure, we do that. We do that with the ocean, though. We say, "Look at that big wave." I don't see a problem with that. It's colloquialisms.
It's a colloquialism, but we're not asking about colloquialisms. We're asking about technically what is the ontological thing itself. So when you talk about the ocean, the wave is not the ocean. The wave is what the ocean is doing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's like a foundation, like the Newtonian Cartesian materialistic paradigm, essentially Descartes and Newton, in a sense, in the modern conception of things, like a lot of the mainstream conception, they've taken components of Newton and Descartes and built that system of like materialism and isolating everything into materials, basically not like representing what the source of all that is, but basically just kind of using that. Like they don't focus on what the source is. They just basically isolate it into these individual sections and then implant a like theoretical physical construct within that to then base this like inverted conception of reality based on the vacuum and then the earth.
I'm not too sure how that relates to what I was talking
Yeah,
about.
I know it's a little bit of a separate thing, but I know it's just well, you guys are talking about all of these like breaking things down into these and calling them by these materialistic names, and Gregory was more talking about what about the actual underlying field and medium that they're all a part of, and that's kind of what has been done. That's why I was saying that. I mean, some people actually speculate nowadays that Descartes may have had schizophrenia. It's actually interesting. There's a lot of information about this. And so, yeah, like we're basically living like the modern day physics structure is built upon like an isolated schizophrenic non-reality component and a model that's then inserted to try to explain this like new system that they're trying to establish.
And then when someone like me comes along and tries to dispute these issues with the material atomists, they have this smug attitude where, because I'm trying to talk about metaphysics in regards to these physical issues, they act as though that's irrelevant. But it's not irrelevant because you can't have physics, the things, ta physica, without the ultimate things, metaphysics, the metaphysica. I mean, it sounds unnecessary to some, but it's not unnecessary. And so the theory of this particular thing, the earth, or this particular thing, the light, these are the things which are dependent, contingent upon these ultimate things, these things that are the preconditions for the light, the water, the gas, the earth, etc., to have being and have their properties and behave as they do. And in their cosmic paradigm, they have their own metaphysical premises about what are the ultimate things. In their cosmic paradigm, the ultimate thing is that there are these material atoms, and that these atoms are oscillations in a field, and that there are multiple fields pervading all space in which these atoms and the subatomic particles oscillate in, and then call these.
I agree. Do you feel like wait, let me ask Gregory something really quick.
They want the cake and eat it too, man. How can the energy be the matter and not the matter whenever they want it?
Exactly. That's what I was about. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, go
Yeah,
ahead.
but it's just like you're pretty much saying the same thing they are, but they don't want the physical part of it. They're really talking about existential things that they can't physically touch. This is, I mean, I've been hearing you, Gregory, like talk to these guys, and they're often Neverland. When you're talking about, you're pretty much essentially talking about the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is kind of weird to me.
Because I'm trying to get as much information from them as possible, detecting for an incoherency. So I want to understand first. You must understand before you critique. You understand. You gather information. You try to see the coherency in what they're talking about.
Well, they're
so
using
this is what is the case.
They're using
and then
they're using a metaphysics wrapped in what they think is actually physically proven and verified. But they're actually using a metaphysics because they're believing they're not doing it primarily. It's all through secondary, third. But it is a metaphysics, a kind of in a garb, like basically presenting itself as legit physics.
The reason is we're talking about the same thing they are, but they want the Earth to be something that it's not, or creation. The flat earthers can't be right about this, so they're just going to make all kinds of shit up, even though we're talking about the same thing.
And so when they give all their answers about what is the case, me asking them questions and trying to get their theory of reality, their metaphysic, after they give all the answers, I try to get their epistemology. Okay, this is what you say is the case. This is what you say is real. How do you know this is real? Their epistemology. And then when they tell me their epistemology, they give me the history of what supposedly was discovered. Okay, that begs the question, how did they discover this? How did they discover? How do they know that everything...
What equipment are they doing? What tests produce what phenomenon? And the average diploma graduate, he's a middleman, right? They have it. They still got that higher inside level to go to and put their hands on all this stuff and then start making their own interpretation. But a person like you come along and, like you said, you got the right attitude. You need to understand it first. But the smugness of the other side sometimes be like, oh no, you're gonna have to go to college to understand. When generally it's really easy to catch up to the entry-level college understanding on this topic. And
that's right. Yeah, that's right, Silent. Yeah, exactly.
It is. It really is. But then the people who don't go deep enough and they revere the people above them that really go deep enough, they get this type of like overly cockiness of, oh no, I can't no outsider come in here and be on my level when they really ain't even on no level. You know what I'm saying? Come on, bro. Ain't no one said, I've heard in the past a CRT example of the electron. Man, that's like the most you're gonna hear people in here talking about equipment and phenomenon and shit, bro. So if people ain't talking like in those terms, man, it ain't even worth your time, bro. For real,
silent but medley. It's called appeal to authority, and they have this weird cocky attitude, and it's also Dunning-Kruger effect. Have you ever heard of that? Dunning-Kruger. This is what people just like, you flat earthers can't be right about any of this because you're flat earthers. That's what their attitude is when they come in.
Well, hopefully we're speaking general. Like, I'm not speaking to any individual, I'm just speaking generally, but like, that's what you got to do.
Sure, but I mean, that's what, if you're not a flat earther, fine. But that's pretty much what we go through. Almost.
But look what happens. Like Greg's point is still standing. Like, how can the electron be considered like a particle but not matter? You know what I'm saying? At the same time, like why is it your cake and eat it too constantly? And there's really not a great. They're gonna be like, well, we don't know it all right now, but we just kind of great.
I mean, so far when you get down to the last question of my line of questioning, the answer is incoherent when talking about what is the thing itself. Because again, their theory of reality. What is the case? And so their answer is that the oscillation, be it the subatomic particle or the atom itself, in the field, in the multitude of fields that pervade all space, which is what they say. So I'll call it multi-field theory, or quantum mechanics. I guess that also comes into that. To the exclusion, in contrast to ether. And so I'm trying to get, why is ether wrong, but theirs is right?
Right, like they're still admitting it's underneath field.
They're holding up the light, holding up the deception. So I think you guys have worked it out already. But the question next is why and who?
I mean, I can think of it off the top of my head 2 reasons why someone might outright reject the ether, but yet uphold QFT or quantum field theory. Reason 1 might be they think you're talking about the luminiferous ether, and they think you're not talking about anything beyond that, and so they dismiss you outright on that. The second reason is that if someone's geared more towards practical physics where they want to run experiments and such, they might be interested in, how does this ether interact? If you could write down, the sum total of the possible behaviors and interactions of the ether in a way that is predictable and testable, like, is there an equivalent of the Schrodinger equation? But rather than using a quantum field, you use an ether field. Are there things that physicists can use to run experiments? Because, I mean, what we're describing seems pretty qualitatively similar, except maybe the multiple fields versus one field idea. But when it comes to quantitative stuff, like, is there a sense in which someone can rely on the ether field theory to, say, tell them the possible outcome of an experiment?
If you were to do a test like that, I mean, would it? It would have to necessarily have to be, a presumption. And I guess that's where the hypothesis starts, right? So,
right, yeah. I mean,
the last thing you said, Emerald, someone gives the response saying, "Well, what can I do with this?" Okay, you say that there's an etherist, but what can I do with this? That's kind of like that's missing the point, because we're talking about, again, a metaphysical question, and there must be a valid epistemology so as to justify claiming to know this thing to be real, and then in regards to pragmatics, right, in regards to applied sciences, right, in regards to doing things, if that is real, then that's a necessary entity in reality for you to have being and for anything else to have being and move and do anything else. Just because you can't grab a handful of ether and throw it across the field or whatever, or doesn't mean that it's not useful when that entity is necessary for you to have being and move and have your property.
I mean, that's
it's like
not what I'm not
I
saying
think-
that you'd. Sorry, go ahead.
No.
And not just you in particular, Emerald, just the person
this
who
is
responds that way.
stupid. I mean, it's just like when I swim through water, that kind of makes me think about the ether, man. I mean, call me dumb, but I've listened to all these arguments for years, right? I swim through water. I'm through the ether of water. Why cannot all of the energy of the universe be swimming and moving everywhere through the ether? I mean, call me dumb. And
The fact
I am
when they were
dumb.
saying, I can't grab a handful of ether or a finite quantity of ether and do some action with it, therefore it's not, it's the metaphysical notion is false, or it's unjustified to claim that you know this. No, that doesn't follow.
No, I wouldn't.
That's not what
think
I
of
was
the
saying
ether
either.
as that.
Oh yeah, not you, Emerald, just to the person in general who does say that.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. Go ahead.
I would say maybe a more subtle question is maybe not picking up a handful of the ether, because I wouldn't say you could pick up a handful of the
can.
quantum
You
field
can.
either.
Yeah, you can.
I would say,
Yeah.
is there could you characterize the behavior of the ether? Like in the quantum field theory, we say, there's these oscillations, and whether they're there or not, there are equations that tell you how these oscillations give rise to perceptible phenomena. Like there's a link between the precursor and the phenomena that we witness, and that precursor is governed by some precise, specific mechanism. Is there such thing for the ether, where you could say, given the state of the ether at a given place, here's the phenomena we should see, even if that's not something you can pick up and hold or experiment with directly? Is there at least description or explanation of how that precursor of the ether gives rise to what we see?
Now, the person who says that, this is where my presuppositional thinking comes in, because when I hear someone talk, I am detecting for what is implied, what is said, what is implied, and also what is presupposed. What they presuppose must be the case or is the case in order for their assertion to be the case. And so when the person asks, well, what are the particular properties distinct from other entities of the ether? That question presupposes that, or misunderstands that, the ether is a particular thing, one out of many things, instead of being the ultimate, all-pervasive substratum in which all things and all properties exist within. And then I've heard multiple times, after I say that, I've heard multiple times say, that's a special pleading, or that's unfalsifiable. And that retort is like an objection to negate the veracity of what I said. But it's not a matter of it's not a matter of falsifiability anyway, because it's
Gregory,
not a particular event that,
yeah,
or
the
a particular hypothesis
substrate.
of a particular event.
Yeah, I mean, the substrate for everything to exist has to be there, right?
Right. Like the misunderstanding what is the thing that we're talking about? And
And
the people who give this
what is
response,
this creation drawn upon?
yes, they misunderstand what it is we are saying is real, and they want to make it something else than what we are saying it is real. We're saying it's not a particular. It's not a
And
particular
I'll
distinct with
go
other
one step ahead
particulars.
of that. You can't prove it. Are you comfortable with that? You can't prove it, other than through philosophy.
That retort wouldn't be justified because
Well, fuck them.
that retort wouldn't be justified because the way you defend in regards to this, right? This is where we need to be more sophisticated with our epistemology and
Well, you
argumentation.
can't prove the ether, man. Come on, bro.
No, it's not. No, if the ether is real, right, then it's
There
an
is no
empirical
such
thing.
thing as the ether as a thing. This is creation. We live here. So it
No, Helio, you're misunderstanding me.
All
I don't
right,
know why
cool.
you're
Go
arguing
ahead.
against me now.
No, I'm not arguing against you. I'm just trying to let's solidify the whole thing. Go ahead.
Yeah, with this thing in question, okay, with the ether, if it is, right, I'm trying to explain the logic. If it is an ultimate ultrafaces substratum, an ether, quintessence, pick your term. I'm just using ether. You know what I mean when I say ether.
Yeah,
If
I
there
do.
is an ether, then everything depends on it to have being. So you can't then demand that it be a particular distinct from other particulars when all particulars depend on it for being. And the way you demonstrate you claim to know this, right? You first of all, you have empirical experience of this. If it is the case, then you have empirical experience of this. The way you have being and move and live, right? If the ether is real, okay. So that's the position.
Mm-hmm.
Now you try to defend the claim to knowledge. You have to give a justification, an argument. Sometimes it's at least two basic arguments. I'm being very basic now. It's at least two different arguments. Either it's direct proof or it's an indirect proof. What's a direct proof? You appeal to this empirical a posteriori thing, or you appeal to this law of logic, or this reason, or this particular argument to directly argue for what you say you know is real.
Damn,
Or the indirect
Gregory,
route.
you're on hot. You hot tonight, man. This is like
Thank you.
I see where you're going, bro. Man, I love this. I love this.
Now the indirect way is demonstrating the absurdity of the contrary. When you argue the absurdity of the contrary, you're doing an internal critique of the alternative position, and you point out an incoherency or a lack of justification or a lack of empirical data to show that the alternative theory is inadequate. The absurdity of the contrary, the impossibility of the contrary, and then when yours is the only one left standing that is coherent and justified, that demonstrates that your claim to knowledge is valid. So, with the ether or material atomism, when they describe further the material atomism, it ends up being indistinguishable. It ends up sounding the same as ether. There's multiple fields in all space, which they say they are distinct from one another, with all the atoms and the subatomic particles oscillating in them, as opposed to all matter and all the subatomic particles oscillating in the ether. How do you know the multi-field theory is right and the ether is wrong? What's the argument?
Okay. I was going to read this. This is a definition of ether that they call it archaic in this citation, but this is like Oxford. But anyways, this is what it says. A very rarefied and highly elastic substance formerly believed to permeate all space, including the intricacies between the particles of matter, and to be the medium whose vibrations constituted light and other electromagnetic radiation.
There you go.
Couldn't you only know what you know in your mind and in your spirit? I mean, you can know things in your spirit that you can't comprehend in your mind as well. I mean, a lot of people don't even know what spirit is. They're too caught up in naturalism and shit, right? Like you're talking about, Gregory. But
Yeah.
yeah, we are spiritual and physical. You have to accept that. If you don't accept that, then you're going to get lost.
So Helio, do you think that would you say the ether has something to do with the interface between the physical and the spiritual?
Well, the ether itself, I consider the ether the balance. I wouldn't know how to describe it. I would never even try to. But yeah, I've always been a spiritual person since I was a little kid. So yeah, I've always known that there was more to this earth than the bullshit on the news. I grew up in Western culture, and I just knew. I mean, I was raised Catholic, but then I left the Catholic Church, whatever. But there is something, with history and history of man, and I've been studying a lot of this for a long time. So, I'm a spiritual person. So the ether is, yeah. I mean, if you want to get into science, that's you're going to sit here and talk about just like you guys have done for the past 3 hours. Like the ether is this and quantum physics and all. No, it's really more than that. You can freaking talk about scientific shit all day.
To put the ball on the very top of my line of questioning, and then whoever's trying to talk, go right after me. The ball on the top of my line of questioning is, how does the person, whoever, how does the person know that multi-field theory is true and ether, especially what Geo just read earlier, is false? Go ahead, the other person.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Gregory, do you think that the materialist atomist has a philosophical position in which the avoidance of the ether is necessary because of the implications of the metaphysical nature of it?
Wow, that was well said. That's deep.
Yeah.
That's
Yes.
That's it. They have to eradicate it. And the whole system is built upon eradicating it and replacing it with this other system, the Einsteinian, the bending, warping space-time, dark matter, all this stuff.
Right, Big Bang Theory, all that shit. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
But just like I was saying earlier, where did the energy come from? They were talking about the magnetic fields. Where's the energy come from? From the Big Bang? Is that where it came from? So that's what I was asking the question for initially.
Yeah. It's a valid question because their cosmogony, which is what you're asking about, the history of the cosmos, is and it's unavoidable. Your cosmogony, your cosmology is going to be intertwined with your metaphysical premises of what is the case, especially the ultimate things.
See, they avoid it at all costs, though. They avoid the ultimate question, and they just dance around it all fucking day long. Pardon my French.
Which is another instance, be it the ultimate categories of philosophy, which include physics and metaphysics, again, that's obvious, and all other areas of knowledge. They, especially in academia, there has been an unjustified choice and a persistent choice to make these false distinctions between the areas of knowledge and not have a worldview that unifies all the diverse areas of knowledge. They've abandoned the initial purpose of the university, unity and diversity, the unity of the diverse areas of knowledge.
I'm just a stubborn old man. Conservative, you can put a label. I'm fucking, pardon my French, again. I'm just a stubborn old guy from Arkansas that's conservative, and I don't know anything about anything. And the world's changing. It's just like, is the world changing or is it staying the same? Just going through another cycle. I mean, who's taking a look at how they're manipulating society? Is it me? That's just some old stubborn guy. It's like you're just not hip to the new stuff.
In the higher arenas of learning, they got all these diverse subsections of knowledge.
Well, they
And
pushed this stuff when people were so young too. I mean, it's just like
that too.
Right in childhood, you come right out of it. You got your parents and your schooling system, and so yeah, a lot of people haven't yet begun breaking out of that.
Hey, Gio, I just found this really cool chick. She just came out with a new channel called shit. Now I can't remember the name of it. I shared it on 24/7. Hold on, she's really cool. It's this half black, half white chick from Florida, and she used to do like when she was a teenager. She was like recruited by her mom to do freaking Black Lives Matter and shit and stuff. But now she has a channel on. Anyway, she's like totally conservative now. Whatever, really cool chick. You guys gotta check her out. I was just like watching her video. She gave her story about how she.
Owens?
What'd you say?
Are you talking about Candace Owens?
No. This is. Oh shit. Sorry about that. No, it's this chick. She's 21 years old. She started a new channel with like her a podcast, and she's like going all out. Then find that. I don't know.
You talking about ether field theory?
No, she's not talking about that shit. She's talking about politics and fucking all the bullshit. But it's
is this the Politics Awakenings channel, Helio?
You know what?
I'm just fucking with you.
Instead of talking about it, I want to share you. Here she is. You
Possible
guys
it's wrong.
subscribe to this channel, and she's freaking cool, man. She's 21 years old. She's very, very talented. This is her story about how she became red pilled after like as a teenager she was like under her mom. She was all like liberal and shit, and she spoke out in public and shit, and now she's freaking red pill.
Nice.
Well, not totally red pill, but not flat earth and shit, but she's just like, she's created this show. I mean, she's 21 years old. It's really cool. I don't think it's bullshit. It has a really good show. I mean, she's supported by Prager University. Is it Prager? Not Prager, like Prego.
Well, not to get into the whole topic of particulars, but I mean, just in general, like, do you think like the last, 2 years, 3 years, everything that's been going on, what I'm talking about? All
Dude,
the
2 months. Holy shit.
How much has
ramping
this
up so fast?
Yeah, like, how much has that sparked like more people questioning things and because at this point it's like when the whole world locks down like that, it's kind of like, okay, there's clearly a coordinated effort going on here. So either everything they're being told is real and we should all be, or there is some kind of coercion going on that's very, very organized. So I think it's kind of tipped some people, even though they might not be thinking that rationally, that's just tipped a lot of people into just, because at this point, all you have to do is be questioning one thing that's linked in with the system, and then it's like, okay, wow, there's a house of cards there.
I mean, the whole world order mobilized urgently across the whole face of the earth, and including spreading the propaganda campaign throughout every place that they can touch. So that demonstrates that they can move and get in gear to accomplish some task if they wanted to. Why don't they do that with things that are actually good?
I mean, like even in some of these servers, we often get like new people that jump in and they just want to kind of clown around a little bit, and like you guys aren't really serious. It was like, bro, we've been following these things for several years. Why won't you take us seriously? And it was just like, because that's not what they're saying in high school, in my high school. But some of them do. So we pick and choose our battles, through these different discussions. And so, hey, it do what it do. But I'm just telling you, I mean, that video I posted, man, watch. She tells her story about how she was a teenager and she was freaking all about Black Lives Matter and stuff. She went through the different process. Her mom was a liberal white chick, and she's half black, whatever. Anyway, it's really cool. Her story there on that video I posted, man, you got to watch it, man. And now she has a conservative radio show. It just started like 4 months ago, and she's really got some good stuff to say, man. She's 21. Good stuff. Now,
That's cool, but
it's not flat Earth. But I'm just saying. But neither is any of this bullshit about CERN and freaking protons and shit. That's not flat Earth either.
Particle accelerator. I mean, how? Like, explain that. Like, how?
How what?
You know what I mean? How? Supposedly CERN is this humongous ring stretching to two European countries, and they're supposedly smashing particles together. How? How are they doing that?
They can't. See, it's the same bullshit lie that SpaceX and the ISS is. It's the same bullshit logic.
really
it's
good
It's
engineering.
fear porn. It's fear porn. Dude, look at how they actually manipulate everyone through the media. I mean,
Well, and a lot of the stuff they're doing in quote unquote physics, a lot of it I would say is pseudo physics. They're trying to relate to the, of course, ever elusive outer space vacuum world, so they're trying to like recreate black holes and claim gravitational lensing and all this stuff. So a lot of those theories try to link into that story. Yeah,
sure, but they don't have any physical evidence for it whatsoever. So, I mean, it's a fascinating story. You can get yourself lost in that. It's just like, are you saying that they're lying about this? No, they're not lying. They think it's true, but they don't have any physical evidence. That's it.
Not all of them are lying. Some of them are lying about these particular metaphysical notions. And
Oh, sure. I mean, there's a bunch of assholes out there, of course, because they know they can't prove it. Fine, but they want the story to stand so that they can, do the other agendas, which is depopulation rights and just different aspects of programming, all that kind of shit. I mean, hey, you can love it or hate it, or you could just ignore it. Fine. It's just like, hey, a lot of people be like, hey, I'd rather not talk to my family about, politics and shit, even though I know this kind of shit. Dude, I interact with my family all the time. Guess how much I bring this up with my family? Almost never. So I let them do their thing. They be watching the news and fucking think all kinds of shit. No, I say it that way because that's what they be doing. You know what I'm saying? And they believe that shit actually happened. Because they're faking you out on the news. So this is what they're just like. Didn't you see this? And they're talking about it. And I'm like, I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette. I don't want to have anything to do with this because it's all bullshit. Like all this. Well, I mean, I don't know if I can say it on here, but that whole freaking shit that happened in 2020 and the flu disappeared. That was almost 2 years ago. The flu.
Can someone give me? I know this is. I know I'm late. I'm probably late, but can someone give me the breakdown, Geo or someone give me the breakdown about the Michelson-Morley experiment?
Isn't that the water telescope thing?
No, the water telescope is Airy's failure. Michelson Morley is the interferometer, basically. Where the proposed hypothesis was that the Earth was moving through the ether, and they got a null result. And you would think that if the hypothesis was the movement of the Earth and they got a null result, that the story about the Michelson-Morley would be that the null results proved that there is no movement of Earth, which is actually what Michelson said himself. But if you look into the Michelson-Morley experiment, the first things they're going to tell you is how it disproved the ether. But that's not the case at all. It's basically sending two beams of light around in different directions.
Right. So it was
infringement
exactly
pattern when
what
they
you
get
expected to see from the beginning.
Continue, Napalm. Helio, please don't interrupt him so I can understand it.
I'm being a dipshit.
Yeah, so it's like two beams of light that are sent around a like a circuit. It's one beam of light that's split, goes in two different directions, and then comes back together. And they were proposing that if they get a specific infringement pattern, that this would in some way prove that the Earth was moving through the luminiferous ether, or the ether. And they did not get that expected result. So instead of inferring that this proves that there's no movement of Earth, they've tried to claim that this is what dispels the ether.
Well, it's weird that nobody's ever done that since what year was that done?
No, people have done it actually, and somebody was in here earlier talking about the fact that they recreated the Michelson-Morley experiment, and instead of it doing it in the horizontal, they did it in the vertical and got a well-defined infringement pattern.
To explain the supposed interference pattern that supposedly indicate that the Earth is moving.
If it was in a specific direction, yes, allegedly.
But
The light
horizontal versus
stretching in a certain
vertical?
direction.
Correct.
Okay.
No, I'm
So
actually curious
it would
about
equate
that.
to
One
the time
during
that the light would take to travel, right? And if the Earth was moving through the ether, there would be a variation in the time it would take for this light to move, thus creating an infringement pattern based on the alleged direction that
in
we're
the
presuming
test,
to move.
how did they measure the light?
It's an infringement pattern.
So is there a plate? From what I understand, isn't there a plate where they can measure the pattern after the fact or during?
Yeah, the pattern is displayed.
Happens very fast, right? Extremely fast.
No, I mean it's beams of light.
Almost.
It's not just a specific pulse.
So is it like a pattern recognition where like they have like photo things where they
Right. So the lights
I'm
are
actually totally ignorant about this, to be honest. I'm curious. Photoreceptors, and then they measure it. Is it? tell you whether the light is moving or the Earth is moving, or is this something we're talking about? Something.
Yeah, there's a screen on one side, right? So they project the light, it gets split, it takes paths that are right angles to one another, and then come back together onto a screen. And the screen will show or not show an infringement pattern, right? So if one beam is traveling faster than the other, it would get back at a different time, thus creating an infringement pattern.
Is there video of this?
I don't know. Obviously
Because I'm
not of
trying to follow your
the
explanation,
original.
your description of the experiment. I'm struggling to imagine seeing what's being done.
Let me see if I can just screenshot a crude depiction of what's taking place.
What is the difference between quote unquote ether and luminiferous ether? I'm like, what is this? What is this word that you're prefixing with ether?
That's what they used to call it, right? Because that was the ether was the proposed medium in which light was propagating, right? The understanding or knowledge of the wave propagation, right? So a wave is not a thing in and of itself. It actually is what something does, right? So
Has
the
anyone
luminiferous ether.
ever?
Was that your cue? Was that your cue to talk, Helio? Come on, man.
No, it wasn't. Well, I was just wondering if anyone has claimed that light travels in a wave pattern. But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, so the luminiferous ether is just what some people called it, right? Because the ether was the proposed medium that was necessary for the propagation of these electromagnetic waves.
Light. Correct me if I'm wrong. Light is on the electromagnetic spectrum, correct? Am I right in that? The visible.
Yeah. Yep.
As I heard.
Visible light is just a very small portion of the electromagnetic spectrum. The whole EM spectrum could technically be described as light. The only difference between visible light, ultraviolet light, infrared light, all of these various scales, gamma rays, X-rays. The only difference is the wavelength.
Okay. Can you explain to me electromagnetism? Now, here's the breakdown of my thinking, and of course the history of synapses in my head. Throughout my entire life, going to public school, and you hear about electricity, you hear about magnetism, remember little to none of it, you barely understand any of it, and when I hear light, I recognize that light. Okay, I recognize that. I know what light is, I think. And then I'm informed later on that light is on this EM spectrum. And then when I hear the term electromagnetism, I'm like, what exactly is that? That doesn't quite mean anything to me. Can you explain the meaning of
Yeah.
that? What is electromagnetism?
Well, it's another one of these terms that seems to be a very blanket term and kind of appropriated in various ways. Because you could say, what is an electromagnet, right? Electromagnet would you would think with that terminology that electromagnet would be what electromagnetism is, when an electromagnet is just a magnet that's increased its magnetic field by the introduction of more energy, right, into the system. I think they call it the EM field, right, the electromagnetic field, because originally the breakdown of an electric field by Steinmetz was the conjugate nature of the dielectric and the magnetic. meaning an increase in the dielectric would have a decrease in the magnetic effect, and the increase in the decrease of the dielectric results in a stronger magnetic field. And these two, the interplay between the two is how we get propagation of electricity.
So electromagnetism, correct me if I'm wrong, consists of dielectricity and magnetism?
I don't know if I would necessarily break it down that way, because I don't know how everybody uses the term electromagnetism. Like I said, it's kind of a blanket term, and it's applied in various different ways. So I don't know.
Who is the authority and best knows can explain what electromagnetism is? Not just anyone in this room, but according to anyone's knowledge, who's the authority and who knows best? You know, take me to that source.
Well, the problem is, I think some of the people that kind of worked with these principles didn't necessarily call it electromagnetism or the electromagnetic field. Well, maybe they did eventually. There's a lot of, so when I say the dielectric and the magnetic and the relationship there, Charles Proteus Steinmetz has some pretty good literature on that. I think one of the books is called Electrical Impulses and Waves, possibly. I'd have to look it up. But he refers to the dielectric and the magnetic. And the problem is, like, the term dielectric was used differently in the past, right? So most of the time when you say dielectric, everybody just thinks of like a dielectric grease, right? Something that's resistant to, or kind of like an insulator for electricity. So there's another misappropriation of a term, and the use of the term in its proper sense gets lost because of the current use of the term.
Mm-hmm. Is electromagnetism, because am I right? Do I see electricity and magnetism smushed together in that term?
Yeah, you kind of see them squished together, but really electricity is kind of a resultant effect of the two conjugate fields. What we would call electricity, I guess you could say.
Electricity is the result of the two conjugate fields. What are the two conjugate fields?
The dielectric and the magnetic.
Okay.
And even some of the greatest scientific minds, or whatever you want to say, they can't even really fully explain magnetism.
I just searched up Charles Proteus Steinmetz electromagnetism in YouTube. I'm gonna find something.
Yeah, I don't know if Steinmetz actually ever really used the term electromagnetism, to be honest with you.
I see here one of the videos in the search results from, what is his name? Ken Wheeler, Theoria Apophis. True Genius, C.P. Steinmetz on electricity versus dielectric and magnetic.
Yeah, that'd be a good one to watch. I mean, a lot of people in here rip on Ken Wheeler, and they say, "Oh, you're just repeating Ken Wheeler," but Ken Wheeler just repeats other people himself, but he puts a lot of different people's ideas that are harmonious. He puts them together in a way that's pretty easy to understand. At least for me, it's easy to
comprehend. Wheeler is easy to understand? Are you serious? You're not punking us. Okay, you think Ken Wheeler is easy to understand?
I said what I said, didn't I?
Wow.
I said
Just
it's easier for me to comprehend. Yeah.
Maybe because I don't know. Maybe you could translate for us and put it into words that mean something rather than like the stream of gibberish he utters.
Which
What is counter space?
What is that? Isn't there a quote like "genius seems like gibberish to unintelligent people," something like that?
Yeah, well, maybe. Except then gibberish also sounds like gibberish. You know.
I'm not saying the quote right, but it's something like that.
Yeah, gibberish also sounds like gibberish.
Genius looks like insanity to people that don't understand it, type of thing. Yeah, you may just not understand what's being said if you just all that.
I don't think Ken Wheeler understands.
That sounds familiar, doesn't it? You don't understand.
Well, I'm not trying to tell him he doesn't understand in some attack. I mean, yeah, but I mean, if he's just summarizing Ken Wheeler's work and just saying it's all some kind of word salad gibberish, then yeah, it sounds like he may actually not know what's even being discussed.
I don't think Ken Wheeler knows what Ken Wheeler is saying. I mean, what is counter space? Someone explain to me the whole concept of counter space.
Well, when you're cooking food and you clear out some things, you get
Yeah,
more
I know
counter
that's
space.
right. That's the counter space. I understand. He uses it as some sort of something else. You know, I don't think he's talking about space on the kitchen counter. I really don't.
I should have said that.
So within
Damn
quantum
you, man.
mechanics, when something's in a superposition, where is it?
No, that's superposition. That's not counter space.
No, I asked you a question. I didn't say that the two are equated. When in quantum mechanics something is said to be in superposition, where is it?
It's an indeterminate state. It's one or the other. You don't know until you look.
Okay. So if you understand that concept, you should understand counter space, my man.
No, actually, I don't.
Okay, then maybe look into quantum mechanics a little bit further and study superimposition.
His concept of counter space is not superposition.
I thought you said it was word salad, so how do you know what it isn't?
Well, I mean, you guys, I know what it is and
To be,
it isn't.
to be honest, I have zero desire to interact with this individual. To be honest with you, Gregory.
Of course.
No,
I understand.
I understand. You know, I don't.
I understand it, Napalm. I understand it.
All you ask is for one simple Ken Wheeler concept to explain, and now you're telling me that counter space is superposition? I don't think.
I mean,
go to
NASA,
Ken
do you have
Wheeler.
anything else better to do with your life than to speak condescendingly to people you ain't never met before in your life over the internet?
I'm listening to what you say, and I ask a simple position. Now you guys are all attacking me for
No. Do
wanting to
you
understand
have
what Ken
anything
Wheeler.
better to do?
I just
Is
want to
this
know
the
what
best
Ken Wheeler
thing, the most
has to say.
worthwhile thing to do with your life?
I just want to know what Ken Wheeler has to say, and you're attacking me. Fine, okay, fine, that's good.
Maybe try to figure out where Ken
It's
Wheeler
not an
got the
attack.
concept of counter space.
Unless the question, of course, cuts you to the heart and you realize the gravity of my question and you need to consider some very serious things about yourself.
What about gravity? I mean, it has to be fake, right? Because otherwise, the Earth couldn't be.
I mean, because I hear you people come on these platforms sometimes and you talk the way you do. Why? Don't you have anything more worthwhile doing in your life?
Well, let's not go into some personal back and forth. I mean, Pay, do you have something? Let's get back to something
No,
of
that's
substance.
okay.
So, yeah,
I was
well,
just asking. That's fine. No, you guys can go on. I'll just.
well, the
go
thing
over
is, like, when you come across with that energy, you're going to get that kind of reaction from people because it's not like, just think about it, dude. Like, if you were going to sit down with someone and have a beer, you know what I mean? You're going to listen to their thoughts, they listen to yours, you know, you do that. Or even if you're in a courtroom type thing, you still like respect each other. But when you come in and just do what you do sometimes, then it's almost like instead of sitting down and having a beer, it's like you're sitting down and just smashing a pie in someone's face. You know what I mean?
Well, you know, we're sitting around
It's
talking.
going to be hard to want to like live stream with you or like get into information if you're going to do it that way.
You know, we're here talking about science, and you guys are talking about stuff that's not scientific. Sorry.
He's angry.
I'm angry.
He's angry.
I'm angry.
All right. Well, I mean, people maybe might define what that is differently, or you may have your own definition of what you're talking about. So, if you're talking about electric fields, I mean, yeah, a lot of that absolutely can be demonstrated in multiple ways, for sure. But I guess I wasn't really fully listening. I was doing something else for a minute, so I may not be exactly where you guys are at in the combo. But what was the last point that was made?
Thank you, Napalm.
Yeah, I don't remember. Paid accomplished what he came here to accomplish. So
I mean, Gio, tell me if I should stop talking about this right now, but I just curious. Why do you let PNS come here after all that he's done?
I don't know, dickhead. Why do you call me PNS?
PNS, paid NASA show.
I know,
PNS.
I know. It was funny. It was funny the first time that Bandy said it about a year and a half ago. Now it's like 5th grade. So,
That wasn't even what I was trying to say.
ha.
See, I wasn't even trying to say that,
I was tired of it.
but that's what he interpreted into what I said.
I'm just no. And then your friend chimed in and gave the, ha.
All right. So what is the substance? What is the thing that you were saying, Paige? You think that
No, I just wanted
you
someone
don't
to tell
like
me
Ken
what,
Wheeler's work? Is that what you're
no,
saying?
I don't think anybody that understands what he's seems to be talking about likes his work.
Okay, so you know that a lot of what he talks about he's gotten from others. You know that, right?
No, yeah, probably.
Okay, so are you refuting what in particular? I mean, it sounds like you're just kind of hating on someone, but do you have anything to offer of like any
No, I can.
any actual response to something?
I just was asking for someone to tell me what counter space was, and
He doesn't want other people to have different opinions.
well, see, the opinions are fine, but when you're going to talk about science, you actually need facts and
Are you
evidence.
the science police?
Yeah. Okay. You want to think facts and evidence? I mean, I've asked for evidence, and you guys.
The science police.
Hey, Paige, let me ask you a
There are
question.
facts and evidence, and then there aren't.
Paige, let me ask you a question. Do you think the only things that exist are physical in nature?
Only things that exist are physical in nature. No, there are non-physical things that exist. They're fields. Fields are not physical sometimes.
Define physical.
No, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, define physical.
That question was for you, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't have to define physical. Well, you define physical as.
Okay, fine.
Able to
Just
touch?
don't answer my question then.
Is light physical?
You come in here saying you want to have a conversation. I'll try to have a conversation. No,
Is
I don't
light
want to answer
physical?
your question, Gregory.
Is light physical?
No.
You're just gonna respond with a question to my question. You're not gonna have a conversation with me.
He's just gonna whistle past it,
So
dude. This is what he does.
There are things that are
I
not
mean,
physical.
Gio, you hear this? Like, I'm asking him a question. I'm trying to dialogue with him. He's just gonna whistle past my question and ask me a question.
Yep.
I just want to know if light was physical or not. It depends how you define it. So
Is
if light
it?
is not, yeah, if light is not physical, then yes, there are physical things that don't exist, like light.
Is light physical?
It depends how you define it. If you're going to define it as no, then I'll take that as the answer and tell you that there are
So
things that are not.
so light is either physical or non-physical depending on how I personally define it.
No, there are different definitions of physical because you can shine a light at a detector and get the photoelectric effect. So did something physical happen? Yes.
So an energetic interaction.
You shine a light at a diffraction gradient and you get a diffraction pattern. Is that physical?
Is it?
Ontological categorical
Oh, it
error.
looks physical to me. I don't know. See, it all depends. You're asking. See, you're asking more philosophy questions then.
I mean, NASA. I mean, I'm surely you know that Napalm is trying to highlight the difference between the ontological categories that you've kind of blended with your response. That the ontological essence of what a physical thing is, what light is, what any other thing is not dependent on your definition of it. If you define it in definition A, it doesn't then become A.
Well, it's
Or if you
metaphysics.
then change the definition to definition B, the thing doesn't then become B.
You're talking metaphysics now, so it is all about definitions.
No, it's not about definition. The essence of a thing does not depend on the definition of the term you use to make reference to the thing.
Well, you said, but he said that your other partner, who I'm sorry, I don't know, said that light is not physical, and then we started talking about diffraction gradients and shadows, and then if you really want to get weird, we'll start talking about the double slit experiment. So is that physical? I mean, light.
So you see the problem. The verbal dispute is on the term physical. Let us define physical and end the verbal dispute. So in your mind, to your knowledge, define physical.
Define physical. That's interesting.
Right?
Should be easier than counter space.
Well, actually, no. I think.
So then, when somebody talks about something being physical, are they just as crazy as Ken Wheeler and just speaking gibberish? If we can't define what physical is,
Well, we can define what physical is. Generally.
I think that was the question proposed to you.
Half the question.
You're talking about things you can touch generally, right? Things you can touch, things you can, that's what I mean when they think they're physical, that they're real, right? But then is light physical again? That's the good question.
So can you hold light in your hand?
Oh yeah, but you can block it. And again, you remember the photoelectric effect? I shine light on something and electrons get kicked out. My dog is looking at me like she needs to go out. I'll be back in a few.
Cue up the Who Let the Dogs Out theme song.
Oh, ironically, I was on mute. Ironically, at that instance, I was on mute, letting my dog out while he said his dog just looked at him like she wants to go out.
Hey,
they're quantumly entangled.
Gio, I'm telling you, I think this test I want to do will showcase a lot. I'm telling you, if light either bends down or up, or if it gives that illusion.
Yeah, explain it again if you want, because I think like earlier it was pretty hectic. I don't know if I fully was able to hear it.
All right, so I got one already. I want to get 7 more lasers, and I want to strap them in a circle. I want to strap them in a circle pattern below the drone. I want to get 2 drones. One drone that can be stationary in a non-inertial reference frame, just stationary, right, while it has the lights, and then another drone flying around it in different angles, observing the light. These lights can go about almost a mile, I give or take. It goes pretty far, so it should work over water or land. I'm gonna do it both.
Wait, so you're talking about, because when you're saying that, I'm thinking of like a huge, I guess maybe I'm adding to it, but like a huge circle.
Yes.
In my mind, like a huge circle that would have mirrors on it, and then all the lasers would be bouncing from all different parts of the circle, bouncing off the mirrors. So you create an actual circle and the intermediary of all the, like if you had like some smoke or something where you could see the actual. Is that what you mean? And then trying to get a shot from above that shows what that circle of light would look like?
Yes, and then seeing if light bends down towards the denser media. Right? Because if light bends down or bends towards a denser media, well, that would make sense due to its 14 psi mean sea level and less dense in the atmo. It'll give you that illusion of a sphere over a flat plane.
Yeah, no, that would be really cool to try to recreate that. So, but how would it detect which way, like how would it detect light bending? Because you could move it to different density layers?
Different, and move it different altitudes and different angles with the other drone observing the non-inertial drone.
That would be really cool to do. So yeah, but at that point, I'm almost thinking of like some big apparatus that would have to be held by like helicopters or something, or maybe like a big drone. Is that what I mean, if it depends on how big it is or what kind of structure it is. That's
it's these 10,000 watt lasers, something on there like that. It's not
10,000 watts.
It's a pretty big laser. It takes up 18650 2000 battery. I need 7 more.
So how would it show the bending of light up and down though? How would it?
I would have to fly the other drone around and all in that area, in that whole area. While obviously it's going to take 2 people to do it.
Takes 2 to tango.
So is the idea that you're changing the altitude of it to where you're getting different effects on different density layers?
Yes. Yes.
And then measuring
Exactly.
those effects?
Yep. I know. I mean, I get that the laser is one wavelength of light, and the sun is poly. It has X rays, gamma rays, beta. It has different. But I'm just seeing what occurs. My hypothesis is this: that it's going to appear in certain areas spherical, if you will.
Napalm, do you recognize the names Hans Christian Ørsted?
No.
I just ask because you mentioned Charles Steinmetz when I
Yes.
asked you about electromagnetism, and then this name has pulled up when you research him on a search engine immediately as one of the key figures concerning electromagnetism.
Yeah, I would be interested as to what his definition would be of electromagnetism.
You see, I'm staring at this article on my screen, but I'm not reading words.
Yeah, so that picture I dropped in Livestream for you is from one of Charles Steinmetz's books. And what you're looking at is the equivalent of kind of like two power lines, but the power lines have been cut and you're looking directly down the line. And what's drawn out in the fields around it are the dielectric and the magnetic components. And if you notice, they're always at right angles to one another.
You might need to DM it to me because I'm not finding it.
Okay.
Right. Is it the image you sent to? That's not going to mean anything to you. Is it the image you sent to me saying the magnetic and dielectric fluid of the conductors
Correct.
both are that image? Okay.
Correct. So those 2 points in the middle would be like two power lines that are cut, right, and you're looking down the power line.
Okay.
Not orthographically, but straight down it.
Right. Into the thing, into the
Right.
line. Yeah.
And what's drawn are the magnetic and the dielectric field components around that circuit. Let me pull it up again. And I got to pull the image up. I think the dotted lines are the dielectric and the solid lines would be the magnetic fields. Yes, correct.
And you said the two black circles would be like the power line.
Correct.
Okay.
And
So outside with the power line standing outside conducting, the power like that.
Correct.
Okay.
So this field geometry is what allows the propagation of the electrical current. Let me post another image for you, which would be simply a magnet under what's called a ferrocell or a supercell. And tell me if you see any resemblance here.
You guys. Oh, go ahead. Oh, wait.
No, I was just going to tell Gregory I dropped it in.
Oh,
text.
cool.
And what's this an image of?
Go ahead.
What's this an image of, Napalm?
So this is a magnet on its side and a ferrocell. So you're seeing both poles of a magnet.
Oh.
And you see the magnetic field.
What's this device that's over it that's making me see this?
So it's a It's optically smooth glass with 2 pieces of it with a small amount of ferrofluid sandwiched in between it. And there's LED lights that go around it.
The 2 black dots are like they're on the side, they're on both sides of the magnet.
Yeah, those are both poles of the magnet. So you have this inward and outward flow, right? This torus. So this would be the torus on its side, like a side view.
Mm-hmm.
And you have what would be called the inertial plane would be the line through the center. And let me show you an image of what a magnet pulled down would be in the same device. So this would be, dropping it in text now, this would be the top of a magnet, right? So that's one pole. So that's the field geometry, the magnetic field geometry that's coming out of the one pole. So this is just the same thing, but viewed from the top. Hopefully that makes sense.
Yeah.
So when
You took these
Steinmetz,
photos?
so when Steinmetz drew that image, right, you can tell that he got the conjugate, or well, you can tell that he got the geometry of the magnetic field correct.
Mm-hmm.
And he has an understanding of another field, which is, best term is conjugate to the magnetic, right? So when you have a increase in the dielectric, you have a decrease in the magnetic, and vice versa. This is why all electrical currents have a magnetic nature to them. And these 2 fields cannot be necessarily separated from one another.
The dielectric and the magnetic. I don't think I ever heard the term
Go ahead.
dielectric in high school.
Dielectric, yeah. Go ahead. Oh, wait. You guys good? You good? Okay. I'm gonna try. I wonder if I can get a hold of some kind of university or something and give them this proposition. Like, because I look at one of these drones that is capable of carrying probably more than 8 lasers. They could probably carry up to 10, maybe 15. And it's not cheap though. Man, that would be a great experiment. Man, I'm telling you, it would be. That would, oh man, that would show light bending or this, or, oh man. Have like 10 green lasers all in a circle all around it. Go up to about 1,000 feet or more. Some of these drones are able to get up higher than that. Maybe about like at least 2 miles, maybe. Well, that would be awesome.
Don, does anyone know the best book at present on physics?
Electrical engineering stuff. Look into that.
What kind of engineering stuff? Can you give an example? Yeah, that's what I thought.
People are not seekers of truth. They're just haters.
Well, if I wasn't seeking the truth, I wouldn't be asking him for an example now, would I, Gregory? So that doesn't make any sense what you just said.
You just have to express hate and condescension.
No, it has nothing to do with hate. I was asking for an
Smug and
example.
arrogant attitude.
Well,
why?
Yeah, Ed, it didn't really seem authentic because you said something and then like about 3 seconds passed, and then just for whatever reason, you just instantly were like, haha, I see. There's no, you know what I mean? It wasn't really like
contempt and ridicule. Why?
Yeah. You weren't
But
really.
this isn't the first time I've asked Don for an example, and he never provides anything. He just says stuff. This isn't based on nothing. It's based on previous interactions, and it's the same thing again. So if I wasn't
But why would
willing
you
to
come
learn
in?
anything, I wouldn't ask
Why
for
would
an
you come
example.
in?
I always ask
Why
people
would?
for examples because I want to learn about what they're saying.
So that was the question that Gregory asked. Like, hey, what kind of books or what can I look into to get a better understanding of this? And Don just said, books on electrical engineering. Why the need to say what type of engineering? I'm pretty sure that was pretty self-explanatory with the term electrical engineering.
No, I don't think that's what he said.
But
And why the contempt and ridicule after you said the question?
I've been over that already. You're going in circles.
Well, whatever the case may be,
So
we can.
no, I mean Don specifically said electrical engineering, and you said
Yeah, I did. Let's just move on. I'm not worried about that.
yeah.
Hey, Gregory,
Either way,
I tagged
whatever.
you. I tagged you in something. Would you watch that real quick? Does that look like a sphere? Just on this approach. Just look at it real quick. You know how they say closer to you get to the surface on a sphere, it looks flat, and higher up it's more curved. Just really look at it.
That's
All right,
cool. That's awesome.
So I take you're done looking at it. So just to let you know, that has nothing to do with a surface. That's just the circumference of light in Blender.
Light and what?
Just light. It's just light. Period. And a flat axis.
Okay.
That's all it is.
In Blender, Blender's the software.
Okay.
That's what I think I would see with these drones. If I had a smooth enough circle with enough lasers, this is what I suspect to see, kind of slightly.
I mean, remembering the fact that the light from the sun doesn't stretch infinitely.
Correct.
There's a dark area in the other.
First, the flat Earth model for all the planets, all the eclipses, the sun, moon, and stars, all that shit. It's all modeled, all predictive. Showed Ed this probably 3 or 4 times, man. But periodically, not like day after day. But they don't like acknowledging things. I will say that.
Do you have that on your channel? I look on your channel. I need that.
Posted it. It's the magnetic. It looks just like that fucking you map the sun out over a year. It's like a terabyte of fucking information just for the sun, and it looks just like that torus field that he has under that what do you call that light thing he had under the magnet again?
With a ferrocell?
Ferrocell
Yeah.
or supercell, yeah.
Just like a fucking ferrocell, man, the way the sun maps out. I don't think that's a coincidence, man.
No, it's not a coincidence. Yeah. Yep. Flower of life.
So it kind of spins around in that shape, and it kind of breathes. I mean, we all kind of know that it's not going in a perfect like. I mean, I feel like we all know if it's like circling in a certain shape, and that whole shape is kind of circling. If it is even circling at all, it's got to be doing that. And they thought of that a while back, but they mapped it all out, man. They modeled it a long time ago, man. But nobody's asked me for a model in a long time, man. So I guess that's why the conversation's kind of. I show them this every time they ask.
Very good.
It's pretty cool, Don, in that animation, the one on Blender, because that really does look like a lot of what is shown in terms of like the difference between the you know, like the ISS claimed footage, you know, where they just show that little sort of tip of a what looks like they're trying to make it look like a curved surface. But that's interesting that when you go down all the way down to the horizontal, it all levels out as exact horizontal. But when you're up at altitude above a circle like that, it's going to have that effect as it's like looking at a hula hoop from the inside.
Yes, exactly. And
So how much? Yeah. So how much do you think like fisheye lens and fakery are they doing versus just kind of capitalizing on that effect?
I see that there's certain fisheye. They got two types of cameras I've been watching on the ISS live feeds. Some are more barrel distorted, more pronounced, and some are. You could just tell it's the circle of light, and it still will take shape because you got to think how big the Earth is relative to the camera size. There's going to be a point in altitude where the Earth is going to take shape of that actual camera lens. It's
Yeah,
going
they
to
don't
warp.
have a very big viewing radius. But dude, I
No.
never in my life seen an actual picture of Earth, like of what it looked like up there. Like not even from airplanes, like high altitude planes or nothing. My whole entire fucking life, I never knew that. You know, whether you want to argue that there's a little bit of curve, you know, it looks flat as shit, dude. Regardless, it damn sure does look as crazy flat. And I never in all my years seen what it truly looked like that up there because of their fucking deception, man. So it kind of
Obviously,
pissed me off.
you
It kind of
obviously.
pissed
When
me
you
off
do the
thinking
right
about
hand,
it.
when you do the right hand rule, if you do it like the standard way, there's three ways to do it. You can have the Y up, pointing straight out, but the Y axis pointing straight out, pointing finger, it's always flat. It's the X axis. It looks like a cissoid, if you will.
Brian, you obviously sound like you're from India.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, you talking about the shape of the what you call it? What did you post that thing for Blender?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I have other stuff. I know Arma did it with me. Arma was shocked, and now he doesn't talk about it anymore. It's really strange, unfortunately. I mean, Shines was there with me. He was, wow, it matched. He actually did a certain type of fisheye lens and drag it across it, and it was a Mercator flat map, and it looked just like the ISS videos, just like it. And it was just a circle of light over a flat Mercator map.
I'll say this, man. The last rocket that flew by my house, it fucking refracted, man. I couldn't shine right at it. I couldn't hold the camera right at it, dude. And they say that's you know, that's true with any projections like hologram shit like that. You can any moving shit, you got to shine off to the side. I ain't saying that's what it is, but that's a hell of a coincidence. But I was like, why am I having to fucking aim off to the side to see this rocket? That's weird. I don't know. Just going cruising on across the sky, man. Just fucking about as level as something could fly. It was about the speed of a plane, but it was lit up like a motherfucker. It's cool to watch.
Yeah, I want to do tests with that. Really, man.
I do
if
too,
only
man.
Flat
I
Earth had
want
one
to
day.
test it because I never realized I'm at the place I could test the speed and get it pretty pegged down, man, just to see, man. And they haven't sent one up this way. The last 5 launches, man, none of them are coming up this way, man. I'm like, fuck, dude, right when I'm ready to test the shit. And I thought one was coming up this way. I was all ready and I was gonna, time the launch, and then mark the time when it gets parallel with me, and just kind of map out 2 things in the distance, just triangulate it, and get a good rough estimate of and then check what they're claiming and shit just to see. But haven't got the chance yet. They got some shit going on, man. Maybe not people up there. Maybe they have some shit up there.
Some they won't tell us what it is though.
People yeah, we don't know exactly what it is. I know what they're showing us is stupid. It seems to be faker than shit. I mean, you could tear holes in it. It's almost insulting the bullshit they show us. I want to know what's really up there, man. I mean, I want to see the real shit. If that ISS has got people on it, that's what I want to see. I don't want to see the bullshit they're showing us with fucking idiots fucking twirling and getting stuck upside down and fucking can't even fucking hold their knees up and get caught on wires. It's fucking insulting, man.
Well, check
Keep
this
going.
out,
You're almost
Brian.
at 1,000 F words.
Check this out, Brian. So my hypothesis is this: did you know there's readings in the ionosphere? The ISS is diamagnetic readings. The ISS is in the ionosphere, correct? So this is my hypothesis, that they are being repelled, but the force is so weak that they need thrusters or boosters to. They can only free fall for so long, then they have to adjust to get back into the field to be repelled a little bit. It's only, there's no way it doesn't have an effect on anything up there. No way.
I think they can speed up with just heat. Man. Like if you take picture a dry hot frying pan on a stove, and picture putting a water droplets in there. How it just they take off, man. I mean, it's like reverse of that, man. It's cold as shit up there. There's no friction. If they can, just get the speed they need, just heat, I think could fucking keep them going, man. I mean, I believe it's possible anyway.
Yeah, but how long do you think somebody can free fall, or an object could free fall for, say, if it's 500,000 feet high?
At least a couple hours, man. I don't know.
Right? Yeah. Maybe some hours.
Probably about 5-6 hours, I would think, at least, right? If you had enough speed.
Yeah, they can get enough time to be able to do videos on that, and then they'll have to adjust.
But here's the thing. That would just be like a one-shot thrust, I mean, that sounded kind of sarcastic now that I'm listening to what I said. But that's like I meant that like a one thrust deal, where they got some good ass speed, and they're gonna ride it out. In other words, they're not gonna go straight down. And let's say if they are 60 or 50 or 60 miles up there, then. Or I'll even give them fucking 100 miles. Okay, if they are up there, then it's gonna take how long would it take to fall? I've never even actually thought
That's
of.
why I'm looking at it.
An hour or two, if they just fell straight down.
Yeah, they're in like a repulsion system. There's diamagnets. There's higher you go, there's more voltage. It just makes sense. And then why there's so many electrical engineers. The electrical engineers are everywhere through NASA.
Don, your voice is echoing through someone.
Is it? Dude, there's electrical.
That's my fault. Let me mute.
No, I'm just looking at it deeper in a different light, in a different outside of the box, as flat earthers do. I'm like, look, everywhere I look, there's always electrical engineers all across the board of NASA and any space. Electrical engineer everywhere. And it just makes me think, like, this stuff could be possible on a flat plane. Like, it could be explained.
God bless you, Don.
I'm just looking at it in a different light.
Yeah, find those answers.
Well, here's my point, man. I studied planes, man. When I found out that it wasn't space shuttles in the distance, I don't know if y'all have all heard me say that, but like I said, my whole life, the like they describe it's the personal atmospheric dome, because it does look like fucking a little ball outside, and it's perspective. I never knew that. I swear to God, the planes it has to be a clear day now, and you have to see the plane like at 30 degrees or so above the horizon. So you can't see that on every single day. Can't be no clouds, in that path. But on a good clear day, you can see the planes come into view like 20, 30 degrees above the horizon, pretty low, and they're so small because they're so far away, but they literally look like they're going straight up for a while. I mean, for a good while. And I swear to God, my whole life I thought it was space shuttles off in the distance because I'm above Canaveral, and so I'd see it occasionally, once every few years. I never really paid that much attention, but I'd just catch my eye every now and then. I'd stop and watch. Look, a space shuttle. My whole life, dude, I thought it was space shuttles, and I found out that it's fucking airplanes, dude. That's just how perspective works, dude. So these planes literally look like they're going straight up, way the fuck off in the distance, and not because it's space shuttles, dude, just because that's the way our fucking eyes see. And so now that I've seen the shuttle, they started launching them, I guess, here and there across where I don't have to travel to see them. They come right fucking up the coast, right exactly where I'm at, and but the airplanes get higher though, off in the distance. You'll see them; they look like they're going straight up, but as they get closer, you see that it keeps getting higher until it gets at its highest point. So you can tell what angle they're going just by when they reach their highest point in the sky. So if they're kind of going away from you a little bit, they're hit their highest point like a little bit before one that's coming more towards you. So they're going to hit the highest point like closer to overhead. And I mean, it's all closer to you, but some of them, you can tell they're angling just by the perspective of it, man. They're all different. Every angle's different, man. It's really, really cool when you look into it. I mean, when you study it. So, but this shuttle is, these rockets, they should be getting higher as they get to me, unless they're getting all their altitude initially. But I will say this, when they're coming to me, they don't look like they're dropping, but they should be getting higher. But then when they're going off, when it starts to get level with me and like parallel with me, and I'm looking out my front door, it's kind of, I can line it up with the wires out in my front yard, and they seem, right when it gets parallel with me, it starts looking like it's getting lower, like it's dropping down really, really slowly. I don't know if that's because it's heading away. I mean, just to be fair about the point, maybe it's moving out and away and parallel with me, kind of like coming from down below, like I'm north of it, so it's kind of coming up the coast, but kind of going out to sea maybe. So maybe that's why it's looking like it's getting lower. But ain't it supposed to be, even if it's like flying level to use their Earth curve, whatever, whatever they claim, it's still got to get higher though. It's still got to keep elevating off the ground, right? Even if they're flying in a straight line level path, I would think I should still see it getting higher and higher and higher, or at least maintaining its altitude if it's going away from me, but still going higher, like almost like a tangent. So I would expect to see it, okay, instead of dropping off in the distance, it's getting higher. So it's not necessarily rising up because of perspective, but it's not dropping down either because it's gaining altitude. But I will say this, it's not dropping much, if it, just a tiny little bit, but it's not really rising up like I said, as it's getting parallel with me on the coast. But I got a chance to time it, man. Appreciate all the ears, man. I mean, I thought that was pretty interesting shit, dude. And next time you get a second on a real clear day, no clouds, look for planes in the distance. They got to be coming right at you, dude. But you'll see a little space shuttle.
Speaking of planes coming at you, did any of y'all see Top Gun Maverick?
I don't know, man, but I'm looking at this tethering, this electromagnetic tethering, EDTs, conductive wires such as one deployed from tethering satellites, which can operate on electromagnetic principles as generators, by converting their kinetic energy to electrical energy, or as motors, converting electrical energy to wow. Look at what? It says boost. Look at that. And then you got.
Did you post it in the text chat?
Yeah, you got Japan tests magnetic space junk remover. Huh?
That's how that article that I can't find now, Project Loon. That's how they said they got their balloons higher and lower. They had wires, long ass wires, hanging from them, that were conductive, and they just they put some volts into it, whether they needed it to go up a little bit, down a little bit. It didn't take much, and they called it like a dynamic, some kind of tethering shit. But they could get in the if they needed to move, they would drop down into the winds that were going a certain direction, or just kind of cruise along, whatever, man. But I got another story as soon as people get tired of talking.
I'm just saying. I just want to say one thing. There is definitely 100% free energy in the Atmo. And there's no doubt in my mind. That's where, right there is where it will defeat over unity. If you guys don't know what over unity is, it's where you get more power than you put in.
Get more power.
I think over unity depends. You need I think the way Newton did it, man, why he was so successful is because it was kind of like flywheel dynamics. And he had a big ass fucking rotor, turning with weighted ends, so it was acting as a flywheel too. So
Well,
to
sure, but
get it going, but once you got it going, man, it wants to stay in motion, and I think that's what people are lacking, trying to repeat his little device, which still works pretty good.
Yeah, sure. But they wouldn't classify that as over unity because you're still putting in a system, and then you got to. I'm just saying strictly a 10,000 foot at least wire, just straight up, or in the apps, and all you got to do is just string it across with iron coated in copper, and you're good to go. Get a converter, a transformer, and there's your free energy.
I sent up a wire a couple hundred feet, probably about 150 feet, but I didn't coat iron. I just sent real thin copper up. But my gauge was messed up. I tried to light a light, but I figured out, after I learned all about this shit, I realized I was trying to light a headlight, and it's way too much power to light. And but anyway, I put the meter on it. It wouldn't light the light. But plus the rod that I put in the ground only had it down like about 1.5 feet. I need to put a piece of rebar down in the ground a good way. Do everything right, like you're saying, iron coated with copper or something like that. But I just wanted to see, and I blew my meter, the amps. I couldn't measure the current, but I was getting volts. I checked the resistance, just with Ohm's law, basically, and I had resistance. So I didn't really know about Ohm's law then. I didn't know that I could multiply, the volts with the resistance to get the amp. But I did have resistance. It was the point, and I don't know but it wasn't enough to. But I untangled this line and all that, and had a few balloons and shit blew up, and I'll go to launch it up, and I get the shit tangled, dude. I'm getting aggravated. So it only wound up, I had like about, I think I had like 300-400 feet worth, but I only wound up getting about 100, maybe 120, 150 tops. It wasn't too high, but it was up there, man. But I got tangled up. I got all aggravated, man. But I did, like I said, tested it.
All you gotta do is go into the apps, like Pennsylvania will be an amazing place in the Appalachian Mountains, and just find two mountains that are like 600 feet each, and just get a team to wire it up, boom, from top peak to peak, and then center it out right in the center and ground it down. Oh man, that would be amazing. That would be amazing.
What kind of test you talking about, dude?
Getting free electricity from the Atmo. Just wire tethering a. I mean, you could use OFC, but that would be a lot more money than like CCA or just copper iron.
I just posted the battery that I made, man. I finally got the thing put together, man. It fucking badass too, man. It's heavy, man. Real heavy, dude. I almost have to get somebody to help me carry the fucker, dude. And I'm not really weak, but
look at that.
Yeah, I know. It's fucking heavy, but it fucking turned the shit out of that motor, dude, for a long time, dude. Almost a couple hours.
Nice.
What's that battery?
Data, listening to you talk about putting a wire up on a balloon and garnering some voltage and amperage from it. I'm just sitting here thinking, like, man, that sounds familiar. And I'm wondering.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah, I've seen it in a video, man. I wanted to test it myself because I didn't believe it.
I'm just saying, I'm wondering if the childhood story we're told about Benjamin Franklin
Oh yeah, no shit, dude, with the
If it
key
was
and all that.
Hey,
May-
that's not no
maybe
joke,
they,
dude.
maybe there wasn't a key in lightning. Maybe the key is the knowledge, and there's
Yeah, they
something
act like they didn't
inherently
have
within
wire and
us.
electricity back then. And you look back and you see battery patents like predating that shit, even all kinds of fucking battery patents.
Yeah.
Like, why do they need all these types of batteries, dude? I'm talking about like tons of fucking patents.
Well, check this
back
out.
then. Like, they didn't even have wire; they had to use string and a key. But that's a trip, man.
Well, check this out, Napalm. Herman Paulson, he was a electrical engineer in the 1920s. He actually got over 10 million volts in the apps at 660 feet from mountain to mountain. I have all his schematics, his patents, everything, the whole site to it.
And you're
You
saying
know, it has to do
mountaintop
with
to
frequency,
mountaintop?
man. You gotta have the right
Yep.
the right shape up there, the right frequency. It's all in the fucking like matching the damn the frequencies and shit. You know, there's some little simple trick where we could probably get all kinds of energy here on the ground, even probably, man. There's a gajillion things we don't know about yet. There's probably half a gajillion things that they already know about and they're acting, telling us it doesn't work or fucking or hiding certain shit. They always got the good shit, man. We get to find out about it later, but they've really been holding on to this gravity shit, dude. Because when they unleash this next technology thing, you know, it's gonna come with hoverboards and all that shit and fucking, you know, what we should have already had, dude. But they're fucking clinging on to gravity, dude, just as long as they possibly can, dude, to stay.
Hold
You know,
on a second. I was curious about the mountain test. Was there a change in elevation between these two places?
It was just from peak to peak mountain, about 660 feet. I can give you the hang on, give me a second. I'll show you the diagram.
But the mountain peaks were the same elevation you're saying, or they were different?
They're roughly the same. Hang on, give me a second.
while he's doing that, let me reword that. I meant to say they're clinging on to mass attracting mass. Let me say it like that. Like
Yeah.
I'm not gonna argue like what goes up don't come down. We can't time it, whatever. I mean, we can go whatever direction we want with that debate, but they're really clinging on to that mass attracting mass, right?
We're not really clinging to it, but you know, there's
Not you. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking
No,
about
I mean,
the fucking.
I adhere to it as much as the next guy, but I don't think I was clinging to it. Other than, like I said, no pun
Dude,
intended.
you got any technology? Like, do you have like technology that's fucking not available to the public?
No, I don't have technology that's not
And
available.
I ain't talking about you.
Yeah, but
I'm
who
just
does?
fucking with you. I'm just fucking with you, bro.
Who does have the technology?
The fucking military, man.
DARPA, maybe. Okay, but
Yeah, you never know. Somebody's got shit that I mean. I don't
yeah,
know.
but when you're talking about the energy breakthrough, I don't think there's.
Okay, how come everybody
But-
don't know about these dynamic tether things? How come we don't know that that these balloons? Why'd they even hide the fucking article, man? I mean, it's just basic information, dude. Big
I wanna
deal.
see what
You
he's
got
talking
fucking
about,
balloons
yeah.
out there with long tethers that can make it heavier or lighter or whatever you want to say. Make it go up or down.
Brian, you know why? Most people don't care. Most people don't understand. Most people don't seek the knowledge.
Well,
And
listen,
it's
hang on real quick. Let me I got to correct myself. It was 260 feet at the center point. It was 660 feet from the gap. So if you look at that, I got the whole PD. It's a lot to read, dude. If you enjoy reading,
Okay, that makes more sense. This makes a lot more sense now.
you see
So
it
it's
right
not,
there.
It's not peak to peak, right?
No, well, I mean, it's peak to top.
No, but that's not where the energy. Oh wait, no. What's that? Is there a line coming from the bottom, or is there?
Yes,
what's,
it's grounded out. It's
yeah.
being grounded out. And then there's a tower right there that gets the spark gap, and that gives you that power and free electricity right there.
Oh, that's what I was telling you before. Is and actually I have a really good design, but that's what I was telling you before. Is that electrostatic potential? It doesn't really mean much unless you connect the whatever the 200 meters high to the ground. Like the potential is only if you had some sort of connection between those 2 points, then that energy is present, right? But you have to overcome the resistance in the air, and you have to have some sort of cord. But it looks like they have a cord here, yeah.
Yeah, it's
That's
all
the one
there.
thing I like about you, Kosho, is you think you're able to think outside the box, man. You're able to fucking think about your own ideas and shit, man. And
Well,
no
there's
offense,
I've seen people
followers,
done
dude,
this.
they just know what they read. They recite what they read, and that's it. You know, I ask them for ideas, and not many of them can give me an especially good.
Isn't that just crazy though, Kosho?
Just simple improvements on shit. I've got a couple just to our patent. I've improved this. You know, give me an idea. You know, with the heavens or with this making something or shit like that. You come up with shit like that. So I pat you on the back for that, man. You got the mind of a flat earther, man. Open minded.
Oh, okay.
Isn't that crazy though, Kosha? How we can get electricity just like in that? I mean, if you want to look at all his patents, I can give it to you. That's a lot to read, though.
No, that's no big deal. So yeah, the one thing is it has to be the atmosphere has to be like a steady atmosphere day, like not that much weather, and then you have to have a pretty a wire that has a little resistance as possible. Which is why I was thinking if you had a superconducting wire, some sort of superconducting material, or even just like a superconducting like the what do you call that?
Just the receiver part.
Yeah, if you had some way to keep it cold, like a cheap way to keep it cold, because that's it's non-resistant. It's completely 0% electrical resistant.
Let me tell you. Let me give you a big a clue. This might help you. I'll make it quick. It might not, but if it does, I just want a tiny percentage. If you strike it rich, think in terms of fucking what needs. There ain't much now. There's not much, but up there, what needs to equalize? So you got to disequalize it before you fucking put it up there, and make it where it's got to equalize whatever it is to offer up there is what it needs to fucking equalize. So it's gonna want a lot of it. So what's up there? Your little humidity, depending on how high you are. Maybe if you go high enough, some gases. But you got to disequalize the motherfucker because everything fucking runs. Every force runs off equilibrium, disequilibrium.
Yeah, but with the superconducting magnet, if you had this design like what Don has here, and if you had a superconducting coil, like not a coil, but like some sort of like the wire that was.
Hey, that's a good idea,
cold,
Coach Oak.
It would be.
You could keep it cold up there too, man. You could keep it good and cold.
Well, you'd have to freeze it.
Energy, right?
You'd have to constantly put liquid nitrogen on it. But regardless, you'd have non-resistant energy. So that 100 what is it 100 watts per meter, something like that.
100 volts. 100 volts.
100 volts per meter. That's right. Yeah. So if you go high enough and you have the whole non-resistant, it's a lot of energy, but it's not cheap to have a superconducting wire. So.
But dude, I think I heard somewhere, man, if you can help, like you can make the current. I mean, you can pretty much make the amps down here, and like not trillion times, but like greatly, almost like a mega transformer, man, just by having something up there, having the antennas or however you want to do it. The way I did it, I just had a few paper clips and I just soldered them together and had a bunch of points on it. I just was trying something I seen, but Coach, it wouldn't take near as much energy to keep it cold because it hits like -35, -40 at about 35,000 feet. I mean, that's just thinking. I mean, it ain't like keeping something super conductive here on the ground where you it's freaking room temperature. Or you can do it in a freezer. You can do it in a freezer. Do it at like 32 degrees or 0 degrees.
Be way colder than that. But why would you go up that high? You're not gonna have wire. You're not gonna be able to afford wire. That's 35,000 feet.
Well, Mount Everest is almost up that high. I'm just throwing out some shit.
Yeah, I know. But you have to have a wire. You have to connect the wire to whatever you're getting the energy from. So it's gonna be expensive. You would only need like 100 meters to get a good amount of energy.
You're talking about making a space elevator, right?
Check out that video, Coach.
No, I'm just kidding, dude.
So y'all are talking about a free means of making a free energy source, or what?
Yeah, it's in
or
the
like
air,
boosting the shit out of, or at least boosting the shit out of energy.
Dude, it's in the air, bro. It's all
It's not
up.
free, but yeah.
Dude. Go about 30,000 feet in the zenith with a iron copper pole tipped off with gold. Oh, you can ground that sucker out real good. Yep, good to go.
How would you have a pole that long?
Yes, I know it's quite difficult, but isn't there airplanes that have actually Ability to. I'm gonna look that up actually.
I don't know nothing about this. Well, not nothing, but very little. I don't know how to get started.
Well,
it's on books or videos.
Man, I'm surprised nobody's repeated like the Hutchinson effect with all the fucking people doing all this different shit with like the damn crystal cells and all this shit, trying different. Oh, what the fuck was that? Some big ass raccoon, man. Some bitch looked like a fucking bear. But yeah, I'm surprised nobody's tried or repeated that, man. You think if somebody was to repeat that, you think they'd squash it, Kosho? Think they'd censor it?
I don't think that you would recreate his thing. I don't think there's anything to recreate.
You don't believe in the Manhattan Project or the
Manhattan
Philadelphia
Project?
experiment? I meant the Philadelphia experiment with where they were trying to teleport and shit. You don't think they tried shit like that?
I was in the Navy, so I've heard about that. I've seen the claims and stuff. The funny thing is, people always mix it up whether it was Tesla that was helping them or Einstein. So you never get a clear.
Doesn't matter. We know it was Tesla's ideas. It doesn't matter who it was. We know it was Tesla's ideas. He said, if you want to do shit, you want to unlock the secrets universe, then think in terms of frequency. So we gotta give him a little bit of credit just for that. He fucking opened up the technology. Well, I guess the shit we've had for fucking 100 years. Nothing's advancing except artificial bullshit technology, dude. It's artificial technology, dude. It's still the same fucking speed records from the SR-71 back from fucking 1969 or some shit, 70 something. Like, dude, either they're keeping every fucking thing from us, or we're just going backwards. Even if you believe, we went to the fucking moon. Now we can't even leave low Earth orbit. We fucking could fly to London in a couple hours on the Concorde and shit. And now we got to jump on a fucking long haul Qantas flight just to fucking get them speeds and shit.
Well,
it's like.
Go ahead. Oh wait. What? Just real quick, bro. Check this out. I found something though. That's interesting. So I just thought of it. It said aircraft inspire super material generates electricity from wind. It is a high altitude aircraft Lockheed Martin engineer. Well, electrical engineers are everywhere. Charles Chase stumbled upon an idea for a material that generates electricity when the wind blows through it.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, those are the new the new wind powered wind farms. It's like these they're carbon wires or something like that. Or these wires.
Okay. They get high up. The point.
Because you think about if something's flying, then it'll pick it up easy. But if you just have it down at your house too, you pick it up from the wind. But yeah, the problem with the 100 volts per meter thing, like I told you, is it doesn't mean much unless you have some sort of trick of getting the energy.
That's why I said, man, we could harness that on the ground and just take all the volts to fucking magnify the shit out of it. If we get even if we just went up a couple miles, man, and just make the current here on the ground, make the current at the ground. I mean, it'd be like a super transformer almost, man.
Dude, hey, Kosho, have you watched the videos I post about the people getting electrostatic motors to turn? Or actually, they had a little pendulum between two Coke cans, and it was a aluminum ball, and it was bouncing back and forth, boom, 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 and he got shocked by it.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, it was just. Yeah, I can post both videos if you want to look at them. If you haven't.
I'm sure. Yeah. I've seen the one with the motor, but yeah, anytime you have some sort of, like movement, in charge, then there's energy. That's what those. Then you said there was like a high altitude plane that's flying through the atmosphere, just getting or storing energy.
Yeah, dude, these electrical engineers are smart, man.
Yeah, I don't think that there's much. There's not much there though to. Like you can gain extra. You have like a little extra, but it's not really a lot. You know what I mean? Like that plane is probably like a little drone, right?
I'm looking more at it because I just
It doesn't
thought
matter
of
how
it.
big it is, man. You know, everything's scalable. It's just your model that nothing's scalable, bro. In real life, everything's scalable to a certain extent.
Well, it's
Well, yeah.
Lockheed Martin, dude. Lockheed Martin don't play with me. You know, they got stuff. I just thought of the idea, man, if they done it with planes and I found something on it, and that was strange. F-22, U-2, F-21, F-22. Electrical engineers working for Shadow Outfit that designed. Oh, shoot. Yeah, I would read that if I would just look at that. Quite interesting.
Because if you have something light, then
Go
you
ahead.
can get to go pretty fast if it's super light. You know, like
Sure.
yeah.
Yes, that's the point. It's less dense up there too, huh?
Well, I
Ooh.
mean, yeah. I was thinking about one of those light sails. That they
Well,
have
there's
those.
no resistance from wind. Even the magnetic field being stronger, higher you go and less dense air, it would be able to repel much faster, correct?
Well, actually, it's kind of counterintuitive if you think about it, because the
Really?
the charge the charge you're going to gain is going to come from the charged particles in the air, and so the less of that there is, then the less there is to gain. So yeah, you're right. There's less resistance, but then there's also less, energy to gain, right?
Well, I wonder how has a magnetic field ever been tested in a vacuum and anything placed in it and see it repel?
Yeah. Magnetic fields and vacuums. Yeah, well, of course.
Is there videos on you got any videos?
Yeah, absolutely. This is how.
Kosho, are there any liquids denser than water that are more buoyant or less dense?
Less dense than water? You say less
But
than
heavier. Like heavier or just as heavy, but
yeah, there's
less
mercury.
dense. That's way more fucking dense than water, dude. I'm
Yeah,
telling you.
like just
Like,
a slightly more dense.
it's more dense than any fucking thing almost. I mean, not really, but I mean, I'm just trying to say, is there a liquid, or maybe even a
There's
solid?
tons of liquids.
Maybe even a solid that it could even be a solid that that'll float, even if it barely fucking floats. But if it's possible, does there exist anything
Man,
heavier than water per
you are robotic.
per volume? It's dead. Sorry.
Yes, sure you are.
Okay, hopefully it's better. But is there anything like per volume that in the same amount of volume that water takes up is heavier but less dense?
Heavier but less dense? That doesn't make any sense.
It'll float on water, but a liter of it, let's say, will weigh a little bit more or just as much as water.
Yeah, but if something is heavier and the same amount of volume, it's by definition more dense.
All right, yeah, that's what I thought. I didn't know if there's any fucking technology or any special shit. I didn't think so.
I mean,
Well, you got different materials, you know. I mean, look at a quasar. It's what 400 billion pounds per teaspoon. Fuck, we can't even compress. We can't even compress water, dude. They got fucking 400 billion pounds of water in a teaspoon, dude.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Sorry to even bring it there. I retract that last statement.
Say a teaspoon or like a sugar cube would weigh as much as 50 million elephants.
Kosho, do you really believe that?
Absolutely.
You're co-signing on that? I mean, that
He believes Mother Nature. He believes Mother Nature went on strike, like right at the thermosphere here on Earth. Mother Nature just went on strike, dude, and doesn't equalize shit anywhere else.
I'll give you two evidences, okay? Two very strong evidences. One is helium. Okay, so helium on Earth is produced from nuclear fission, nuclear decay of the same materials. Which
decay. It's just decay. Period, bro. You call it nuclear. It's just fucking decay.
But okay, and the other one is all the Japanese people who died in all the nuclear fission reactors. But anyway, both of these are based on the neutron. So I believe neutrons are real. And if you believe neutrons are real and that they're heavier than protons, they have no electric charge, they don't repel anything or attract anything. So that means that they can fit into a very much more condensed space than any other atom, like any atoms. You know what I mean? There's a bunch of
Or
empty
maybe
space
maybe
atoms.
y'all needed astronomical amounts of fucking mass to try and keep your bullshit model. So you fucking invented quasars and black holes and all this shit, and still fucking 95% off. So what you got to realize is most of the mass that y'all are calling fucking observable is already bullshit, because most of it is quasars and black holes and shit. The shit that we actually see up there, that's like 100 millionth of 1%, bro. Most of the 5% they come up with is bullshit. Black holes and fucking quasars and shit.
Yeah,
100 billion.
you just say electrons are not repelled. They won't repel from the nuclei or atoms. The in the center is positive charge. The electrons is what's the negative charge. When you have other matter, like, side by side, why do you think you got diamagnetism? It's because when the electrons spin the opposite way, it repels.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, electrons will repel electrons and attract protons and that kind of thing. What I'm saying is neutrons, they're neutral and they're heavier to both. And actually, if you have enough gravity, there's enough pressure that will turn a proton and an electron into a neutron. And that's basically what a neutron star is a collection of these neutrons, which don't have empty space between them. They can get as close as possible together. And so
I'm so sorry.
they're much more dense than
So
anything else.
sorry. We was having a good conversation, man, about fucking new technology, shit we don't hear a lot about, possibilities, brainstorming ideas.
It's coming.
I just had to go there, didn't I?
It's coming though. Wow, I'm telling you, it's out there. I guarantee, no doubt, that they have flying saucers, dude, already. No doubt.
Well, you believe that, but how come you don't believe the neutron star?
Think about it, man. Think about it. You take a piece of paper and it fucking weighs like 3 or 4 grams, and you fold it into a plane and you throw it as hard as you can. It goes a certain distance. Now take a big ass frisbee, like a beach frisbee, and it weighs like a quarter pound, and that same amount of thrust energy, and that motherfucker will go way further. It'll fucking sit there and hover. So I was thinking this a long time ago when I didn't know anything about, before I really woke up to different possibilities. I was thinking, man, I just got to find something that where we can keep something stable in the middle, without spinning, and get something spinning on the outside like a frisbee and shit. And there's multiple different ways to do that. And actually, man, the primer fields, David Lapointe, come up with something just like that. That's very feasible, just from the way you set up magnets. He did it in ceramic bowls.
Man, that
and
makes sense,
them.
man. That reminds me of Ezekiel when it says wills inside. I'm not trying to go biblical, but will inside a will. Wouldn't make sense. That's interesting there, Brian.
I thought I had time fucking travel crack, to be honest. I know I fucking got a where we could have batteries and shit here. If I had a fucking engineer, I just need an engineer and I need an engineer, a fucking attorney, patent attorney, just an attorney, an engineer, and a grant. I got all kinds of fucking ideas, man. There's shit we should already have and don't. Telling you. No, we're plugging phones in, dude. That's for goddamn ridiculous. We shouldn't have been plugging phones in for fucking ever, dude. Ever. I know there's a couple things where, but dude, nobody should be plugging fucking phones in the wall, dude. That's for goddamn ridiculous, dude. 2022, we're plugging phones in the fucking wall.
Yeah, it is pretty crazy when you actually think. We got touchscreen phones. I never even thought of this. When I look at my phone sometimes, I'm like, dang, if I was back in the 1920s, this would look like alien world. It'd be weird.
Just send out a frequency that ain't harmful to people. At least have a start small. Just have a charging station in your house, man, and it sends out frequencies that just matches a certain element in a battery, and it just be constant pretty much. So it wouldn't have to be as much as you get out of the wall, because it'd be constant, and it would just keep them molecules constantly vibrating. And that's just one little idea. I mean, like I said, we're still plugging shit in the wall. Y'all get pissed off about that, man. With me.
Yeah, It's tough, bro.
It reminds me of fucking being attached to the wall with the telephone and shit. Period. Like, I mean, I remember dude having a fucking Mac Daddy cord, dude. Like, I could walk all the way through the living room in the hallway, dude. That bitch kinked up, fucking hit the ground. I had to fold it up over, and man, I could walk like shit 25 feet with that cord, man. Pace all over the place, man. But yeah, it's a joke, man. That shit didn't even last long. You know. Now the only thing that's changed since portable phones, in you know what, 50 years is just the batteries have gotten smaller, just a little more efficient. Still combustible, fucking, and still using the same motors, just a little more efficient. Still burning gas, like for fuck's sake.
Look at supercapacitors, man. You got old capacitors that were like 2 to 3 farads. They were big, right? Now you got supercapacitors roughly the same size that can store 4,000 to 5,000 farad. That's crazy. That's like 10,000.
You're right, but I can say something though. At least the old shit lasted forever, pretty much. You know, as long as you didn't let it rust. You know, refrigerator, shit like that, like washer, dryer, appliances. They literally last your whole life if you took care of them. You know, now you have a big badass fucking washer dryer combo and a fucking supercapacitor goes out in 2 years, dude, and you throw this bitch away. I mean, granted they do have some good electronics, but they make them like garbage though. You know.
No, if you get ones from like XS battery, it's like carton wheel stuff. They actually last for a very long time. Those caps do.
I got a GE welder that's about 60 something years old, man. I suck at welding, dude, but I've been practicing. But I got fucking like the first welder. Like I had to look it up how to even take the bitch apart to dust it. It's fucking old, dude. Like the writing is faded off of it. You know, you can see the levels. It's just got a wheel. I mean a knob that you spin to get. You know, it just pretty much lowers the transformer. It's pretty much all mechanical, man. It's a big ass transformer. You wind the knob, it brings the fucking core down closer, and it increases the amps, or you wind it back up, and it's just fucking. It still works. Still works, man.
I wish flat earthers had like some kind of system funding, or the tests and experiments that could happen.
Wait, what? You're talking about flat Earth test?
Yes, if they had like some kind of like college or some kind of court that would like team up with them.
College, you know, actually, I didn't get a chance to pitch it because COVID started, but I had this flat Earth camp that actually I had put this whole pitch together. It was for like a science camp for kids, like a 2-week thing. I was gonna go to this. There's a science after school place, and I was gonna just pitch it as a program. But,
FEIT, Show. FEIT, the Flat Earth Institute of Technology.
Well, I wouldn't be teaching them about the flat Earth.
No rules, man.
I wouldn't be teaching them about the flat Earth. I'd be using the flat
motto
Earth.
is the motto is math comes second. Invention first, math second.
That's very silly. But no, I would use the flat Earth to engage them, so they'd be engaged in learning. You know, like, you know, kind of like Globers are trying to debunk flat earthers. People on both sides are like talking about these. You get really engaged in these scientific discussions and stuff like that, and even people like Zanuck or me myself, like, people end up who are already into all this stuff end up learning a lot just by being in this discussion and having this conversation.
Flat Earth's taking over though, man. If you ain't noticed, you know, you can't call the rest of the world Globers. You got to look at the main population. Really don't give two shit. Most of them anyway. But the only true Globers or anti-flat earthers are you guys, you know, and y'all have bigger numbers, but it's evening out, man. Look at the blue dot thing. I was just looking at that earlier, and it's getting scary. Like, I'm about to switch the globe, dude. This shit's going a little too fast, man. Like, the blue dots are getting dark. They're dark. In my area, it's blacked out. with blue dots. I don't even hang out with nobody around here, flat earthers, and
Wait,
my whole area.
wait, you talking about
flat
that map?
Talking about blue dots?
Talking about that one map? What are you talking about?
It's like, dude, it used to, man, when I first got into this, you'd say something and people would like laugh. Now it's just like, they'll be like, yeah, thumbs up, or they'll just be like, nah.
He's talking about David White. He's talking about David Weiss's app. The blue
Yeah.
dots. The knee-jerk reaction starting to go away, man. And that's a big deal, man.
People are waking up. It's
No,
happening.
but you remember that one website that dude made? It was like so flat earthers would put their addresses on it. And
Yeah. God dang it, what's his
I got
name?
taken down though. I thought.
No, I think it's did it?
I don't know. It was a really stupid idea. I mean, it's cool, but it's kind of dumb too.
Talking about like the Flat Earth Friend Finder or something.
Yeah.
That was like they had a forum and stuff.
I watched him all the time, man, but he ain't done that in a while, to my knowledge, or else YouTube unsubscribed me from him, which it does that a lot. With I catch it with the channels I watch a lot, but man, I forgot the guy's name even, man. He ain't too far from me. I've never met him, but yeah, he had it going. He was mad at them for opening something the same, but he kind of kept in David's defense, the guy kind of Zoom Truth. He kind of quit pushing it, and but yeah, maybe David and them could have just joined in with that. But I don't know, man. David's ambitious, man. I could see where Zoom Truth would be a little bitter. He already had that idea and went to them for the promotion and all that, and then all of a sudden they're gonna make their own. But he gave it a few years to get it up and running, and it didn't really take off. So who knows?
Hey, Brian, well, that one I think is different than the Flat Earth Friend Finder one. The one that Zoom Truth was putting together, yeah, he was trying to put together a thing, and I guess there was like a security flaw in it. Did you hear about that?
Yeah, Zoom Truth, that was the one.
Yeah, that's different than the Flat Earth Friend Finder one. The Flat Earth Friend Finder one was
the thing is it was his people. It was he was pissed off because it was their people. It was David and Jaron and Bob and them, like their guy supposedly, who fucking put the thing together. And it's like, dude, you're talking about this this security detail when it's the people that they hooked him up with the fucking to make the fucking site. There
was a security flaw with David.
Man. I see both sides of the story, man.
Hey Brian, can you hear me right now? Can you guys hear me? Oh yeah, there was a security flaw supposedly as well with Weiss's app, and he fixed it recently. Like someone hacked it and told him about it. But how do you find friends on there? Like if the blue dots, I don't have the app, so if the blue dots are like, how do you figure out where people actually are? How do you connect with those people on the app?
It shows you, man. It shows you. You can put your location as far as just a city, just a state.
Right, but people aren't putting their phone numbers or anything. You have to contact
some people.
No. You can text. I got people text me. I ain't checked it in a while, man. But because all of a sudden I went from getting one response to like getting a fucking gajillion, dude. I'm like, fuck. I should do that. I ain't checked it in a minute because I mainly Discord and YouTube and stuff. But I need to check it, man, because people are starting to fucking reach out to me like crazy. It's just texting. It's like $10 a year.
How much?
And
how much
you're connected to every flat earther in the world, bro.
Can you pay the $10 up front?
I'm not even sure it is $10, but I know it ain't more than $10. It might be $2 or something. But it's cheap.
Yeah. But is it a subscription for a year and then it runs out?
It might be forever, man. Actually.
Yeah,
I think it's a one time. It's a one-time thing.
Are you talking about for David Weiss's app? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. How much is it?
I think it's like, what is it? The app costs like $1.99 or something. And then I think to subscribe to the thing that I think there's like a subscription. Yeah, it might only be like $2 a month, or I forget what it is. Maybe
just
it's
$2 a month,
something like that. And I think at least that's what it was. I haven't checked it in a while, but so I think like the total amount of funds, like I think to buy the app is like $2, something like that. And then I think if you want to subscribe, I think if you don't subscribe, you can still search for other people, but maybe you can't message them, something like that. So if you then pay like the $2 a month, like it's a very low amount, but something like $2 a month subscription, then I think you can like full on message people, and you can. So some people like just put their email address on their blue dot thing or their phone number and just say, hey, contact me. But I think if you want to like message people, you have to have the subscription. I think that's how it is.
Dude, I would never get David
kind of
Weiss in
sketchy.
my
I
home,
wonder if
dude.
there's agents in there acting like flat earthers, trying to get people's, trying to get people to like meet them so they can beat them up. You never know. Fucking anti-flat earthers in there trying to fuck with people. I bet there's some.
Why do you think David Weiss charges for that?
So that people won't just go in there for free and do it.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna go on a thing of some, big like trying to say that there's agent stuff going on or whatever, but I mean, if you're not trying to go that route to it, I mean, dude, he's had to pay a lot of money to have people help develop it.
Oh yeah, of course. I'm not trying to say he shouldn't get any money for it. I'm not at all trying to say that. Yeah, he's it's people like there's some flat earthers that would have a problem with anyone monetizing anything or trying to make money on. But if it takes work,
that's horse shit, man.
You're asking for this. It's what the price is. You know, if you want to buy it, service costs money to make. Sure. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ryan.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I swear to God, I thought you was ending it with that, dude. I fucking kept going, dude. But anybody who's thinking about making money, dude, that's fucking horseshit, dude. It costs, dude. Flat Earth is expensive, period, dude. All the tests I've done and shit, just little shit, man. And I got balloons, which I still haven't launched because I ain't got the fucking transmitter, the fishing line, the 1 mile line that I bought, dude. And especially if you're a man on a mission like that, you need money. You need money, and especially if you're going at it full time, that is your living. So if you could make money off of it, then more power to you.
I don't think he's doing that full time, dude.
I just posted the Friend Finder app, and it's going to show you all the different countries and all the people, dude. It's getting crazy, dude. And I'll tell you right now, yeah, like I haven't used it in a long time, and I just joined to kind of participate when it first came out. But yeah, it's crazy, dude. There's people all over, man, and they're using it. Just so y'all know.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of money that he's charging, Coach O, is very, very fair. I mean, it's like literally $3 for the app, and then whatever the subscription is, a couple bucks. But I mean, yeah.
If he really wanted to make money, Coach O, if he really wanted to make money, if it was all about the money, Coach O, we'd be Glovers, bro. Just so you know.
I gotta tell you, remember last week when he had that chick on, and they were going like doing chat roulette. He's always out there. He's always trying to make a buck, dude.
Well, he definitely promotes his app a lot. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's what he's doing. He's getting it out there.
Hey, Coach,
think about it. We're the underdog, bro. We're the underdog. I mean, a lot of people root for the underdog just out of fucking principle, man. The underdog quest is usually the right one, the wake everybody up, what all so about
Brian, Brian, why are you trying, Brian? Why are you even trying? Why?
Trying to what?
I'm preaching, man. Hey, man, I'm trying to preach, Travis.
Yeah, he's got a congregation here. We're listening.
All right, sorry. I'll sit down. Sorry.
That's funny.
Nah, you put it like that. And it puts things in perspective. But I still don't retract from anything I said, man. We are the underdog.
Hey, Brian, try to tell everybody my thought experiment, man. Go for it, man.
The thought experiment, as far as checking the angle from I've already got an idea that stemmed from that, dude. I want to run by you in private.
I know, right? Isn't it good?
Yeah, that's a good idea, man. He's talking about
I want to hear
the angle. This could apply to multiple things too, but the angle of the light, testing the different conditions we get from different sun angles, as a whole big variable that people could be just overlooking, especially like 90-degree perpendicular light. And because he did when he did that two-way experiment there at the salt flats, I mean, if anybody watched it, he wasn't but a couple miles away, and he could see perfect.
You might have to start over and tell us what it is from because he sounds like you jumped in.
Yeah, I want to hear.
I know.
I'll just say let me just say one thing to Travis though. Travis, I know you're calling these guys trolls and all that, but here, I'll just say this. It's kind of just a meta idea, and I'm not trying to even go into it all. I'm just saying this. In my opinion, on a simple level, the globe Earth has isolated and separated humanity on multiple levels. It's created an us versus them and evolution, and we all evolved from monkeys, and we're this random dot on a random blah, blah, blah. in my opinion, the future moving forward, we're all in this together. So there's not going to be an option of like, well, we know the truth and screw you, you're out of it. So the idea of like calling these guys trolls and just wanting to get rid of them all, like, I mean, I don't think to me, that's not the future spirit of humanity, is like, oh, you all have a different opinion, ban, get rid of you, you're trolls. To me, it's not about more isolation. And so I hear that you get frustrated with some of these guys. These guys are sort of an opposition to this. I don't think we have to spend immense amount of time looping in circles with them if we want to move on or have a different topic or whatever it may be. Because yeah, I mean, the truth is just standing strong as it moves forward. But I just wanted to say that if you kind of see where I'm coming from, I don't think more isolation and just outing people is the answer.
It gives me somebody to yell at once or twice a week. I get to yell at somebody.
Brian. Look, man, Gio, I love you, man. I think you have some great thoughts, some great ideas that you put forth. But when we chase after these trolls, we do exactly what they want. We chase after them. We waste time. We
That is
lose
vain and
time.
detrimental. Yes.
You know what I mean? And so I do have a lot of respect for the fact that you want to provide a platform like this, but at the same time, there's this crazy reciprocal negative that just is there. But here's my thought that I just jumped in. I know, I just jumped in.
Go ahead.
Yeah. But think about this, right? So think about the fact that we're told that the light from the sun comes in parallel. Okay. So choose any observation you want. Orthographic or egocentric, right? Either first person or third. That's the idea, isn't it? First person is egocentric. Third person is orthographic. You're on the side or you're the observer. Where's the sun? Where's the sun's light coming from? If it's coming at an angle, then it's going to have an angle of incidence. Where are you? That's as simple as it gets.
Good point. So in other words, view the experimenter like you're experimenting on the experimenter. You're viewing the viewer, right? Basically, and for lack of better words.
Yeah,
because look, and let me give an example. Like I said, just that's probably the factor the other day, or that video. I know you did it a while back, but the video where you were just a couple miles down the road looking one direction, seeing crystal clear, and Danny or whatever his name was up the road is looking through some crazy refraction, man. And so what else could it be, bro? I mean, if there's a gradient, it's gonna be happening in between y'all. So it had to be the incident. Is that what made you think of that?
Man, it's been 4 years of thinking about it, man.
Yeah, you got a lot of good ideas, man. No idea is a bad idea, but this here is a particularly good one. It's probably a stronger variable than we've thought about, than we gave it credit for. And there's one good example that I come up with instantly.
Anybody have any visceral response to that? Because that's deep shit right there.
No, I want to hear it again. I got to hear it again. Can you say it again?
Yeah. That's great, man. That's great. Okay, look, you are looking straight ahead at a target. Where's the sun? That sun has parallel rays coming at the earth. Wherever you are, at whatever time zone you are, has a particular angle to the sun, even though the sun's rays are parallel. And then those rays have to hit the target that you're looking at and then come to you. Okay, just slow down and go 90 degrees and look side on at that and go, what the fuck are you even talking about?
Dude, that sounds like,
The parallel rays don't turn into perspective.
Dude, that sounds like my argument with the circumference of light. Just wanted to put that out
Well, we know
circumference of light.
it's fairly parallel, but it doesn't even necessarily. I mean, that's just the concept. That's kind of the concept of it. I
Well,
think
I'm still
the
trying to.
principle is the angles itself, whatever angle it's coming in at for different people, and what's reflecting off of it. In other words, what angle is it projecting from the
I
sun's
need those
position,
angles,
right?
dude. I need that for the circumference. I need that, dude. Because when I look at Rayleigh's scattering, right, the short wavelength and long wavelength, those have different angle. Yeah, hey, that's interesting, Travis.
Well, I'm still
Right?
trying to fully understand what Travis is saying because I kind of jumped in and said something, but I was just kind of riffing. Maybe I wasn't fully. So are you saying that like how does in their model, because that's what you're saying, right? In their model, they're trying to claim it's all parallel. So are you saying that how do those parallel light turn into the actual matrix that we see if it's not actually a more local sun with all of those angles, like the way a
All
sunlight
right.
shows?
Okay, so right now, because we're riffing, right? We're totally riffing. This is like a fucking jam session with Goose, bro. Okay?
Dude, I'm still listening to that show, dude. That new one. Oh my god, it's so good.
Right? Okay, so this is a total riff right now. So it's twilight at dawn, and the sun is not up. But I can see my target 6 miles away. So how is the light coming in parallel and yet coming around and hitting my target and then coming back and hitting my fucking eye?
Yeah, I've got a whole collection of underlit clouds from Soundly. I never looked at his channel. He just offered me. I'm telling you, he has hundreds of the sun well above the horizon. And what I'm gonna just draw a simple triangle and show a globe Earth and show just how high a sun that's 1 degree above the horizon, how much higher it is than them clouds, 93 million miles away. It's literally like a million miles higher than the fucking clouds, and the light's supposed to be coming in parallel. There's no way that underlit side of them clouds. That's a globe killer, or it's a 93 million mile sun killer.
So
The higher
right.
above the horizon, the worse it is for them.
Okay, that's
Where
fine.
do we
Okay,
ever see? Hold on for a second. Where do we ever see parallel sun rays?
we
Nobody
don't,
ever sees.
bro.
I know
We
that's
don't.
what I'm saying. So I mean, they can't claim that because it's never visible.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
we're debunking it. That's it.
Travis, I want you to look at this image real quick. I know flat earthers don't like the ISS, but just look at this real quick.
Yeah,
You see the you see how there's a crowning to the left and then it dissipates the light? Dude, that's a small local sun right there. There's no way around it. I'm telling you, I look at this, I study it. I study it. Oh man, yeah, I like your idea. It's amazing, dude.
Yeah, it opens up the mind, man, to different shit.
Travis, help me understand. So the problem you're pointing out with your thought experiment is what exactly?
You have to think about the angle of the sun. So do an orthographic view, right? Do whatever the fuck you want. Put yourself on the shoreline, draw a line, scale it however you want, 20 miles away. There's your target. Where's the sun? Okay, put the sun wherever you want, parallel rays. Take that parallel ray down to your target. What's the angle that light ray is going to have an incident with? Is it going to hit your eye? No, the fuck it's not.
I like your argument. I really do like it. But why give them parallel rays when nobody sees them?
Okay.
Well, what
okay,
he's
great.
doing
Okay.
again, what Travis is doing is another reductio ad absurdum. He's reducing their paradigm to
Yeah.
absurdity.
Okay. Right. Yeah. It goes both ways, right? I'm begging the question and I'm doing reductio ad absurdum. Absolutely. Yeah. Right.
Given what you say about the sun, globalist, that would imply this falsehood. This is not the case. Ergo, what you say about the sun is not the case.
I like it.
I figure if they claim parallel sun rays, they should be able to demonstrate it. If they can't demonstrate it,
Pretty
how
easy
can
to
they claim
demonstrate.
Go for it, Kosho.
I mean, do it all the
The
time.
contempt in that way you said his name.
All you gotta do is measure the elevation angle of the sun on one side of the city, have somebody else do it on the other side of the city, and see that it's the same
Yeah,
angle.
but that's still 69 miles per degree. Even if I give you that, if I go by strictly shadows and the light coming from just the sun, right? Then that's still only 69 miles per degree. That ain't parallel fucking everywhere, bro. That's your model has the light parallel everywhere. And let me say one other thing. You know trigonometry. You know that if I'm looking at a sun that's let's say 2 degrees above the horizon, you know that it's millions of miles in free space. If I draw a baseline from my position, that sun is, it looks like it's lower than the clouds, but it's in your model, it's way, way above it, according to my angle.
I get what
do
you're
you
saying.
mean, not really?
No, yeah. It's an apparent location.
On our
So in
model,
our model, the sun is right there, and it is perspective, maybe some refraction. Who knows? We're working on that. But we would expect, the local clouds to be lit up, man, and we would expect underlit clouds, especially if it is refraction. The way I've made claims in the past, just modeled anyway, not really claiming it.
Here's the thing, Brian. You know how some flat earthers use the railroad tracks as an example? Well, that's just a small local area. The Earth is huge. With a small local light would still appear parallel, but slightly diverge at the outer. I don't get it. It would
Right. So, but the light is still coming in at angles. As far it just opens up my mind. As far as the shadows go, sure, man. But like Travis just described, even with the sun well below the horizon, especially this time of year where I'm at, we got perfect daylight for a couple hours sometimes. Good hour, no matter what. And
really scattering, though, if you know what that is.
Yeah, well, that's what they say. Maybe it is right. Maybe it's right, but I'm just saying it's worth looking into because what in their world caused gradient in between Travis and Danny 2 miles away for Travis to see him crystal clear. They're both standing in the road. It's at the salt flat, so they're not higher or lower than each other. Neither one of them are giants. They're standing in the road or whatever. They're looking back and forth at each other, and one of them is looking through a crazy fucking refracted shit. Just looks like jumbled up mush refraction, and the other one is seeing crystal clear. The same gradient in between them, right? They're the same elevation, salt flat. It's got to be the fucking shit they haven't told us about, man. So we gotta look into this and test it, and come up with our own ideas, man.
Yeah, there's an unknown X factor, man.
Travis, have you heard my case about the circumference of light over flat Earth?
No.
All right, so this is the thing. They say light bends towards the denser media, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's 14 psi at mean sea level, about 3 to 4 psi at 30 to 40,000 feet. Light would bend towards the denser media, thus giving
Wait. Your fucking gradient is 30 to 40,000 feet.
Well, it's roughly around there. They say it. I'm using their arguments.
Come on, man.
I'm using their arguments.
All right.
Yeah. You gotta kind of. You don't have to totally think that way, but to prove anything, to make a point, you got to kind of start with the default. Like Andrew Thomas Young. What's he say? And let's.
Yeah. Whatever. Okay. Keep going, Tom. Man. Keep going,
Just
man.
saying.
Go.
So here's the thing: higher in altitude, it'll give you an illusion of a sphere. We already seen a 360. Now, a small local sun will give us a circumference of light over a flat Earth. At certain angles, I think he's claimed that the ISS, I'm going to use the ISO, it's just a hostile witness. Okay. So ISS is angled off at 22 degrees. Well, you're going to see a rim or a circumference of light where it appears spherical at higher in altitude you go. It'll give you that illusion.
Yeah, or an equidistant horizon,
Yes, yes.
It's going to give us the same thing.
And here's the thing, too. When you get hard cutoffs, I've seen, skydivers helmets where they have like that bubble fisheye lens where it gives you the illusion of a sphere. Well, there's a hard cutoff. Where there's a hard cutoff, I have noticed there's more light beyond that point or ability of that camera to pick
Yeah.
up on the other side.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
see on rocket footage, I see on IS, there's
Yeah.
not always a hard cutoff.
Yeah. I'm totally tracking with you. Yep. Absolutely.
It ain't a coincidence that the clearer the day, the higher the horizon, the closer it is to eye level. In most cases, not all cases, but it's a function of distance, man. It's you can zoom in all you want, but it's based on pretty much what we see with our eyes for the most part. You can zoom in, but once the light is gone to the human eye, pretty much some of it won't be able to be brought back. Period. But the clearer the day, the further we see, so the higher the horizon is going to appear. Same thing with I studied these high altitude balloons, man. I got a collection of videos, and from flat earthers, from mostly non-flat earthers, colleges, and all kinds of people. And yeah, you can see that the horizon, the clearer the day, the closer toward eye level the horizon comes up. That tells you directly as a function of distance.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I agree exactly. If anybody's tracking with what you're saying, it makes absolute sense that refraction determines the position of the horizon.
That's where, dude. That's where your studies come in because, dude, that's the X factor. The band, like, is understanding that. I mean, if we can't have some understanding of that you gave us and a couple other people, mainly you, in my opinion,
Man,
but
look, dude.
without that understanding, dude, we wouldn't have come up with half this shit, man.
Man,
I
you
wouldn't have.
know, look, if you disagree with anything I say, you can't disagree with the fact that I've shown you a discoloration of a certain degree in the distance that completely distorts the view.
Dude, you've showed me so much crazy shit. Dude, you opened my eyes when you showed me a video where I could see through the band and see one boat, and then off to the left, however far you panned, or it was even in the same shot in a couple videos where you couldn't see shit. It was blocked off, looked like bottom up obstruction. But then to the right of the image, the mirage is breaking up. There's nothing in the back to indicate the inferior mirage.
Yeah.
So if you see a boat out there with no reference, how are you going to know? And that video showed it clear as day that with the mirage breaking up and being able to see through the actual mirage, that was so cool. You should repost that, man. That was awesome. She's like when they show us these boats out there by themselves with no writing on them and the bottom missing and shit. 9 out of 10, I think. With no reference frame, how are you going to see if there's any magnification or if there's any refraction?
Yeah,
period.
yeah,
Any mirage,
yeah.
like inferior mirage, and if there's nothing to refer it to, it's by itself. So
yeah. Yeah, in a couple of the videos that I've looked back through over the years, I've seen these channel markers floating out on the channel islands, and it's only been in a certain few videos where I see them. And I'm like, where the fuck did they come from? Where are they? Right there are these channel markers that are out there somewhere, and I have no idea where they are. And that would be an absolute addition to the analysis to find out where they are and what I'm seeing from my position. Because like I said, 90% of the time I don't see them. And then in this one fucking video, I'm like, what the fuck is that? And then I pan to the right and I see this pattern. Boom, 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 boom. Like a channel marker. It's like a fucking channel marker for the freighters to go through. They're like, don't go to the right here, guys. Don't go to the right.
yeah, you're supposed to stay to the right of the right of red or something. But and
Whatever.
in between the the are you talking about on the Chesapeake or
No, the Channel Islands off Ventura.
yeah Channel Islands, okay. They got them bitches everywhere in the Gulf where David is, wide awake, because it's all shallow water. You're 100% dependent on in the Gulf on channel markers, man. 100%
Well,
everywhere.
no, yeah, but see, it's the same thing with the Chesapeake Bay, right? Because I've followed enough boats to know that they're going to go to the right, they're going to go to the left, because they've got to follow the channel markers. But yeah. So I haven't had as many definitive channel markers that way on the Chesapeake. But like I'm saying, I only have like 2 or 3 times on the Channel Islands off of California where I'm thinking, I don't remember seeing these markers ever. Like, why am I seeing them right now?
Where did the channel markers go, Travis? Where did the channel markers go?
Yeah. Where'd it go? Where'd it go?
Well, here's my take on it. Like, say you have a 1 foot wave or swell, and it's roughly 5 miles out, and you have a hull with letters on it that is, say, a couple feet high. There's going to be a point where Rayleigh criterion comes into play. It's going to merge into one.
And not only that, when you have channel markers like that, you're going to have, especially anywhere on the coast, man, especially with in like Hawaii, Florida, surfing places, you got shoaling. So you got all the ocean is always moving. So when you have this bulge of water and it goes over a sandbar, or like B-ball shoots parallel to the water, like along down it, like, dude, you're just like intentionally doing that. That's the worst place to shoot, in my opinion, but still that area. And it's you're gonna have shoaling, man. It's a thing. It's calculable. It's it's if you got water moving and it's coming up over a ridge or sandbar or any uneven thing, it's gonna rise up. And you can't, and even waves, when you're zooming out, for some reason, when you zoom out, you can't see waves. So that tells you, yeah, something's going on, something like the Rayleigh criterion, because you're looking at all these waves coming in sets, even on glassy days where you see like 8 waves, big waves, like surfing waves, like 6 to 8 foot. You zoom out, there is no waves, bro. They're gone.
Yeah, right.
And but
yeah,
they're still there.
That's foreshortening, man. That's foreshortening.
There you go.
And another thing, if you always check the surf report, and if they don't do a surf report on the news, we'd always, in high school, we'd go to the channel and find out what the seas were, because you always just take off 2 or 3 feet from the sea height and get the surf. So if the surf is 3 to 4, the seas are going to be like 5 to 6, 5 to 7. It very, very rarely, differs from that, man. It's so whatever you're looking at up close is you can count on it being bigger out there, man. So
you know what I want to see? I want to see Brian Lee hanging 10, man. That's what I'm gonna see.
Man, I sold my surfboard, man. I sold my last surfboard about it's been a while now, man. But it'd have to be some good waves and a buddy who wanted some company with an extra surfboard. And it had to be summertime, dude. I remember when I was young, dude, I'd throw on a wetsuit, a hood, boot, dude. I'd go out there 2.5 foot waves, man. I got a brand new board. I'm going paddling, doing something. Now, dude, you're gonna have to give me some breakers, and they're not very common around here. Good waves like that. There's always surf, not always, but there's when storms come through, usually we get a westerly after storms, which make for pretty good surfing. But that's a couple
Where do
times.
you surf?
What?
What do you? Yeah.
I've surfed up and down the Florida, the East Coast.
Oh.
But mainly in Jacksonville, Jack's Beach. Yeah, but that's a long time ago, man.
Surfing, I've never actually surfed, like not like official, like standing up on a wave. I've done like body surfing and stuff like that, but I've never done the one where you fully stand up on a full board. But that does look like fun. Does it feel like
bodyboard's
does it
fun
kind
too,
of
man.
does it feel like you're flying kind of when
Oh.
you're actually standing on it?
Dude, when you go up and down the wave, like I remember when I first learned to get speed, it's awesome, man. But dude, I'm gonna tell you, big waves, bodyboarding, that's awesome fun too. It's not that much different, but you know, it is a little better because you're standing up and you got more freedom of movement, depending on your board, I guess. But getting that speed up, man, rocking up and down the wave, man, and it's just a face. There's no white water, it's curling behind you. Yeah, it's a good feeling, dude. It's one that
Yeah, but
you
Gio, you got to
forget.
start out. You got to start out with a longboard, though, man.
Yeah, or a thruster.
Yeah.
You could get it like a 6'11", 6'10", 6'9", even a good thruster, man. Tri-fin.
I did board skimming before. You know what that is?
Yeah, on the beach.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was fun on the ocean. Oh yeah. I used to wipe up constantly though.
Man, any
What's the
skater
most difficult surfing maneuver?
Standing up can be hard.
Catching air, man. Catching air, dude. Dude caught air over me, man, one time, dude. At the pier, I couldn't believe it, dude. I thought I was doomed.
You mean like
them fins are sharp, dude? We sharpen our fins, dude, and they'll cut you. This dude caught air over me when I was about 15 or 16, dude. I couldn't believe it.
As I was gonna tell you, Brian, the first time I ever stood up in Virginia, I stood up and like I was so excited, and I fucking ran over this girl, dude.
Oh.
I ran over my buddy on one of the best days ever, dude. We were at the base. Well, we drifted up to the base, and there's a jetty right there to block north wind. So it's just, God, man, best day. And I ran over him, man, on accident, dude. I tried cutting up, and he didn't duck or nothing, man. And it cut his head, dude. And he had to leave, dude. I felt so bad. He had to leave. He was bleeding. Didn't hurt him that bad, but it cut shit out of him.
Yeah, I do wonder when you're out there and waves are coming in and you're trying to get your spot. And if there's a lot of other people, yeah, it seems like that type of stuff could happen, especially if someone's like just under the water and you can't even see them.
The trick to surfing, man, is well, especially if you're dropping in on a wave where there's usually a few people dropping at the same time, you're watching them first to see who gets position, and other people are supposed to back out. But to trick the surfing is just get up real fast, man. Just don't sit there and try and climb up like on a balance beam. Just jump your ass up, and as soon as you learn to just jump your ass up real fast, then you'll get it real quick.
What do you think is more difficult? What do you think is more difficult, board skimming or surfing?
Board skimming's crazy, dude. That's crazy. Tough. You don't even need waves. You could do that on the breakers, man. That's fucking some badass shit, dude. But that's some, that'll wear you out. That's good exercise too, dude. All that shit's good exercise. Are you talking about throwing your skimboard and then hitting the waves as they come in, like just doing like one trick off
right
of them?
On the shore. Yeah, all the way.
Badass shit, dude.
Shoot, like almost a football field, going all the way across.
Yeah, man. Yeah, as long as you got water there, you got a surface to skim across, man.
Yeah, but you ain't got much water, dude. It can be brutal, especially if there's shells and shit, dude. You fall, you're gonna get.
Dude, I wiped out, dude. I hit it hard one time, dude. I was scraped everything. Yeah, you feel that.
Yeah,
what
when
is
you
board
stop,
skimming?
when
What is that?
when your board stops, yeah. Mm-hmm. When your board stops,
it's like a little mini surfboard, just for lack of better words, and it's like a little thin board, and you just get a little jog and start, and you time it out. If you're doing it the way I did it and seen it, I've done it a couple times, but you time it out where you see a shore break coming in. They're not really surfable, man, but it's one good big face, but it doesn't last long. So you kind of skim at an angle toward it. You just run along the beach, kind of parallel or a little bit of a slant. And in real shallow water, you throw the board down in front of you, and then you sprint to catch up to the board, and you jump on it, and then you hit the wave.
Yeah, but you got to go to the deeper water. You can't stay shallow.
Oh, I did shallow a couple times. Wipe out. It's fun though.
It is fun, dude, because them waves will launch your ass, dude. A little 3-foot wave skimboarding will launch your ass. You would be surprised, dude. It's like a ramp, and it just, I mean, you do flips and shit, man. It's great. It's fun, man. This is bringing me back, man. This is bringing me back. It's back when we were invincible, right, man? We fall down and get right back up, man.
Brian, we know you're talking like 30 years ago, man.
I don't know about that, but it's been a minute.
Interesting. Good night, y'all.
Night, man.
Yo, so did you guys hear about the fucking tetra neutron?
No, we don't listen to science fiction, man.
Science fact,
Is
man.
it just explanations now, or something they're trying to find for their model, right? I mean, whether you agree with me, I mean, whether you like it or not, just look at most of the finds nowadays. They're mostly to fill in their predictions, right?
Well, I mean, that's usually people are trying to find evidence for the predictions, yeah. But
you're never gonna invent nothing like that, bro. You got to come outside the box with new shit.
The tetra neutron,
then invent that, bro. I mean, you can make shit more efficient, right? You can improve on things like that, but you're not if you can't see shit in a different light and see shit for different variables and try different shit. If you've already got an idea in your head that something's a certain way, how are you gonna fucking invent something, bro?
Yeah, I've never heard of a tetra neutron until this morning, and I never knew it was possible to exist. I thought about it not that long ago, but yeah, apparently somebody thought of it 6 years
ago. In my opinion, if you don't invent something, you can't come up with nothing new. Unless you give me a new invention or something new that works different, then you don't get to name it.
I'm the one who gave you the idea for the fucking.
All right, cool. It'll get past my criticism, my unfounded criticism.
Yeah, but I'm the one who gave you the idea for that fucking taking energy from the atmosphere using a superconducting wire.
That is a good idea, and also the yeah. I mean, I don't know, man. I'm gonna get around. I got so many things I want to do, man. I got some time off coming too soon, man. I'm gonna try and do all kinds of shit, but I've just been working on batteries and shit, and upgrading my solar and shit. But don't it seem like, dude, Kosho, don't it seem like you could make a drone, a personal drone? It wouldn't be that fucking hard, man, with the materials that are out today. It'd take a little bit of money, but nothing crazy. With the new Li or the lithium iron phosphate batteries, they're light, they're powerful as shit, man. Like the jump boxes, dude. Little tiny. I've seen a jump box. Battery's dead. This guy's like, here, try this. I'm like, what the fuck is that gonna do? That bitch is the size of a freaking multimeter. That bitch jumped my fucking car like 10 times, dude. I was like, I don't even need to buy a battery.
I don't think you're gonna gather much energy.
Jump box, this little fucking itty bitty jump box. I took it apart. Well, I took an old one apart. I still got that one. But yeah, I had to go get one. But it's 1, 2, 3, 4 folds, man. I'll show you. In fact, I'll show you what's inside one of them bitches.
Yeah, but you make this drone, I don't think you're gonna be able to gather much energy. I don't think it's like a miracle craft, you know what I mean?
No, but what I'm telling you, bro, is that this doesn't weigh nothing, man. It's like folds of a fucking aluminum, and it's kicking out some juice. And my point is with a bank of these, and some badass propellers, some badass motors, we could. I just feel like we could put together some personal drones for probably, I don't know, probably $5-6 grand, maybe. I don't know.
For $5 or $6 grand, why don't you just put something in orbit?
Because
wouldn't it fall under Featherlight? Wouldn't it, as far as like not needing a license, like there's a certain weight? I think if you built it out of like carbon fiber or plastic, it'd fall under the Featherlight category too, wouldn't it? Wouldn't even need to license a bit.
There's no guarantee. What could you guarantee, Kosho?
Me guarantee? What do you mean?
Like in terms of getting permission to do or not do, right? Like, so, like, what could I do without having to ask permission? And then what would I have to do in order to ask permission? What's that cutoff?
Well, I mean, if you want to put something in orbit, you have to piggyback on SpaceX or something like that. So, you know, you're gonna have to get permission for that to add on to their thing.
I think we're talking about drones right now, man.
Yeah, well, I think with the drone, you have to have certain licenses to go up certain altitudes, right?
Yeah, but that's that doesn't limit a couple 100 foot off the ground. Shit, way up above houses and shit.
Yeah, but what are you gonna do from there? I don't think you're gonna be able to gather.
You're gonna base jump, bro. I'm just saying, like a little. You don't got to do nothing, man. Just
You talking
go.
about a regular drone, or are you talking about one that takes energy from the air?
No, man, a regular drone that we could fly on. I mean, I'm pretty sure they got drones that never come down if they don't want it to. But I'm not trying to make that. I'm just trying to make like an upsized version of the drones that we fly with the remote controls.
Yeah, they don't want you to.
It's not that complicated.
They don't want you to know
Let's say
that's
that.
possible.
If it weighs more than 250 grams, you'll have to register with the FAA.
Yeah, I ain't
Not the
registering
FAA.
shit, dude.
You'll have to register it with paid NASA's shield team.
Nope. Yeah, the FAA. If it weighs more than 250 grams, that's 8.8 ounces.
And extortion money.
Not extortion money.
Yeah, it is.
It's total extortion.
Yeah,
the definition of extortion.
That'll break you. I know, $5. That's a lot.
It's not extortion.
Yeah, it is.
So, Pate, if we built a rocket in our backyard and we want to fire it into outer space, we have to ask the government if we can do it?
Well, you need to get permission to go above. What are the rules for rockets? Rules for rockets are slightly different.
So, what if we want to go to the moon? Are they gonna stop us?
You need permission to go at least above 18 to 60,000 feet. You better get that permission.
From the FAA.
So that you don't hit an airplane or something.
Says who?
Says the FAA.
So I gotta pay.
No, you just need to request permission, actually.
Oh, just request.
Mm-hmm.
You got to be made aware of it. That's it.
You better be made.
If you pay, but no, I feel better paying money. If I paid money, then there's no way I'd hit an airplane.
Well, it's true.
All you got to do in order to do this thing that you shouldn't do is pay me enough money, and then you can do it.
Well, no, I think they just need to know who you are, what you're doing. That way, when they see you, they don't think, you're a terrorist or something.
Yeah, whatever.
A terrorist, a duck. Look, dude, there's birds flying everywhere around these planes every day, and they hit one every now and then, dude. And how many planes are flying at 200 feet above the ground for me to go pay money and get permission? How many drones?
Not sure of the permission that you need to go to orbit.
How many terrorists are flying drones at 200 feet, man?
I think 400 feet is the limit.
That's one of the reasons why you have to register your drone.
Yeah, if you're going to commercialize it in any way at all. If you plan on putting it in a video, if it's just for fun, like kids, yeah, you don't got to. If it's a regular drone.
You're gonna commercialize
but
it.
But if you got drone footage in a video, and somebody snitches on you, like fucking Paige or Brenda or somebody, yeah, they can find you.
You'll need to get Part 107 regulation if you do that.
Dude, just you saying that makes me want to reach through the microphone and fucking ring your fucking bell, dude.
Well, sorry, that's the words, man.
Ring his bell.
I was gonna say fucking honk his nose, dude, but I think ringing his bell sounded a little cooler, so I just went with that.
Isn't that a song like
What?
that?
I'm just telling you the regulations if you want to. So $5 for get your register with the drone. And I'm
Ignorance is bliss, Paige. Ignorance is bliss, buddy.
Yeah, well, guess that doesn't work for the FAA usually. Ignorance of the law usually isn't an excuse.
Yeah, it does. There's no FAA riding around my neighborhood, bro. No FAA. Okay, what are we paying tax dollars for fucking FAA patrol?
Yes.
Dude, we just fucking assholes like you snitching.
I'm telling you, if you have a drone that weighs more than 200 grams, 250 grams, I said.
I gotta back off now. I'm the one starting it tonight. Now I don't want to do that. Sorry.
$5. Oh, I'm just telling you, $5 for 3 years of license, and the 107 part you have to take a test.
What's the age limit?
16.
So if you're a kid, you can't even do it.
Part 107. That's correct.
You see where it's going, dude? It's just, dude, we live in a fucking.
You can fly any drone.
It's extortion, bro. It's the definition of extortion. Go look up the definition of extortion. That's what it is.
You can fly any drone you want. It's less than 250 grams.
What's the height? What's the height limit?
400 feet. AGL.
That's fair enough. So kids, all right, fair enough.
5 miles from an airport.
Do they think
nobody's coming? Nobody's coming with a height gauge saying, you was fucking 420 feet. You know, in other words, they let you up there a little ways. That's fucking. But whatever, man. I ain't getting no fucking license. My drone probably ain't even gonna go that high. I don't even give a shit.
They won't let you up there, but some of these guys say that they'll let you go to Antarctica or the North Pole. All you got to do is just fill out the paperwork.
North Pole, definitely. North Pole's international waters. You don't even need anybody's permission.
Oh man.
North Pole's international waters, man. You can go there anytime you want.
Come pick us up on your SR-71. We'll go.
No. You see, there are. First of all, the SR-71's been retired for quite a while.
Don't the Russians have a flag there?
I don't know. It's international waters, though. First of all, but it's a damn hard place to get to.
I thought they put a flag under the water.
No, they probably did, but.
Is there anything you question of the mainstream narrative, paid NASA shill?
You know, I've asked you a similar question. I asked you if there was any conspiracy theory that was too crazy for you, and you said no.
Why don't you answer his question, bro? Paid.
Well,
Simple question. Is there anything at all that you question about the mainstream narrative? Anything?
Mainstream narrative. That's a very broad question.
Give me an idea. Just give me an idea about what might be. Let's see. Does Paid have any of his own ideas?
Hey, Kosho. Is Kosho here?
Like, what kind of life is that, dude? You don't think, bro. Everything you do, you just read and regurgitate, dude. You can't. You don't have one fucking original idea or a thought.
I've actually published a paper, so I've had original ideas.
Kosho's here. He's just getting another beer.
Published a paper.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Give me an idea. Give me an original idea of what shit might be or something they're wrong about. Just anything. Something you didn't learn.
They're wrong about.
Somebody else or something you're not just approving on.
Something they're wrong about. I love the way we start this.
Or just an original idea, man. It's something they don't know about. Something you might not even be right. I mean, just give me an original idea from.
Original idea. Well, you know, I don't have any of those because I'm just a paid NASA shill. I'm only paid to put out the party line, right?
Well, I don't know. You named yourself that.
Just give me one, bro.
Of all the names,
It was a joke.
You did the name, but I mean, you're just.
Yeah, it's a joke.
That's you. I mean, I don't think anyone else said that. I think we were just asking: is there anything that is the mainstream narrative, essentially what you get when you Google? Is there any of that either you question or that you don't buy into?
Or an idea that
they don't mainstream.
They don't know about.
That's such a huge.
Or an idea, Paige. Or an idea that they don't know. You know, they don't know everything. An idea on one of their.
It was original. It was original when I published it.
I mean, I guess.
All you saying you published a paper. Give us the idea, bro.
What do I disagree about the mainstream narrative?
How many citations you got?
It
on
doesn't
that
have to
bad
be disagreement, bro. It could be an original idea on something they don't know yet. Anything, any original idea or any disagreement.
You got any citations on that bad boy, NASA
What,
show?
my paper? Oh no, I'm not gonna give you citations to my paper. No way. No way.
I just asked if your paper has been cited by any other works.
It was, yes, but it was a while ago.
Congrats.
He ain't wrote no damn fucking paper, man.
I did.
Don't question that shit. We all know he's fucking. Oh my god. You can't even give us an idea.
I'm not gonna. Yeah, this is big. Where do I disagree with the mainstream narrative? Where am I gonna go off in conspiracy land?
For the 5th time, it doesn't have to be a disagreement. It can be a disagreement, but it can be an idea. Okay.
Yeah, like NASA show. Is it someone's death? Whose story you question? Something like
Why
that,
don't you just give an easy answer?
Elvis.
Paid. Yeah, give an easy answer
Elvis
so you can.
Elvis is
get-
still alive.
Because his
get out of
brain
this
don't
loop.
think like that, dude. That's my whole point in asking people. They all freeze up. Their brain doesn't think
Elvis
like
is-
that.
Elvis
They're
is
trying to
still
think
alive.
of something. I promise you, he's trying to think of an idea, but
He gave
all
one.
he's coming up with is shit that he's learned.
Are you happy now? Elvis is still alive. How about
He
that?
gave one. He thinks Elvis is still alive.
That's not original.
That's not original. That's true.
It's not original, but it's
Wait.
something I disagree with the
To
mainstream
be
narrative.
to be fair, Brian. Yeah, your question was asking about the mainstream.
Well,
I said an idea from out of the head of paid NASA shill or something he disagrees with. I give him options. He keeps saying
Elvis is still alive.
Yeah, he's giving you
That's
the
not
latter.
original, man.
He's giving you the
You
latter.
didn't say I
of what you
wanted.
just said.
So you want now? You want
All
an
right, well,
original?
if that's all you got,
You want
paid.
an
Okay,
original
fine.
thing that I disagree with the mainstream narrative about.
All right, then tell
If
us
that's all
why
you
you
got, fine, bro.
tell us
I ain't
why you
trying-
think. Tell us why you think Elvis is still alive. Give us a compelling, because you're going against the mainstream, which does tell us that Elvis is dead. So give us something compelling.
Well, he just got tired and wanted to go and just live life with all his money, so he just faked his own death.
And he went off to Crisis Actor Island.
Well, he went off just to someplace, some place that nobody knows who he is, like I don't know, Argentina or something.
Point precisely, man. You see, these people, they learn a lot. Some of them are very good and intelligent at equations and freaking and memorizing shit. And but dude, it should be a wake up call when I ask them for an idea and they get stopped, dude. I mean, not trying to be a dick.
Maybe give him an example to work with, Brian. Like, do you have an example of an original idea you have?
Bro, I've threw out 10 of them tonight, bro. I'm just saying. I'm not trying to put myself on
Just throw out
trial.
one right now. Just throw out one right now, so that NASA she'll knows, like has an example to work with.
It reminds me that
Because it is a vague question.
there's a movie.
no, it's not, man.
The way Brian's asking reminds me of I forget if it's Adam Sandler or one of these movies where at one point where the guy's he's holding the other guy's head and he's like, just give me one unique, authentic thought, just anything, just any idea that is unique.
On topic, just for starters, I mean, I invented fucking actual star separation, or it's my thought whether I'm wrong or not. But a sun being 2 degrees over the horizon, being millions of miles above the cloud in free space, debunks a parallel sun. Light can't be coming in parallel for 93 million miles away if we're shining light directly on the bottom of clouds when it's above the horizon. And I got a video coming out on that. But then besides that, dude, I got ideas in real life. Like
I've heard that before, Brian.
I just posted a video of a battery I just made
He doesn't
in
understand.
a PVC pipe. I made it in a PVC pipe with a fucking melting lead and a waffle iron, and using I melted down some plastic with some acetone for the binder and shit, man. I've made fucking dude. I mean, just tonight
I've seen
we're
that
talking
done
about
before, Brian.
just tonight. I doubt you've seen my chemistry, dude. Look at the video I just posted, dude. It's a badass fucking battery.
Yeah, I've seen that battery before.
But check it out, man. No, you haven't. No, you haven't. But check it out. You're right. The lead acid chemistry isn't original, but the idea, okay. But
You're
the fucking
debunking yourself.
parallel sun rays. Earlier we were talking about light and shit, man. How about my refraction equation for a flat Earth? The fucking 90 minus A over A times D times point A, just to fix the fucking angles to Polaris and shit. That was my idea.
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
that also.
Listen, I could go all day, bro.
I'm
Listen,
sure
I
I've
could
seen
go
that
all
also.
day, bro, because that's what we do on this channel. We think of ideas, we put together ideas, we expand on them. It should bother you instead of turning around on me. It should bother you that you don't have original thoughts of your own. That should bother you, bro. I'm not trying to dog on you, but
It
just
should
think
bother
about that
you.
later on when you're by yourself, man.
It should bother you that your ideas are generally way out there and you can't support them at all. I mean, you can dream up anything you want without evidence.
And no experiment's complete without an egg, sure.
I know you need an egg.
So, Paige, you didn't have anything that's original. How about Chronic? Do you have any original thoughts that are not?
Oh, I'm not in this conversation. I'm just a
I told you,
listener.
Elvis is. You told me anything I disagree with. Elvis is definitely alive, and it looks like.
Oh, come on, Chronic. Don't be a pussy. Like
Looks like my niece's
share,
detective
bro.
agreed.
We sharing ideas here. Do you have any
Yeah,
original
yeah.
ideas of your own? Anything
I'm just
you
the peanut
question?
gallery, though. Well, yeah, I think if you're gonna put me on the spot, I think there's some secrets that haven't been released about the JFK assassination.
Okay.
Like, I don't think it's exactly what the mainstream says happened.
So no original thoughts. Next.
I don't know about that one. That one's been overanalyzed and reanalyzed.
Isn't that what you guys want to hear?
Wait,
There's a conspiracy.
Brian's confused by his
No,
own.
man, I'm trying to get him to open his
Listen,
mind up
Brian.
a little bit. Get involved in the conversations, man.
Brian,
because
Brian.
all he's going to do, all he can do now is listen
Chill.
to
Give
what
me a
we
second.
said.
Peyton asked.
Hold on.
Brian. You're confused by your own two. You're asking for two things. Thing number one or thing number two. I just gave you thing number two, which is a mainstream narrative that I question, and I just gave you that. Yeah.
Actually,
Fair enough, man.
I was in Dallas. Actually, went to the book repository.
That's good. No, yeah, there are kind of two things. One of them is whether you question one of the mainstream narratives about something. The other question is an original thought or idea, which they're kind of similar, but they're also different. So, okay, Chronic, that's cool. So, Paige, do you also question the JFK thing, or do you believe?
And he called me out on a lead acid battery that's pretty fucking original. The construction of it, I could patent it probably.
I've seen it before, Brian.
Yeah, you've seen section PVC tube fucking
yes.
With fucking have you ever heard of a fucking
in labs yes, in a lab
of a fucking what you call it binder
yes.
of a what I ain't even said it yet and he's like yes. He's just automatically heard of it. Whatever I say, he's already heard of it.
I've seen your lead acid battery.
I'm not trying to break contention,
but
my point is I retracted that one. I retracted that one and gave you a few more. But the point is if I'm going to retract that, I can't give you JFK if you won't even give me my fucking badass battery I fucking made by myself.
I didn't say it's not badass. It is badass that you made that battery yourself. I am arguing I've seen very similar batteries before. That's all. Still cool. You made that battery, man. Good on you.
Well, it's pathetic you come up with JFK. No, I'm just kidding.
And I've had a ton of original thoughts and ideas, but I don't care to share them. You can.
Well, Chronic, didn't you say that in your astrophysics thing that you've came up with something? There was some exoplanet you found, or no, not quite an exoplanet, but there was something like that, right? A little discovery you made.
It's an update to a widely accepted theory on planet formation. Yeah, it's I could put everyone to sleep in less than 5 seconds going into detail.
Oh, well, updates get you a couple points. Refinements and updates, you get a couple points. It's something. Some of these motherfuckers, I swear, don't have nothing, dude. Just their brain goes into like a tunnel. It's weird, but hey, man, I've actually posted videos, man. Like I've come up with hydrogen storage, where you just take a tank. You can take a propane tank. I showed how to take the knob off. I used an air tank, like the portable air tank, the ones without the compressors on them, where you just put some aluminum in there and tilt it a certain direction and pour in some muriatic acid. You clean your driveway off and put the lid back on, and you can fill up balloons, or just save it. Or you could use the chemistry is not my own, but the idea is I got like 4,000 hits on that video. I tried to use the electrolysis. I tried to make a E valve and put together two 11-plate HHO generators to get an old carburetor pure carburetor fed Coleman electric generator running with. I got it running for a couple seconds. I kind of gave up, but then when I looked back at it, one of the T's was clogged, so I was only getting the gas out of one, but it did run for a couple seconds. It's on YouTube. Just an original idea, man.
Before Kosha went to get another beer, I was gonna tell him some good news that we talked about recently. I got 3 more years of Hubble telescope observations coming in, which is pretty substantial. It's studying a completely new thing.
What does that mean exactly? You get you get not ownership, but some permission to the data or something for 3 years that claims to be coming in from Hubble? Or is that not what it is?
It's write a proposal, tell the people who operate Hubble what you want to use the telescope for. If it's a good enough new original idea, then a committee of people choose which ones seem to be the best, most promising projects and whatnot, and then you either get your proposal accepted or rejected, and mine got accepted.
I traded all for 1 day of free time. Just leave me the fuck alone and let me do what I want for a day.
So when you get time on the West?
Well, you're that's a big ask, Brian. But anyway.
So what do you get to do? You should know why it's a big ask, though. We know why it's a big ask. You should.
I know why it's a big ask, but that's probably differs. That explanation would differ from why you think it's a big ask. But
you might, you might break it if you hit the buttons.
Okay.
So when you get time on the James West or no?
You can't hit the buttons, man. We hit the buttons, man. Just everybody can't come hit buttons. Okay, what the fuck? Button pushing, man. We're the button pushers.
It's James Webb, not West.
Webb,
but,
sorry, one more guy.
It's all good. I don't know who James. Well, there is a Jim West, right? A famous guy. Anyway, that's coming next year, 2023.
So I thought they're not up to giving time on people. I thought they were.
No, they already had cycle 1.
So you are or are not using the James Webb to peep on naked ladies through the windows from outer space?
I cannot confirm or deny.
So wait a minute, man. What if they deny you? I mean, ain't they gonna if you give a reasonable fucking request and it gets denied?
I mean, look at
what is it? Too many right clicks? I mean, what the fuck, dude? How can they fucking deny it? If it's time you earned, and then you got an idea, okay, who is it? Who are them to say, look, I earned this time, tax dollars paid for this shit, and fucking I'm representing me and mine, and fucking, and I want to shine it here. Who are you to fucking tell me not that I can't do that?
Because there are lots of people who want time on it, and it's rationed, and they have to go through the committee.
He's already got the time paid. Quit making excuses. He's already got the time.
Well, I don't know that there's any. I mean, I think he was saying that once his thing got approved for 3 years. So my question is, Chronic, is it just data that they give you, or do you get to log into it and move it around or anything like that?
No, of course, I'm not the engineer that works on the actual telemetry and moving the telescope.
Who's the button pusher?
So you tell it where you want it to aim, and then they do it for you.
Exactly.
They send you the data.
Yes,
the data shows up.
Yes,
in your
sir.
inbox.
Exactly. Yep.
Okay.
And I can confirm where they. I can confirm that they pointed it where I wanted them to point it by taking my own.
If you could do that, you wouldn't need them.
Let me finish, for goodness sakes, man. I can confirm that they pointed it to where I wanted them to point it by taking my own telescope and looking at, pointing my own private personal telescope to that same spot and matching up the stars, right?
Yeah, the brighter ones at least, right?
Yeah, the bright ones, yeah. Yeah. So anyways, that's a safety precaution. Why would they? I mean, think about letting hundreds of people a year that get time approved to use the telescope to actually have them.
The one that gets me, it still gets me, is that
why the fuck not, dude? Just have somebody regulating it. In case, just there to shoot. You got to get approved and all that, and you don't even get to fucking use the thing. You might say you're using it. You're not using it, bro. You're just taking what they give you.
Sure.
Say whatever you
fair
want.
enough, Brian.
Take what they give you, bro.
No, fair. I won't argue that. That's fair enough.
Congratulations, though. Anyway, because I mean, it sounds important to you, too. I'll congratulate you.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. The oversubscription rate is ridiculously high, and if you can look up the definition of oversubscription rate, but it means the number of people that are asking to use the telescope is like 14 times larger than the number of hours that they have that they're allowed to allocate out to, that they distribute out to the people,
I happen to know that you know somebody who could pull strings.
Do I?
So what is your what is your level of skepticism of that data? Like, let's say 0 to 100. 100 would be that you absolutely think it's 100% for sure, and one would be like that you're very, very skeptical of it. So at what level are you skeptical that data is what they claim it is, and that it's not either fabricated or fudged in some way?
99 points. Let's go with 98. 99.98 out of 100 that it's real.
Low.
Yeah.
We should cue up that. Remember from Dumb and Dumber when he says, "So you're saying there's a chance?"
Okay.
Which is,
Yeah.
it's so
There's always a chance, Gio. There's always a chance.
It's so oversubscribed that I'm always wondering how they manage to get enough time to do the deep field probes.
Well, I mean, that's one of the largest programs that was ever.
Yeah, I mean, and it was done in the early bit of the system. I just wondered, we're going to point this and we're going to point it at nothing.
Yeah.
So you're saying there's a chance. That's the funniest shit I've heard all week, dude.
Yeah. I think that program used a significant amount. I mean, this is getting into like unnecessary details, but that program used a significant amount. I could be wrong, but it used a majority of time was what's called director's discretionary time.
I've heard someone else say the same thing.
Yeah.
So take that time, man, and just get you. You ain't gonna spend that much.
Yeah.
Find your old scrap piece of glass, a big ass glass door, and polish it, and grind that bitch and shape it. Make you a big ass telescope. It's not that hard. It's just all you're doing, shaping a fucking lens, bro.
The thing about it, the Hubble's
on ground, it's
the Hubble telescope isn't really that big, but it's where it is.
It's
the issue.
Yeah, it doesn't have the detriment of looking through a lot of very turbulent
just
layers.
Remember, you're not looking further out. Okay, you're just expanding what's up. You're just making what's up there bigger. Just don't
not only are you looking further out, not only are you looking further out in space, you're looking further back in time.
Oh, brain fusion.
Yeah, you're enlarging you're enlarging your image with the lens. And you're dabbling into time. Yeah, it's definitely
the further back.
You're changing clocks and fucking.
No, I ain't changing
looking
clocks.
back in the time.
When you look at something that is 14, what do you pick a number, 10 million light years away. It took like 10 million years to get here. So you're not looking at it as it is now.
Supposedly.
You're looking at it as it was 10 million years ago.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
And if you zoom in, it turns to a bubbly water bottle. Bubbly. So there you go. That's what you're looking at.
Telescope. There's no.
On the proper telescope, you zoom in, it's just a water bubble.
And they know how to focus their.
You need to find. Hey, look, man, find the Mirror Nebula, dude, and look out at it, and you can see the reflection in back of the Earth. You can see dinosaurs, bro. Yeah, look, just send out a big reflection instead of sending out all this bullshit. Send out a big mirror, or find the Mirror Nebula, and get the right angle and look back at the dinosaurs on Earth, bro.
Yeah, it's just a water bubble, bro.
Anyways, Kosho, I think you went to go get a beer.
That's how stupid the shit you say is, dude.
You went to go get a beer, Kosho, but
consequence, bro. That is a literal consequence of your claim with this time bullshit. If you get a reflection off of anything out in space a good distance off one of these telescopes, you can see the dinosaurs right standing right next to you. No, you won't see yourself. Look, you won't see yourself looking at it, but you'll see the dinosaurs where the telescope sits. There'll be dinosaurs running around, bro. Listen to this shit, dude, and think of the consequences.
Yeah, if you had that sort of resolution, yeah.
Brian's going hard.
You might want to set up a live stream for that if you can get those dinosaurs from the ancient past.
Listen, that makes no sense.
I'd pay to get that live stream going.
So, Kosho, you might be a little salty. I think you were gone, but there was a proposal I worked on that you declined being a part of that got approved for 3 more years of Hubble data, of getting Hubble
You talking
observations.
about back? You mean back in the day?
Yeah, we talked about it probably almost a year ago, 8 months
Yeah, I
ago.
remember that. I didn't deny that. I probably just put it off.
You could have been famous, Kosho, but you
Yeah.
didn't respond to his DMs.
Only fools read Hubble data.
Why
Good.
is that?
Hubble's got some pretty good shit.
Because it's bullshit.
We can find a nearby fucking a nearby cloud, some kind of gas cloud that refracts and reflect back and see Apollo. You know, something not too far away. Maybe Discovery or that first satellite they sent out that's way out past the Oort cloud. Whatever. Maybe we could at least see a space shuttle reflecting back at us.
It's not how it works, Brian.
I don't know about all that.
Why can't you also look into the future? Is that possible to look into the future to see if we can get those diamonds on Uranus?
No.
Yeah, you just got to look real slow.
Like Uranus.
I know some people you can pay some money to that'll tell you what's going to happen in your future.
Yeah,
About getting diamonds on Uranus? Is that
those diamonds are on
Yeah, you just got 3 years booked with them.
So, Chronic, when you look at what you think is a galaxy out there, is it like, okay, it's the year 2022, whatever we call that here, right? Time is passing as it is. When you look at one of those galaxies, let's say there are beings on those places, on those planets or whatever. There's like humans or whatever you want to call them. There's something there. Are you seeing? Is it the same? Are you on the same timeline when you're seeing them? Like, is it? I'm not saying they would call it 2022, but you know what I mean. Like, is it? Are you on the same time, or do you think that you're looking at a past time when you look at those?
No, if you're looking at a planet, no, you know these answers, Gio. Whether you believe in them or not, or accept them, you know the answers. If you're looking at a hypothetical planet with some aliens on it that's 22 light years away, the light that you are examining of their motion, their movement, their actions, whatever, the light that you're examining at your telescope in 2022 is actually what you're observing is the year 20, or the year 2000 on that planet that you're observing.
Y2K.
22 years difference?
Yeah.
Just across the board, or are you just using one example?
I mean, generally across the board, there's different subtle effects here and there, but.
So if one of those looked at us, they're not going to see 2022. They're going to see 1999 or something.
Well, if it was 22 light years away.
Yeah. When are they?
Is this Hubble data?
Jesus. When are they looking at us, Gio? That's my first question.
Is this Hubble data? Because how can you focus in on that? Because they can't even focus in on the Earth.
Huh?
They can't even focus in on the Earth from the Hubble. So how can you focus in on a distant 22-year galaxy?
There are similar mirrors about the size of Hubble that are looking down at us now.
Yeah, I don't.
Can you show us that?
Does he have a lack of knowledge, or is he being genuine right now?
They're similar size mirrors looking down on us right now. And no, I'm not going to get you a source on that because.
So then, how can you claim, Chronic, if you find a quote unquote exoplanet or any of these things? How can you claim that they're actually there at all? Because what if they're gone? If it's 22 years delayed or 50 years or however many light years delayed, how do you know that thing's not already exploded and evaporated or whatever?
I don't know what you can
All right,
see.
so then you're not really discovering anything. You're claiming to discover a history of light from years past.
Sure. If you want to phrase it that way, sure. I have no argument against that. I mean, I kind of do, but for the purposes of the conversation, sure, we can.
So they haven't really discovered anything. They've just seen light from things that may have happened in the past.
No, I don't know about. No, I wouldn't downgrade it to an absolutely no discovery of any kind. No, that's a bit extremist in my opinion, but.
It's because they believe in evolution.
You're observing the event. You're observing and discovering the events as they were unfolding at those moments in time. That's all.
Yeah. And if that's meaningless to you,
evolution.
Sorry.
It's because they believe in evolution. So if they discover a monkey, by the time we get there, they'll be humans.
This has shit to do with evolution.
By the time we get there, there'll be humans that have evolved.
Yeah, if that's meaningless to you, the thing about the 20 light years away, anytime you look at the moon, it was, at least a second old, right?
Why is
2 seconds old, right?
they claim, then it's helpful to consider that.
The light from the sun came out 8 minutes ago.
Yeah, you can say the same thing about the moon and sun and stuff. I mean, in my opinion, the first real significant discoveries are obviously not going to be direct evidence or observations of life. It'll be what's called biosignatures. I think we've talked about that before.
In the atmosphere.
Yeah, exactly. So it'll be molecules and signatures in the spectrum that we see through some planet's atmosphere.
Whatever happened to Venus? Whatever happened to?
But isn't that a flawed premise or like a flawed way to go about doing it, Chronic? Because I mean,
it's
doing
indirect.
that,
it's indirect. I wouldn't use the word flawed. I would say indirect evidence.
Well, I say it's flawed because what we're doing is we're looking for signs of life that we would find on Earth, and Earth is, it's like a sample of one. It's the only example we have to go with. So we go to these other planets, looking for life as we know it, because we are under.
Sure.
That's correct. The idea is life will only express itself the way it expressed itself on Earth. But what if life out there is different from the life we have? It's something we wouldn't even call life. And to go about looking for signs of pollution or bioactivity that we would find on Earth maybe isn't the way to do it. Maybe we would never find those signs,
Yes, yeah, but consider, I mean, you're talking about original ideas. This has been, I mean, these types of discussions have been had for decades now.
We understand the chemistry of life, unless there's some sort of silicone.
No, you don't, because you can have an alien with acid for blood that is at home in the vacuum of space. So there.
Probably
you're looking for that.
We understand life.
So Nate, what I would actually say that in my opinion, Nate, is that searching for something is better than completely being blind to any possible explanation or evidence. So if we know, if we have the knowledge on our own planet that let's see that two species meaning molecules or gases, so two different types of gases can only exist together in a certain quantity, in a certain large amount of quantity. Let's just call it methane, so CH4 plus carbon dioxide. Those two species we know, as far as we understand as a species, those two molecules can only exist in large quantities by a biotic process. Created those two is constantly keeping those two molecules in high abundance. So if we look at a planet and we see that, then that's an evidence. That's an indirect evidence. It's not direct evidence, but
I totally understand it, but I think you guys have totally missed my point. So my point is, if you want to say that methane structure like that can only be made by these biotic activities that we have on Earth, then the problem is we're going to look for that same thing on another planet which isn't like Earth. We're going to be looking for Earth signals of life on non-Earth planets. We're basically looking for humans on other planets, and it's like Godric just said. Now, what if on other planets things aren't the way they are here? On other planets, living organisms breathe methane, or they breathe other things, or they don't even need to breathe because their blood is acid and they're fine in a vacuum. They wouldn't be alive the way we define life.
Yes.
So when we look for life as we know it on other planets, maybe that's why we're not finding anything, because life out there is not as we know it. It's totally different, and we need to think outside the box a bit here.
Yeah,
to look
definitely.
for signs of life as they would be on Earth.
The chemistry.
It doesn't make sense.
The chemistry of life is pretty specific. There's only carbon and maybe silicon that can do it.
Yeah, but that's life as we know it, NASA Shield. That we have one example of life, and that's us.
But the way the periodic table works, in order to form long chains of molecules, there's only one or two that'll work. Carbon.
Yeah,
That we know
I
of.
took an entire
That we know of.
I
There's
had a
nothing within the periodic table that says these elements can't form to make other forms of
Actually,
life
they
that we
can.
don't know about.
I think you
There's
guys
no
should.
law that says that
yeah,
within
I
chemistry.
actually took I took an entire course that was really interesting about the astrobiology, and one of the topics was chapters was the search for life outside Earth, and like kind of like Paid NASA was saying is that you can the way the periodic table is and sort of molecular structures build that you can have, for example, instead of a carbon-based life form, like a silicon-based life form, or any other period, any other element below on that same column as carbon and silicone and stuff like that.
Connor?
You could also have. Hello.
Oh no, you went quiet for a bit. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. You could also have. You could. I mean, it's pretty wild to think of, but imagine you could have an entire life form in however alien or human or whatever, but like imagine you have an entire life form that's just like that is so large it takes up like the entire surface of a planet. So like what you're looking at is the life form itself. I mean, that's pretty exotic, but like there's some pretty out there sort of ideas. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely, and that is a possibility. And we're finding all of these new states of matter, these new exotic forms of matter. I mean, that tells us that there could be life out there that is configured different from, carbon-based life forms. There could be life out there that we would not define as life because those things don't move the way we do. They don't interact with the environment the way we do. They don't breathe oxygen. They don't need to respire. They don't need to intake energy the way we do. So we might not define it as life, but they are living in a way of their own existence. So how do we look for something like that?
Do you mean
I mean, it's a great question.
Like a live planet? Like you think it can overcome its gravity and stand up?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I think that's a great question. That's been it's been discussed for like decades now. So, yeah.
Yo, Chronic.
But you can't have like a plasma-based life form as we understand it.
Why not? As we understand it, yeah, but our understanding is limited. We are finding new exotic forms of matter every day, so that tells us that we don't have the whole picture.
The chemistry. It won't do the chemistry as we understand life.
As we understand it, exactly. But our understanding is limited. We don't understand everything. So there could be a plasma-based life form that we just don't understand. So how do we even look for something like that? That's
you can have an energy-based life form also,
we'll start off
from beyond.
We'll start off looking for carbon-based life forms as we understand them.
Yeah.
No, definitely. That is where you start off. But how long do you do that until you start thinking, okay, maybe we need to do something else?
Yeah. So I think one thing Chronic was kind of saying, because I've seen this too, that it's not really based on, like, it's not exactly based on life as we know it. It's based on the ratios for like chemicals and the abundance of certain things that just wouldn't be there naturally. Like there's like signatures of things that are only the byproduct of like meditated action. Not
Yeah, but Nate's point still stands though. Nate
point still stands.
cannot. Yeah, it's impossible for Nate to take an L on his stance because you can always say that the extent of our understanding is limited.
Yeah, but that's evident though. That's a known thing, because we're finding all of these new things every day, these new forms of matter that we don't even know if like a fermion condensate. We don't even know if this is in nature. This is something we've only managed to make in a lab, But going back to what Kosho said, yeah, I mean, I hear you, Kosho. That is what we would do as a step one, right? We would look for signs out there that we find on Earth, like the whole thing that happened with the whole life on Venus thing. That's because we saw something that is only explained on Earth due to processes performed by biological beings, you know,
Yeah,
but it
but
didn't
that's
make
not,
sense as to how that would happen on Venus.
that's
You
not
know,
what I mean.
so
Though. Yeah.
that's not what you meant. Okay.
I don't mean based on what we know as created by life on Earth. I'm saying natural abundances of stuff that just naturally wouldn't just it wouldn't fit. It doesn't naturally
Man, hold on,
come
man.
together
What
in those
about like
ratios.
a fucking jellyfish is 95% water? What are y'all talking about? Fucking got to be carbon or silicone or? I mean, what are we even talking about? Fucking planet? Prove a planet, motherfucker.
We have actually. Thank you.
No, you have it. Just show me the proof, please.
A proof of
Show
what?
me of a terrestrial sphere, fucking millions of miles away. Prove millions of miles away.
I can prove to you a watery bubble when you zoom in.
I'm sitting here listening to y'all, dude. Page like it's got to be carbon or fucking silicone. And I'm
It
like,
has to be carbon or
dude,
silicone.
I'm not even in y'all's conversation. I'm like, what about a jellyfish? It's
A
water.
jellyfish is carbon.
95% water, bro.
Yeah, but there's enough carbon there to actually do some chemistry.
Who here
Yeah.
thinks an octopus
Yeah,
is alien
show
life
me,
form?
show me somebody extracting carbon
that.
from a
I do.
jellyfish.
I've heard that
You want to
hypothesis.
prove that?
That's interesting.
Prove me there's carbon. Okay. So
I'll prove it's
show me
carbon.
somebody extracting carbon from a jellyfish, please.
Go to the store, buy a jellyfish or an octopus. They have the same, close enough. Then take it.
No, they're not. That's not close enough. Jellyfish are fucking literally water.
Fine, then
95%.
Fine, then go get a jellyfish. Go capture one. So I don't know if they sell them. Anyway, go capture one and go put it on your grill and turn the grill up and just leave it there until it burns. Okay.
It won't burn. It's 95% water. There's no heart. There's no brain. There's
Fry
no
it.
fucking.
Put it in a pan and keep it on the grill until it like burns. You'll end up with carbon.
What part of it, please? Heart, the kidney. They don't have organs.
The whole body. They actually do have organs.
No, they don't. They're 95% water. There's no heart, no brain, no fucking kidneys, no nothing.
System. There's a nervous
system. Yeah,
system.
nervous system, right? With impulses. They got little.
Like I said,
little fucking.
Go capture a jellyfish and put it on a pan and on your. I do this outside, so you.
Bro, what? I mean, if I'm arguing for them, I'm gonna say, what? Why does it have to be water-based life anyway? Well, I mean, dude, y'all are missing the key component. You're talking about carbon.
Very interesting stuff. That's very interesting.
Yeah, exactly. It's different than anything. You can't compress it. Okay, it's fucking. It's lighter when it freezes. I mean, it's a solid. It's lighter, less dense as a fucking solid. Okay, it's got memory. It's fucking a mystery, dude.
It doesn't have memory. Sorry.
There's a layer of it. There's a fucking layer called a. Man, what's the new science on that? It's called a fucking exclusion zone where it won't fucking hold. Like there's a thin layer. I'm not sure exactly how thin, but like every body of water has a certain portion of the water, a film almost that won't absorb elements. I mean, it won't, or compounds. It won't. It won't absorb salt. It's called an exclusion layer. It's almost like a film. And it's kind of new to science, if I'm right. I mean, if what I read was right. But, I mean, this is just new shit, dude. I mean, if you think about it, you look back at 100 years, we're going to be like, oh, my God, you're so 2022 thinking that fucking everything was carbon or some shit. I'm just saying, dude, if technology keeps progressing anything like it has been, there's paradigm shifts every so often. And I know we're stuck on it.
Octopuses are from.
Start talking about off planets, dude. I mean, that's what we like to do. We like to speculate on what's up there, not fucking what we're told's up there, fucking and just argue about that. No, well, they told us this, but that. Fuck that. We're trying to come up with our own ideas around here, man. It's fucking painful listening to y'all talk. But go ahead, I'll back off.
I gave you my own idea earlier, Brian, and you respectfully acknowledged it. That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, Brian, is that all we should talk about the whole time? Just like making stuff up, coming up with ideas. That's all you want?
No, but I'm just saying that. No, you got a little taste of it. You're saying, you're just using your common sense, and you're saying, look, man, We don't know what the fuck is out there. I mean, you're giving them planets, all that, but still, you see what we deal with. Like you're saying, it could be a whole different type of form. Like, and Page's fucking, no, it's got to be carbon. It's fucking, that's all we deal with, bro. I mean,
Yeah,
you
but
just got a
see,
little taste. That's
the problem
all we
is-
deal with is we're arguing with Wikipedia, basically.
The problem is the way the chemistry works. If you don't have carbon or maybe silicon, lead is underneath carbon, but it's not probably too big to have lead-based life forms.
Dude, if you got quasars with 400 billion pound teaspoons, bro, you don't have the same elements we have here.
Actually, you do.
No, you don't. Well, for starters, you don't have 400 billion pound teaspoons of nothing. That's fucking horse shit. You should laugh at it on its face.
Chemistry, the chemicals, the elements in the star are ones we probably know about.
Instead of looking up there and seeing what we see plasma. We see electricity. That's what we fucking see. We're not in the 1800s no more. We look up there and we see goddamn electricity. Okay? If y'all would let go of mass attracting mass and this stupid fucking shit and realize what we see up there is plasma and electricity. Okay? Then we can start learning what the fuck is up there.
I'm supposed to respect you on your electric universe stuff, so go right ahead. I'll respect you.
It doesn't matter if I'm on board with the electric universe. Use your eyes, bro. It's light up there. It's not fire. It's fucking light. It's plasma. It's fucking electricity of some sort.
But Brian, when you see and say it's all plasma electricity, that's not an original idea. I mean, that's an idea.
Have fire, though. I'm just saying. I'm trying to get them to use their common sense. You're not gonna have fire in this damn fucking vacuum. I don't know, man. I mean, they found ways around it, dude. But let's just look at what we see up there, bro. If we're gonna go off the knowledge that we have, let's update it. We're not, like I said, we're using 1800s fucking mass attracting mass fucking damn bullshit. It's got us chasing fusion bullshit. Fucking, just saying, man. Science is being wasted. Look at all of our machine heads are fucking looking up at fucking light. All our machine heads, instead of fucking, on board with us trying to discover atmospheric, just anything down here on Earth, man. We got all the fucking smart motherfuckers looking. We got all the smart motherfuckers renting time for fucking motherfuckers to hit buttons for them. He's probably smarter than any motherfucker at the place. He's probably smarter than anybody at the fucking whole place, dude. He can't hit the fucking button.
Thank you, man. Brian, just the same way that you have hobbies, you have jobs, you have obligations, responsibilities, you build batteries, you do cool shit. Other people do different shit that they think is cool that maybe you don't. Nothing wrong with that.
I'll build you a telescope, man. You can hit your own buttons. Let's do it together.
I don't use. Okay, never mind.
Just kidding, dude. I'm just kidding, man.
Yeah.
I ain't never shaped a lens. I've seen it. I thought about it, but I'm cheap enough.
Extremely hard to do.
I can build anything, dude. If I feel like I can.
I actually have the book, the guy that the backyard telescope guy, and it's not that difficult to do something up to about the size of about 12 inches. After that, it gets significantly.
Not really. It just gets time consuming. The bigger it gets nowadays, there's big pieces of glass. I mean, it's just time consuming, man. But it's really not harder. It's technically a little easier, but way more time consuming for bigger. The smaller you get, you could argue that it's technically harder to shape something small than it is to shape something big, but way more time consuming. I'll give you that.
It depends on how much. Yeah, there's a precision needed that you need to mill it to and stuff. In some tolerances and things, but it was actually it was just as recently as like the late 80s that they realized, engineers and people who fabricated and built some of the really big telescopes realized that there was basically a limit to the size that you could build that you could fabricate a single mirrored telescope. So then
they're going to the
That's the whole point, dude. Yeah, you're talking about the resolution of the whole point is there is a limit, and you could build it as big as you want. Like, look at the moon. You take a certain size, and you're just enlarging fucking
the blur. The limit, though. No, The
You're
primary.
not bringing nothing closer, bro. You're just enlarging what's already there that we
No,
already see.
the primary reason. I mean, there's several reasons, but one of the largest reasons is actually telescope sag. The mirror sag over time would put your optics out of focus and stuff. Just under its own, how massive it would be for a really big mirror like that. So there was some
glass is liquidy, they say, but it takes a
some
long
pretty
time.
pretty smart people in.
So is that why they're hollowing out the back?
No, they tried. Obviously, some of the first things they tried were making it as thin as possible, but then you run into other issues.
Temperature issue.
Yeah, there was a bunch of really smart people out of Hawaii and California who came up with this idea of segmenting, of creating segments, and a bunch of different small segments that together would form a really big single mirror once you align them perfectly.
That's what the web did.
It's all digital now. I mean, it's all digital. You're gonna get what they give you, bro. It's all time exposed, digital. Fucking, you're gonna.
So are backyard telescopes.
Yeah, what do you mean, bro?
I'm not saying that it's not close. It's not going to be close, but I mean, I've seen the fucking blobs that before the processing, and it's just blobby bullshit, dude. And they can make it. You can make it pretty, but it's just blobs of shit, dude. And your imagination.
Yeah, tell the guy who's getting the Hubble data.
But it's a hobby, though.
sure
Like
what
you said,
you
it's a
mean,
hobby.
Brian.
So I can respect that. He said it's a hobby, so I can 100% respect
Yeah,
that.
the raw data I look at is definitely not blobs, but I don't know these blobs you're talking about. But
To the close stars, you get the the cross effect on the close stars because they're too bright.
yeah, diffraction spikes. Yeah. Saturated.
But I'm
stars.
still waiting on that proof of a light year in distance. Prove a light year. Prove there's bodies up there we could walk on, please.
We sent probes to a couple of them.
How do you prove a light year though? That's like trying to prove.
Yeah, that's why I changed it. I changed. I'll retract the light year.
We know how far light goes, and we used light year because it's easy. It's a big
I'll
number.
retract light year. Pay. Don't comment on that. That was a dumb question. Let's say prove that there's planets, physical planets we could walk on up there in the sky, please.
We've got probes on two of them, and one of them's got several robots going around it right now.
I didn't say give me fucking NASA horse shit. Okay,
Not
we
horse shit.
showed NASA and all the space
There's a
agencies that
helicopter.
full of shit.
There's
If
a
you don't know
helicopter
that
on
at least by now, then I don't know what to tell you, bro. They're
There's a
full of shit.
helicopter on one.
Okay, well,
What kind of
you know
evidence would
if
you
they're fucking
expect from-
completely legit, they fucking showed me horse shit. And
All right,
so
but
I'll
Brian,
never believe you.
what kind of evidence would you expect from us non-NASA employees? Like, what could we give you aside from what NASA has?
Evidence, man. Evidence.
Yeah, but what evidence would I give
You're a
you?
man just like I am.
All the
I want
evidence
to try and prove
is
something.
with NASA.
I want to believe
Like, if
something. I at least try and
NASA
give
are the
evidence.
ones putting rovers on. Yeah, but Brian, listen, bro. Stop interrupting me. If NASA are the ones putting these satellites and rovers out there into space, what evidence should we give you that isn't from NASA?
Any.
Do the Russians count?
No.
Yeah. Are the Russians fine? That's not NASA. Is that fine?
I think they're just as corrupt as the U.S. though.
Oh,
So the
damn.
Russians were the ones sending the probes to Venus.
We might as well be talking about religion here, guys. Okay, it's a fucking religion. I'm sorry, not trying to be a dick, but it is a belief. It's a religion.
Nope, it's science. Sorry. It's the opposite of religion.
Yeah, but I mean, we don't have to talk about this stuff if this stuff angers you, Brian. Like, we can,
Obviously
just
enjoy,
make up
obviously
ideas.
enjoy shit on it, but I'm just giving my opinion on it.
Anyway, you mentioned James Webb. I mean, that doesn't have the SAG issue. They actually kept it segmented, the design segmented, just because, well, for several reasons. But it actually is a good design though. Just generally, it actually is a good design for segmented
Yeah,
mirrors.
it just took them forever to perfect it. It was supposed to be up like what 20 years ago.
Yep, something like that. I think the original launch date was 2006 or 8.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Well,
Very,
the
very
reason they had to
delayed.
segment it was to get that big and fit it in a rocket that wasn't absurdly sized.
Yep, they folded it.
How about this, man? Let's think of the future like this, like we had the first computer, to beat Bobby Fischer in chess. So we're gonna have the first fucking rocket to fucking race a telescope. It's fucking, you just hit the speed of light, dude. Fucking 500 years from now, and it's it bounces back and forth a little bit behind the speed of light and a little bit out ahead of the speed of light. So it races against the Hubble telescope, dude. And so for a second there, you can't see it, right? Because it's outrunning the view in the telescope. But then it slags a little bit, dude, and then it kind of comes back into view. And then it gets his little thruster, dude. It's fucking right on the threshold of fucking being able to outrun a goddamn telescope.
You can't go faster than the speed of light. Especially if you're made of matter.
Yeah, I don't know about those theories, Brian, but they do sound cool.
Unless you got to come some sort of warp drive.
I mean, I think I say it all the time, or not all the time, but when these conversations happen, I always maintain, I've never wavered from it, that that whatever I am claiming that I am observing, with whatever telescopes I'm using and stuff like that, and the conclusions that I come to in papers that are written or whatever, research that's done, is not, I never claim to be 100% truth or to describe exactly what is happening in reality. It's all empirical, observation based. So if someone like Brian or anyone really wants to propose an alternate explanation that they think might explain these phenomenon that we see better than than my old explanation, then I'm all ears always.
All right, I got an idea. I could make one probably just with the little
Sure, go
LEDs,
ahead.
batteries. I could make some little stars, probably star in a jar. Could probably,
Okay.
it'll perpetuate too. It'll keep collapsing in on itself as long as I got a frequency going to it. Make a little star in a jar. I can replicate this shit, really. I can make these fucking things we see, and we know the physics behind it. We know, we know it's possible, it's scalable, all this stuff, But let's just ignore all that. I'm just fucking with you, dude. Don't entertain
I mean, you
nothing
say
else.
that, Brian, but okay, you're fucking with him. Okay, I got it. I mean, I've heard other people like Lemon say that, but then they end their sentence with that period right there. Okay, we can say and speculate about anything. The difference is that scientists and astronomers and are going further than just their, like you're giving a verbal hypothesis. Okay, what do you?
Yeah,
what
but
do
you gotta
think
see,
should do
you gotta
next?
at least understand the frustration. Like nothing in y'all's model, and I mean nothing is scalable. And I mean motherfucking not even gravity, dude. Like we can't even go down small and see. I mean nothing is scalable. You gotta at least understand our frustration, man.
Gravity's
At least give us that.
Gravity's directly scalable. The problem is you guys want to see like water on a tennis ball inside the Earth well, the well of the Earth's gravity or some such bullshit.
Yeah, I think Cavendish is a pretty small scale experiment,
Yeah,
but
Cavendish worked
anyway.
well, and they have to ignore it because it disproves their.
Yeah. Anyway.
Dude, Cat, there's a gajillion variables, man. Okay,
No, there's really not
you
a
proved
gajillion.
lead attracts lead, bro, and you might have.
No, lead does. Why would lead
You
attract
proved
lead?
that sand.
Yeah, but
You proved.
but he did
Hold
one
on.
with.
One thing we know for sure. Let me finish. Right? One thing we know for sure. Whatever's causing it, we know that sandbags repel lead. We know that in certain scenarios, lead does repel lead. Probably electrostatics, whatever. But we know that lead attracts lead. We know that lead can attract a turkey. We've seen that. We know that depending on what the water's in, depending on the container it's in, sometimes lead will attract water, sometimes lead will repel water. That's all we really know, bro. You're saying mass, so that's like me saying that you know what, heat melts mass. So I take a fucking torch and I melt some lead, and so every mass is gonna fucking melt. No, I didn't prove that fucking heat melts mass, dumbass. I fucking proved that I proved that heat melts lead.
I know you gotta try really hard to disprove Cavendish.
You got a whole fucking periodic table of elements to
Yeah,
test.
so we do the whole periodic table, and it proves that mass attracts mass. What will you do then? Say no?
You got a million compounds. I mean, we can clearly see that some shit repels, some shit attracts.
No,
It could be electrostatics, it could be whatever. I'm just saying. Like I said, am I proving that heat melt? Am I proving that heat melts mass?
See,
If I heat up a fucking lead ball, bro?
You don't need to say, well, it works for lead. Does it work for uranium? It works for lead. It works for like a turkey. Didn't he use a turkey?
No, you know what? Forget I said elements. Let's just say compounds, like water. Like I said, depending on the container, we could prove that lead repels water sometimes, and sometimes it attracts it. We could show that lead can attract a turkey. We've seen a turkey, and lead attracts lead.
So we got to try everything.
As long as it's wired properly. As long as it's wired properly.
So we have to prove
grounded. I want to say grounded. I meant to say grounded properly.
We have to prove everything that attracts everything before you'll say that gravity is real.
Well, I've just named a few things out of the fucking millions of fucking compounds and different substances and shit, bro. Like I said, answer me honestly here. Am I proving that heat melts mass by melting a lead ball with a torch?
Doesn't uranium 235 decay eventually into lead?
I'm just saying, if he's going to be honest, he's going to say, no, you haven't proved that heat melts mass. You've proven that heat melts lead, because heat don't melt wood. Heat don't melt water, but you're saying mass, and you're only using a few different damn things, bro. That is fucking so arrogant, for lack of better words, bro. That's fucking, it's hard for me to entertain it.
A question about the Cavendish. Will the Cavendish work with 2 water balloons?
It depends on the containers, man.
I want to hear this from the Globers. Will it work with 2 water balloons? Because that's mass, right? And put them together on the torsion bar, to do a little swing.
No idea.
Nothing?
Absolutely no idea.
I mean, it's mass. I mean, will 2 water balloons filled with liquid mercury work for the Cavendish?
You should save that question for Big Blue. Maybe he would have an answer.
Yeah, anything liquid is going to depend on the container, bro. From what I've seen. From what I've seen, I think we should start with all the solids, or at least a lot of them, to be fair.
But liquid mercury, though?
The liquids highly depend on the container. Like, if you put them in a plastic bag, you're usually going to get repulsion, dude.
Liquid mercury. See what I'm saying? 2 water balloons of liquid mercury. Why would that not work in the Cavendish?
I might. I don't know.
Maybe it'll stick to each other. It won't swing back away.
U-235 lead eventually goes.
It's just crazy how they reify things, man. Like mass is a fucking measurement of something. And they call it something like it's actually something. So that's like saying, describing a football field as yards. So, man, them yards sure are green. You know what? If we water yards, they turn green. It's what they do, and they don't even understand that they're doing it. They're calling mass, which is a measurement of something. And in unit, measured in units.
It's like calling how far something is a yard or something.
Mass is a physical property.
No, it's like you reify a yard into being something physical, like 100 yards of the football field. So we watered the yards, and fucking they turn green. You don't water yards, you water the grass.
Are you saying that mass isn't real?
I'm saying it's a fucking measurement.
No, it's not. Well, it's a physical quantity.
Which is a fucking amount, a measurement, bro. You're reifying it as if it's something in specific.
It is something specific.
It's an amount.
Of what? Of stuff.
Bro, you can't be honest and say that it's a fucking quantifiable amount of something.
Yeah,
Doesn't
exactly.
have to be one specific thing, okay? Good.
Mass
Just
is the
checking.
quantity of stuff.
Okay, so stuff, okay? So when you do the test, be specific. Don't say mass.
It
Okay,
is.
I'm
That's
not
what
going
we
to say
call it.
water
We call it mass. Mass is one of the 7 base units.
watered yards turn green. You know, we water yards on a football field. No, that's what you're
You're an
saying,
idiot.
bro. You don't understand that.
you
You can
no,
say I'm an
you're
idiot, bro, but you're not being
You
honest,
are,
man.
because no, you're
You're
not being
saying
honest,
mass
sir.
attracts mass.
Mass
So you're
is.
saying
We know what mass
quantity
is.
attracts quantity.
We know what mass is.
Mass does all kinds of different shit, bro. There's
No,
different
it's not.
phases of fucking matter. Okay, you're just saying mass and fucking trying to isolate it for your model. Admit it.
No, mass. We know what mass is. It's a measure of the amount of stuff.
Right. So quit calling it something like it's something fucking in specific.
The
It's
amount
a
of mass.
quantity.
We know
It's a
what
measurement.
We have a kilogram. We know what a kilogram is. A kilogram is a defined amount of stuff.
So does kilogram attract kilogram?
Mass attracts mass. That's correct.
I can't talk with this fool.
Well, I'm not the fool, sir. If you don't understand what mass is, perhaps
No, but
should
you are
back
the
up.
dishonest person, bro, who can't admit that mass is a quantity of something, and you can't say quantity attract quantities because it's
Quantity
going
of
to
what?
vary
Quantity
across
of
the board.
No, mass has quantities that we measure it. That's correct.
Okay, so don't say mass attracts mass, bro.
Mass attracts
You got to
mass.
be more specific than that.
No, we don't. We
Because-
don't actually. Mass is a
Yeah,
definitely.
you do. If you're going to be honest and call it science, you got to at least try to be specific and
No, we
not just
are.
say
We know what this.
kilograms attract kilograms.
Well, that's a measure of the quantity. That's a measure of mass. We know what mass is.
Newtons attract newtons.
I mean, newtons are force. That's newtons are force. Force doesn't.
Just
force
saying, bro. I'm using examples of reifying fucking measurement
not a
like
reification,
mass
sir.
into
The
into
fact that you don't
existence.
understand mass is not on me, sir. It's on you.
So mass is a quantity of something, right?
No, mass has quantity.
Okay, mass has quantity. So we don't measure mass. Mass is not the measured amount of something. He'll do anything to say no. Watch. He's so fucking dishonest. Mass ain't a measured quantity of something, bro.
What do you mean? Mass isn't a measured quantity?
Is mass a measured quantity of something?
Can be if you measure it. You know, it doesn't have to be. You can have mass without measuring it. It's there. Are you saying that like a lead ball isn't a lead ball unless I weigh it?
Who said that? Is that
You.
your only way out of this, bro? That's literally your only way out. And trust me,
No.
I'm not letting you out. Trust me. No,
You
mass.
don't understand what mass is.
Will you define it for me, please? So
I've
since I
done
don't
it
know,
a few times.
give me Paid NASA Shield's definition of mass. So I know. So
No, you
let's
don't
at
want
least
my
make sure we're on the same page here.
No, you don't want my definition of mass. You should look it up and make sure you understand it yourself.
No, I've got my own definition of mass, and I just told you it's a quantity of something. Quantity of matter would be my definition. What's Paid NASA Shield's definition? I just give you mine, whether I'm right or wrong. You know what? To make sure we're on the same page and we keep talking.
Close.
At least give me your definition of mass, please.
It's close. Yours is close. I mean, it's a bunch of stuff.
Just give
Doesn't
me
have
your
to be
fucking definition, for God's sake.
My definition of mass? What do you give a shit about my definition of mass?
Because you're basing your whole fucking life around, you're basing your whole fucking world around this fucking mass. So at least define it for me. If we're going to have this discussion, is that not a fair request? I'd give you my definition of it, for fuck's sake. I mean, I'm pulling teeth here, bro. It's a simple, just give me Paid NASA Shield's definition. Whether it's right or wrong, I at least want to know what I'm arguing here so I can fucking get to points.
Mass is basically stuff. You know, you can say it's an amount of stuff. Okay, fine. We define it in units. The SI unit is called a kilogram.
So all stuff has mass then, right? All stuff.
All matter.
Even jellyfish.
Jellyfish.
I'm just asking, is there any stuff without mass?
Does light have mass like photons? Is that mass?
No, light does not have mass.
So you put like a lot of light on the scale, it won't move.
Have you shine? You should try it sometime. Shine a light on the scale. It generally won't move unless you heat it up or something. Light has momentum though, which is interesting, but doesn't have mass.
Have you tried moonlight? Just saying. Have you tried moonlight? Have you tried weighing moonlight?
How can it have momentum when momentum's defined half defined by mass?
Yeah, it's interesting. You gotta look at it. I'm not gonna try to explain that one today.
Yeah, you're gonna fucking define momentum as
light
mass
breaks the
times
rule.
fucking
Light breaks
velocity,
science.
and fucking and then say that the light's got momentum, which is mass, fucking in motion, whatever you want to fucking boil it down to, but it ain't mass, but it doesn't have mass.
If
We
enough
just
momentum hits you, it will knock
measure it
you
as
over.
mass, but we describe it as mass, but it doesn't have mass.
It doesn't have mass. It
Just
does have-
mass times acceleration.
That's one definition of momentum. The other one is, h over lambda.
Bro, if somebody like me can just sit there and fucking just twirl you on my finger like a fucking
though.
basketball.
I mean, all you're showing,
I mean,
sir, is your lack of
you
knowledge.
think you're fucking religion, bro?
All that you're showing is your lack of knowledge on this subject. See, light does have momentum because that's how the photoelectric effect works.
Define momentum, please.
Momentum's got a couple different definitions. You've got one. The other one is h over lambda.
Give me the formula. Give me the common formula. Don't give me some off the wall bullshit that fucking that goes with light only.
You're talking
I know
about
this.
light.
I know this. A ball rolling down a hill. I'm sorry, was that not a good answer?
He's stupid, man, because momentum, he won't say it. He knows what it is. It's mass times velocity. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Or
Bro, we go
if you want to break velocity down, we can do that too. But look, it's mass, okay? It's defined. Momentum is defined as mass, basically fucking in motion, okay? Just to keep it simple. But you have no definition of momentum without mass. So he wants to give light momentum,
Light has momentum.
which is mass. Fucking.
That is one definition.
So mass, it's massless mass, y'all. So he's got stuff attracts stuff, and fucking by definition, the way you described it. And then you have a massless mass.
No, it's not. Light does not have mass, but it does have momentum because it's a wave.
Bro, by saying it has momentum, you're giving it mass, bro.
Incorrect, but nice try.
Oh my God, bro! You want me to post the definition of fucking momentum? I think everybody here knows it. It's mass. You don't have momentum without mass, bro. You understand that?
Look it up. Type in the computer. Does light have momentum?
I don't have to type. Light don't have fucking mass, motherfucker.
That's correct. It does have momentum.
It don't have momentum or mass.
Actually, it has momentum.
If it has momentum, it has mass, bro, because that's the definition of momentum.
That is a definition of momentum.
Well,
Brian, do you think there's a difference between? Just give me a yes or no, okay?
Listen, it might have mass, okay? It might have momentum, but it can't have mass. I mean, no mass and have momentum. That's the point that I really wanted before I'm done. Go ahead.
Okay, extremely simple yes or no. Whoa. Hold on.
I think photons have to have mass.
Hopefully that was a firework I heard.
By design.
Yes or no? Yeah, yes or no, Brian. Is there a difference between the field of classical physics and the field of quantum physics? Is there a difference between those two fields?
One is science and one is scientism.
No. They're both science.
The answer is yes, there's a difference, Brian.
Yeah. Obviously, there's a difference.
Okay, well, that's all that needs to be said then.
It's all theory, and it all works. You know, it
What do you
just
mean it's
depends
theory?
on what
What do you mean? What do you mean it's theory? You're using it right now to communicate with us.
Yeah, no shit. Okay, but guess what? Guess what, dude? I could make a fucking phone. Okay, without without knowing quantum physics. I could make a better phone. If I
Make a
fucking break it down and fucking and fucking and model it. You know.
You could make a phone. You could make a phone not using quantum physics. It would look something like the phone of 50
It
years
doesn't
ago.
matter what came first, dude. The cell phone or quantum physics.
Quantum physics.
Yeah, that's a dumb question. But no, the point is inventions. Conventions follow inventions. The ones that are fucking.
No, usually you have
proper.
to know about it before you can develop the technology. It's rare that someone invents something and doesn't know how it works.
All right, I won't quote your fucking priest no more.
Who is this, an appeal to Neil?
Fuck no. Yeah, man, I'm curious a little bit about the Hubble shit. I'm pissed off they ain't letting you work it though, man. I'll be perfectly honest, man. I'm a little upset about that. I don't even know why. I feel like if I could advocate for you, man, I would vouch for you. And they should give you
find out
a
it's
little
a
free
fraud.
time, man. A little free time, like in school we had play day, like maybe just one day of the week where there's a supervisor on the buttons and shit. But you just got a few people, with putting together some ideas and entering in some coordinates together right there on the spot. I might believe something a little bit more if somebody could do that. It wouldn't even have to be me. I trust some people who said, yeah, we looked it up on the spot, left it there for fucking, went and had lunch and shit, whatever, or ate our lunch right there, waited and fucking waited. And yeah, and we seen this, it's just the fact that it's all got to be screened, filtered. I just don't like that idea, man. I don't like the idea of them filtering information. That's screams deception, right?
You understand that this is just like a big data set coming down, like a big cell phone, basically. I mean, it's just pure ones and zeros coming down at you.
And nothing more. Remember that. It's all it is, bro. It's what they could make it into whatever they want, right?
No, they couldn't make it into it.
They could program every fucking star to have fun on it.
Who are they? Who is them?
The people who make it, the people who make the fucking instruments or code it or any of that. They can make it where every star has peach fuzz on it.
So somebody's faking all this.
Not saying that they are. I'm saying the possibility of it.
And even if they aren't faking it, hey Brian, why don't you try to explain to them a little bit about that video you posted a little while ago? That you said it was a must see. Was it about FE Core and thanking them for doing a lot of the work with the telescope, seeing what they're seeing, and kind of like embracing that those images are there, but not negating the flat Earth, wasn't it? The basic idea of that.
Model all the eclipses of all the planets, the sun, the moon, and everything.
No, not the model.
Oh, you talking about the astronomy thing, man? I posted that one. I need to refresh on that one. They're saying that the observations are there. So as far as knowing right where something is observed, they got that down to a science. They've been doing that for a long time and refining it and mapping shit off of it, and which maps always change. There's always conflicting maps, but for the most part, they got the shit. It's getting better and better and better. But their observations are there.
Are you saying basically?
I don't think anyone should deny observations, but when it comes down to what it is, that's where my questions come in.
So basically, are you just saying that the cyclical nature of the thing over the millennia has allowed them to, make what looks and seems like predictions, but it's really only predictions off of something they've seen happen over and over again?
Post-dictions from a
You
cycle
just
that
described
they
every
already know.
model. You just described every model in existence, bro, from Ptolemy. But check it out. I was advocating for you earlier, man. I try to tell these guys to look up, man. At least get with the times. Look up. What do we see? We see light. We see electrical fucking lights. You know, to get with the times. We're not in the 1800s. You know, whatever it is, however far away, it's fucking light. It's plasma. It's fucking electricity of some fucking sort.
Brian,
I mean,
let me ask a quick question.
but anyway, I was just running my mouth basically.
Yeah.
Yes, 100%. Yeah, it's photons hitting a detector. Damn it, I forgot. I feel like Kosha.
Sorry, I didn't
Yeah,
mean to
you
throw an
call it a photon. You call it a photon, but I could just call it a fucking just a tiny little.
Yeah, call it whatever. You pixie dust hitting a
speck
detector.
of light.
Yeah,
How about a portion of light? If you believe in rays and
Fine, I'll just
photons,
call it photon.
I mean, you might be right. You might be right.
It's
just a name, man. It's just a label.
Yeah. Let's call it pixie. We're measuring little grains of pixie dust that are falling, that are hitting our detector. Sorry, you said something a minute ago. Hold on, Brian. You said something a minute ago. I just wanted to clarify that. Let's say that I'm using like a big telescope that some other organization owns and operates, but I get to use it. If the data that I see and the lights in the sky that I observe with that instrument, if I then go, hypothetically, and then, but with what you're saying, I just want to clarify your position. If I have my own telescope that I built with my own hands, I made the tube, the lenses and everything, and I look at the same part of that sky and I see and I can match exactly the galaxy or the stars, whatever that other
Very
bigger
Dobsonian
telescope,
of you.
that the other
Very
telescope saw. Does that then confirms that there's nothing weird going on with the okay.
Yeah, look, man,
Good.
go ahead and find it. Listen, if I go find
What
you
about a Dobsonian telescope? Would
hold
that
on, man.
help?
Let me respond. Go find you a Flickr and name it Awakenings 1, man, for the team, dog. And we'll fucking stand behind you. Go find you a Flickr and name that motherfucker, man. Go get your name out there, man.
Well, we can't name it.
John Earth Awakenings 1.
We can't give it any arbitrary name, Brian.
You name that Flickr Awakening.
Yeah, if I could, I would have already named some star like Kosho or something, but we.
Kosho.
And they're finding Flickrs every week now, ain't
Yeah,
they?
there's rules about that naming stuff.
Chronic, one question.
They can't give every Flickr. They can't call every Flickr a planet. It's got to be a certain Flickr.
Do they allow you to record your session and share it with anyone?
What do you mean?
Can you record anything that you're seeing?
Of course.
Yeah. So could you take that and show it to us and not have a problem?
Of course. Of like observing sessions, yeah.
Now, do you see anything that's? I mean, you're just getting data, right?
Hey, did you hear why? Hey, I told you why they filter it, man.
So what you're looking at? Are you looking at images, or are you just getting data?
Yeah, and it's different, depending on what observatory I'm using. But yeah, I've done all the entire range that you can imagine. I've been
but look, I told you why they're filtering
at the telescope with all the instruments within, reach. And
here's the reason they're filtering it, guys. Man, whoever wasn't here earlier, they're fucking filtering it because there's a few nebulas out there, gas clouds that reflect, and just in case you land on one of them, dude, they don't want you seeing a reflection and looking back at us, and instead of seeing yourself looking in a telescope, you'll see dinosaurs. They don't want you stumbling upon the reflection nebulas out there, man.
You already used that troll talking.
All right, Timothy Leary.
Hey, Chronic, have you seen the video I just posted on live stream? That's the one that I was talking about that Brian posted. According to that video, it seems like you might not be out of a job even if it is flat.
In live stream text 1.
Oh, that's the point you was getting at. Yeah. You definitely wouldn't be out of a job if it's flat.
No, I haven't. What's it about?
Check it out. Maybe it'd be good conversation piece.
Okay.
Yeah,
it seems like
if you want to see advanced flat Earth,
5 minutes long.
If you want to see flat Earth modeling, computer modeling, shit like that, then give it a look. And you see astronomy.
I'm surprised it is only 5 minutes. Usually the videos
Well,
that get
there's
suggested are like
every-
3 hour
that's
long
just
flat
like
Earth
the
videos.
introduction, man. There's every planet has. I mean, it gets into it.
Yeah,
but
I'll
that's
take a
just
look at it.
it's very interesting.
Yeah, I'll take a look.
We got a Witsit on deck. I can just feel it coming. He's going crazy in the live text, battling it out. He's going to come in here and have some words, I think.
He's been chatting for a while.
Has he been in here talking? Oh, okay, I've been gone.
No, I mean he's been chatting in text. Sorry, he's been in text.
Oh, yeah, he hasn't been talking on here though. Oh, you're watching it as you listen to us too? Are you waiting?
No, it's
Are you checking it out now, or do you mean like you'll check it out later?
I'm watching it now.
Yeah, Brian, maybe you'll try to explain to everyone else while he's watching that what the basic idea is that they're talking about. Or just retort whatever Chronic has to say about it. Seems like the text is where it's at right now. Jeez. Kosho, did I hear you right about having a camp for Flat Earth, something like that? Is that what I was hearing? But it wouldn't be about Flat Earth. It'd be more like why Flat Earth is wrong, and then it would be like for ballers to come learn more about the heliocentric, bouncing off of Flat Earth type stuff you learned in here. And what was that? Was I getting that right? If he's here, Kosho, getting a beer. Shit. Sorry to kill the chat. I'll just shut up. Brian, are you still here? Could you repost that one that you were talking about with the model? I was looking for that.
You kill the chat, Dave. What the fuck?
I know, dude. It's usually your job.
What? I keep it going, bro. I don't keep it.
No, you do good.
What do you ask me to post?
What the model? You said that you thought I was talking about
Well,
the
look,
model video.
watch the one he just posted first, the magnetic universe. You know, they tell you why it's way better than Newtonium or Einsteinium.
The one I just posted?
Yeah. The one I posted
already watched
earlier, right? The same one, right? The 3D.
Yeah. Wasn't there something about a model in there too? Or is that the one you're talking
No,
about?
I'll repost the model, but you got to go to that channel. The model it's a big model, dude. There's a lot to it too. It's terabytes of information. It predicts everything.
Until you posted.
It predicts everything.
I didn't see what you posted earlier. That's what I was asking for. I didn't.
All right,
I didn't see what you posted.
I'll repost it.
Can you guys not overtalk each other?
Could you keep talking and not have anybody else talk over you?
That never happens. No
We'll
one
see about
overtalks.
that. We'll see about that.
Yeah,
Yeah, we'll see.
yeah, we will. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Go ahead. Keep talking.
Yeah.
Give us your
keep talking.
Give us your religious speech about the heliocentric model.
What about it?
Tell us why you believe in it so much without proof. Oh, it's the same one, Brian. Or no, that's not. Okay, that's on the same channel. Okay, I got you.
If anybody wants to verify all the individual predictions, just look at the channel and it goes into very, very detailed, fucking excruciatingly boring fucking details on every position, all the positions of every fucking planet and all the eclipses and all that shit.
Right. Yeah. Why hasn't that been more talked about then? If it was 4 years ago that I
you don't hear them asking us for models anymore, do you?
Hmm?
When's the last time you heard anybody ask us for a model, bro?
No, I'm down with that. I thought it was great when I saw it.
I thought it was bullshit, bro. My bad. Yeah, we've already.
You know what? It's funny. You know what? You said I sound like Kosho. I've been told that before. And then
Not always,
is
but sometimes.
Electric Universe in here still? Is
Grim.
Electric Grim still
Yeah,
here?
He's not.
when Brian's high, he does sound like Kosho. He talks real slow.
Brian, you mean Dave?
No, you got me mistaken for
Brian.
fucking
Hey,
for
Brian,
Kosho, dude. You can tell when his ass is fucking up.
You mean Dave,
Like
right?
sounds like
I meant Dave. My bad.
Yeah, Dave, not you, Brian. Not you, Brian. He meant me. But you know what? Somebody swore I sounded just like Grim the other night, a couple nights ago. She was saying that I had to be him. I had to put myself on camera to prove I wasn't Grim. I don't think I sound like Grim. Anybody else think I sound like Grim? No.
Vaguely.
I don't get that at all. He
Like
was like,
barely.
"It's you. I know it's you." I'm like, "No, come on, it's not." Anyway, I'll let Grim
Anyway,
know what
I
he
watched the video. It's pretty cool visuals. It's a basically Electric Universe video, right?
No, I
Review
think it's
video.
more flat Earth.
Flat Earth, yeah, it's a
Okay.
geocentric flat model. If you just posted another one, if you want to watch, skip through it. But anyway, or if you get a minute, go check out that channel.
Well, I mean,
later
I already found a few. I mean, I already poked
boring
it.
details.
I already poked a few holes in
pick it
just the
apart.
5-minute video, but
Yeah, pick it apart. That's something that I like.
At 3:15, the narrator claims that spectral analysis of the sun and other stars that measures hydrogen helium signatures are just due to molecules in the Earth's atmosphere. That's not the case.
Bro,
We
we don't appeal to NASA, bro. We don't appeal to NASA.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
We don't.
I'm not pleading with you all to. I'm not pleading to like change your all. You got your minds or anything. But
Is it a possibility, or is there something impossible about it that would make that?
I'm just
not
saying,
like
don't expect it to follow the rules of your model, because it.
Yeah. Of course. Well, generally, no. I agree with you, Brian. It's not I'm not surprised by any of the claims being made in the video that are completely debunked by mainstream modern science. Is what I'm saying. But
right. But
like
is
I
this
said,
something
we're going to agree
personally
to
you
disagree?
think is impossible because of your knowledge of things? Is this something that you think is impossible because it couldn't be, or just because you believe what you believe?
Well, just from
what's the particulars of it?
I mean, I think it's kind of a combination of both,
to?
but I think it's a combination of both of what you just said. But I mean, just
demonstratable and scalable.
One simple, really quick watch through. I mean, I watched through at 1.5 speed, but there was just that thing stood out to me, and then what else stood out to me? I don't know. There are a few other things in the beginning about there was this kind of weird undertone to the narration about why it's weird to observe, like why telescopes have filters that they observe different wavelengths through. I didn't really. That seemed a little weird to me, like it was trying to plant some sort of false, like I don't know the right words, but I don't know. Just a few things popped out to me. I mean, the visuals were cool, like all alternative science videos. Yeah.
What the video is questioning why telescopes use filters.
Not directly. It's kind of their connotation is there. Like there's kind of an undertone in the narrator's voice, his description about how in order to see some things like an emission nebula, for example, that's primarily hydrogen alpha emitting. Like you're not going to see that with just a clear, with no filter through a telescope or something. Just stuff like that. Just like kind of implying that there's something scientifically, I don't know, something wrong with like using filters.
So is your take? There's another one from the same channel I'm going to watch in a bit, 20-minute one, but that's more about a model, right, Brian? With the same kind of idea that they're hinting at with the first one you watched, more complete model from the same people. I think that's what it is. But if is your take on the person or the people that made it? Is that interpretation that they truly believe, or is your interpretation of their video trying to pitch something that's obviously untrue?
Or are you asking me?
Yeah.
I have no idea about the narrator's motives. I don't claim to. I'm not going to make any claim
what
to
do you
speculate
suspect?
about.
If you had to suspect,
I mean,
the feel of it.
It's
your guess.
The feel of it. It seems like someone who is into alternative theories in different fields of science. That's all.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So it didn't seem like it was a ploy of some sort, or just on the surface wrong in so many ways that.
No, definitely not as obvious.
Anything.
Yeah, definitely not, in my opinion, not nearly as obvious as many other things that I've come across in this
Okay,
in
well,
this
that's good.
debate.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe check the other one out. I guess it's a more complete. I remember seeing it years ago, and it was like, wow, this is pretty. This is crazy. Why isn't this more talked about or used? If it has the accuracy that it claims to have, you know. And
I would
now
suspect without watching the long form video of it, I would suspect that the answer to that question is there may be one or two things in this alternative model, alternative theory that is being claimed. There may be, a small handful of things that are consistent with reality or what we observe in reality, but that's greatly outweighed by, a number of other things that don't comport whatsoever with what we observe, like 24-hour sun in the southern, the South Pole. There's, I could,
not really.
It's a balancing act though.
Not sun. We already agreed about this. We already figured this out.
I just gave that one quick example.
We never have 24-hour sun, just 24-hour daylight.
No one agreed.
Because the sun dips slightly behind the tip of a mountain. Yeah, I understand that all that stuff. We don't need to rehash it, but I was giving an extremely quick example.
Yeah,
There's a mountain.
But he doesn't need to phrase it that way. He doesn't need to say
I thought we did. I thought we did in here. I thought
never will. We never will. It'll never happen.
Let me say this. Maybe you'll agree with this. At least it's interesting that we all agree that there's a 24-hour sun in the Arctic, right? We all we know that. There's no one that on either side that disputes that, right? So if it was happening,
I don't know that actually. Why?
Oh no, I've heard flat earthers dispute that. I've heard flat earthers say there's no way.
I don't know where does that claim come from?
Maybe there's some flat earthers. I would say the general people that we would respect the opinion.
Flat earthers have told me, Brian, that we're not allowed to go.
The general people.
Yeah, but the people I respect.
Quality. Most people, I would say that even a lot of flat earthers at least acknowledge that there's a northern.
That isn't the case.
Well, many Globers also acknowledge that. I guess pretty much accepted fact, and it's not so for the South. So why is there a big difference? If it was happening in the South.
I'm not sure if you're on the same page of what he's. So you might be thinking of people that want to get like a shot of being directly under the North Pole and getting like a shot of the stars. Perhaps people have contested that, but in terms of a 24-hour sun in the North, I don't think I've ever heard anyone. I've never even heard a human contest that. Have you? An actual person that says
I've heard several flat earthers on Discord say that.
A lot of flat earthers have told me that there's no way of knowing because we cannot go to the North Pole.
Anyways,
hold on. Well, just
anecdotal.
You guys like to throw terms out there like, I've heard flat earthers and then list all these things. Obviously, who knows who said whatever. I don't think anyone's trying to categorize people as anything. But have you ever heard anyone that says that because the 24-hour sun in the North is very easy to observe. You can go to Alaska. You can even go to places and you can see it. It's been seen by many, many people. I've never heard anyone deny that ever.
But we are saying we have. So it's our anecdotal experience versus
it doesn't
yours.
matter if you.
Yeah.
Who denied that there's a 24-hour sun?
Wait. Some of them
agree.
Jesus,
hold on.
Brian,
Let me say this
Brian,
real quick.
come on, man. Brian,
It's important, real quick. It's very important.
But yeah, but Brian, you can't do that. You can't bum rush and decide what you have to say is more important than what Gio was busy saying. No, but Gio was in the middle of saying something. How does Brian decide what he has to say is more important than what everyone else has to say?
Shut up, man.
Let Brian say.
No, but that's not fair, guys.
Well,
some people just
could
in the North. I'm trying to define what the fuck I'm arguing about. You're about to waste your breath.
You guys just
you're gonna waste your fucking breath instead of just hearing me out real quick.
Brian, you do tend to clip people and interrupt. It's okay because I was mostly finished, so I guess try not to do that as much if you can. But go ahead.
I'm just trying to narrow down the argument. Okay, there are flat earthers who claim that there's no 24-hour circling sun in the North. I've never heard anybody claim there's no 24-hour sun up north. That's the argument. The Pac-Man map argues a 24-hour sun. They have a 24-hour sun, but not a 24-hour circling sun.
Okay, is that what you guys are talking about?
No,
That's a
well,
Pac-Man thing?
No.
No, just the simple observation of a 24-hour sun around the north, geographic pole.
Well, how could
in the 24/7 Discord server, there a handful of people. I mean, if you want me to name them, I'm gonna have to either go back in DMs or
That's
some
not
shit.
important,
But
Chronic.
I know
I'm
it's not
sorry.
important, but it's one word versus another. It's inconsequential. It doesn't matter. I've experienced people who say you cannot show. It's impossible to show a 24-hour sun on the north in the north. Several people, yeah, and Geo claims that he's never heard that. Okay, it's just
What I was saying is I've never heard a human being ever deny that there's 24-hour sun in the north. That's what I'm saying.
So the people talking
doesn't
to me
really
on
matter
Discord
about
are not
a
human.
type of earther. I'm just saying I've never heard anyone deny that, because even at the civilian level, you can go up there and see it. Like it's not something that is very difficult to see. You can literally there's many videos of it. You can whatever we call the circle of the sun, that thing, that yellow thing in the sky. if you're fired up north at the right time, you can literally watch it circle you. Now, I can get into like a Pac-Man idea, or whether it's circling the North Pole, or whether it's on a globe, whatever. But the point is, you can literally see that happening. So I'm just saying, I've never seen a human deny that.
Yeah. So, but I have, and so that's where we put the period on the sentence. I know it's not the point.
Chronic, that was my point to you, was saying that I think we can all agree, as intellectually honest as we can be, that there's more consensus about the northern 24-hour sun than there is in the southern, correct?
Well, I don't know, maybe. I don't know.
Maybe.
I don't deal in absolutes and saying all. And
was that your reason to bring it up? Because there's not you're trying to try to say, oh, people deny the north too, and therefore the south is not. Is that what you're trying to do?
No, not at all. Nope.
Agreed upon about the north and the south. Why is
no,
that?
But in these types of conversations, people on both sides need to be very careful about the exact words they use. So that's all, Dave. I was saying is, you said all, and I'm saying anecdotally, it's not all. That's it.
Okay, here's
Nothing
the exact
further.
words. You don't even have to respond to this, but anybody else in here would probably agree that it's much more agreed upon about the northern sun than the southern sun, and that does seem to be a bit odd. And if you don't think it is, then that's fine. But
I would agree with your first statement. I disagree that it's a bit odd. It makes sense
that we don't
it's
have
easier.
more of a consensus, or even close to this kind of consensus about it.
It makes
Not even
logical
close?
sense to me. Yeah, it makes logical sense to me.
There should be lots of video of it, and the ones that we have are very questionable, and that seems odd as well.
Well, I mean, if we're just stating opinions back and forth, we'll be here all night.
I would think there would be a lot, but maybe you'd think that'd be hard to get. I guess maybe I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. No, I think the ones that exist are sufficient. So
sufficient.
Yeah.
The fact that you're saying sufficient about it means that they just pass. And if we had to argue about the northern sun, we would all be like, okay, the overwhelming evidence. So it just proves my point right there.
Well, given the higher difficulty, I think saying sufficient, in my own opinion, is fine. You'll disagree with that. That's fine.
All right, you have a sufficient opinion. That's fine.
No, I think the videos that exist are sufficient evidence of.
Well, your opinion
is
sufficient for me,
I guess. Okay, we're all sufficient.
Because you can only go sufficient with your opinion about it. So
exactly.
You know what is intense about it, though, Dave? We were talking about this the other day. So, in the idea that it's not an actual 24-hour sun in the south, like an actual circle of the sun. Like even in the idea, let's say like an AE map where, there's some kind of like caustic, like the coffee cup caustic, like the caustic geometry and mathematics, where it could be a kind of the light is essentially, the light is present for 24 hours, but the actual sun is not. However, that, could be thought about. But what's interesting, let's say that is the case, and it's the coffee cup caustic type thing. So the light is kind of in that same way, the caustic refraction, it's covering the whole outer rim. Wouldn't that then mean
dome reflection type thing?
Yeah. Well, it doesn't have to necessarily involve a dome. It just has to do with just that the light of the sun is creating that caustic refraction effect.
Okay. However, it does.
Just in that general sense. But if that's the case, let's just say that's the case. So in that explanation, you'd have 24-hour daylight, but not 24-hour sun. Like the sun would still rise and set, but you'd have 24-hour daylight. Wouldn't that then mean that if you had sticks and shadows on the ground or just whatever, even if you're standing there, that you would not get a shadow when the sun is gone. So it's almost like what would happen is the sun would rise, you'd get a shadow, you know, behind you. Like if you're standing there or you have a pole in the ground or whatever, you'd see a shadow. That shadow would, you know, match the rising and setting sun. After the sun would set, it would still be daylight and you would not get any shadows.
Well, because the direct sunlight causes the shadow, not the daylight.
Yeah, because it's the direct sunlight that causes the shadow, not the actual like blue lit up sky.
Why do you need to be at the South Pole to test this? You can do it yourself where you are after the sun sets when there is still some daylight. No, is that not applicable?
He's talking about it in the southern in Antarctica. Or in the
I know he is, but it seems analogous to what you could do wherever you are. No.
Are you just saying that after the circle of the sun sets, you don't get shadows in that way?
Well, yeah, I'm just asking if you want to see what it might appear like. You could do it yourself where you are shortly after the sun sets at your location.
But he knows that.
Right. You're saying that in like they call that twilight. So you're saying in twilight,
Sure, yeah.
after the sun is set, but you still have the sky still lit to a degree.
Yeah, and see what shadows you see, if any. Yeah.
Right. It would be similar to that, yeah, except even more dramatic.
Yeah. Yeah, so I've heard the coffee cup caustic thing, and I'm interested. You say that might be possible physically without a dome. I would ask for a few more details because I think I understand the idea of caustics.
The one I just posted shows it kind of on an AE map, except that one that was taken from some video, I think some globe earther. I was actually searching around because I just wanted to try to find that structure on an AE map. So it says, where is the sun? So yeah, I don't know, just sort of ignore that part. But well, it says, what does it say? So where's the sun? Somewhere different for every location. So,
it's accompanied a lot by sundogs too. Like sundogs accompany caustic, and like that's what we see in the fucking in the colder environment. The sundogs, possible caustic.
Yeah, so I mean, I have several questions that probably are going to require much more details about this, but I guess maybe the most surface level ones, no pun intended, would be like, well, I guess not even considering sundogs, but if you want to consider sundogs, does that mean at any particular time, a specific time, would you not potentially see what appears to be more than one sun? Yes or no? I think the answer would be yes. I think the answer would be yes. That there may be situations where you could see what appears to be two or even more.
Yeah, well, a sundog is usually three suns. Actually.
Yeah, two or even more sun images of what appears to be the sun. Yeah. In this caustic configuration or something. I just think it needs to make it a little more robust. It might need sort of more muscle in the description of how it would work. Really, like I see the images you're posting. Like there's a caustic or on the inside of this physical ring, right? That if that were sort of supposed to be the case in reality, then that would advocate for some sort of material, though, no? Like a dome of some sort. But you said this doesn't necessarily require a dome. So maybe some contradictions back and forth a little bit.
Well, you're saying whether there needs to be like a physical sort of wall. I mean, is that what you mean? Yeah, like because on those couple examples, like the coffee cup, obviously you have the walls of the cup. On that little metal copper ring thing, there's a copper ring, and then on the other little one with the pen light on the little glass AE map thing, you do have glass, and that's creating that. So
yeah. So in all those examples, you do have some physical object, some substance, right? A dome or whatever you want to call it. Yeah.
Yeah, but it also could be like the magnetic field could be a factor, like if it's the actual field. But yeah, I mean that's a deeper question of what is.
Yeah, it would need to flesh out the details about that. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the thing that's challenging with this is that people say, why don't you just go down there and do it? Well, here's the thing. Like with the amount of chemtrails that they can put in the skies these days, they can absolutely cloud over an area within seconds. So I'm concerned that even if people started trying to go down there to see this, all they'd have to do is blast chemtrails in the sky for enough to where you wouldn't be able to see what the sun's doing. So it's a little bit of a concern, is like if they have a chemtrail operation going, even if somebody took a cruise down there or did whatever, that if they just blow chemtrails in the skies to where you couldn't really tell whether the actual sun set or not, but you're still getting the 24-hour, twilight kind of daylight effect. But
yeah,
it should
maybe.
be, but if they didn't do that, we should be able to at least verify whether there's the circle of the sun in the sky the whole time. And
yeah, so what's the most recent video that shows a 24-hour daylight? A time lapse, so all 24 hours, no cuts and stuff like that. What's the most recent? Like a few years ago, or so what you're saying is after, or maybe the chemtrail organization was not up and running by the time of the most recent, video of that, right? But nowadays they're up and running and they're on alert because flat Earth is onto them. So if anyone did it in today, today's society, it would get clouded out maybe.
Oh, I don't know. I'm not claiming any of those things. I mean, yeah, I know what you're saying. The ones that currently exist.
I think they're pretty recent. Like less than 5 years ago, I think is the most recent one. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, could be.
Well, I'm not okay. Well, I mean, those footages are what they're claiming to be, but we could get into them and whether they're authentic or not. Those could be anything technically, but yeah, whether those are even in that area at all and what they are, that's a good question. I mean, those could be, for all we know, those could be filmed somewhere else entirely. But
yeah, Kosho posted a 2019 one, so that's 3 years ago. That's pretty recent.
Well, that's just real funky footage. I mean, what is that? Come on.
Okay.
That's not even in the realm of. I mean, there's some that at least claim to be real. Yeah, I know.
That looks pretty cool to me.
Insanely fisheye thing. Yeah, I mean, it is kind of cool, but
yeah.
I mean, that could be taken in the north. It could be taken anywhere. But yeah, I hear what you're saying. I mean, if there are ones that are claimed to be, then they're not chemtrailed skies per se. Although actually, some of them do actually have clouds at certain parts, but the cover.
Yeah, even on that GIF Kosho posted, there's some cloud cover that happens. It doesn't really block out the sun completely. You can still tell it's obvious, where the disk of the sun is. But
yeah, but I mean, this shouldn't be that hard to verify. Of all the things we've talked about doing that take a lot of money and time and energy and what, I mean, this one can't be that hard. The weird thing about these though, and I mean, Brian and B-Ball went deep on it the other day, and we don't have to go all deep into it, but I mean, it is pretty interesting when you look at the ones that are claimed, the many places for cuts and inconsistencies in them. And it's just like, it's like an unsolved mystery. They're just there. I have not seen anything. And then there's also like so many weird things. Like there's like one guy that does a lot of them. Like most of the 24-hour suns in Antarctica are like one guy. So there's just a lot of strange things about it. Like it's not independently verified. Like, why don't we have a bunch of them of, I took a cruise down there and here's my footage, or, it's just strange. It seems kind of controlled, and it's just not the same as the ones in the north. That's for sure.
Oh, I think that goes back to the discussion with Brian. I think logically it seems a bit more difficult to get down there than to get to the north. But I think it's more than just one guy. Maybe one guy has the most videos, but it's definitely more than just one person. But
well, the one
I don't know that
Kosho posted is one. I think.
The video Kosho posted. He says, I mean, he's going ham right now in the text chat. 84 videos. The GIF he posted is uncut, completely, a complete, continuous time lapse.
Yeah, and you go to this guy's website, and he's like a documentary maker. He's for all these like mainstream news outlets and stuff. It's just sketchy.
Yeah. He could be a shill. We could all be shills, obviously.
Yeah, he's equal to all of us. We could all be shills, so it doesn't really give him any doubt, right? Because you could doubt any of us, so it's equivalent, right?
Well, is this the one that's the documentary maker? Let's see if it's the same guy.
I don't know. He's from Denmark or something. I don't know.
Iceman.
Is he the only guy, or is there a lot of guys? How many guys are there that have footage of it?
At least half a
Can't
dozen.
count them on two hands. That seems very unlikely that it exists.
At least half a dozen. Yeah, that's more than one hand. Half a dozen.
Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure it's more than one hand?
You have 6 fingers on your hand.
Yeah, it is this guy. Yeah, South Pole, Night in Antarctica. Yeah, he works. It's like he's involved with like all.
Here's the challenge,
Chronic.
Here's the challenge. Can you come up with six people that claim to have good footage and actually show it?
That's going to take
seem
some.
like it's actually.
That might take a little bit of funding. That sounds like work for me to do.
Oh, really? Okay, so it's about the funding. It's not about the fact that it's impossible to find.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of both.
Yeah, I think so. That seems a little strange, doesn't it?
I mean, this is a pretty big one because, like, the idea of an AE map with the sun circling the north. If that's in any way the case, then you would not get. From my understanding, I mean, Dave, would you agree or disagree? There would be no way to get a 24-hour circle of sun in the sky with that in the south.
With the AE map, no, but I'm not a big AE map guy. So, I mean, there's an idea I put out there before. Just a couple of people have played with, the idea that there could be a 24-hour sun with Jasla 111, and it kind of does like an infinity loop around. But that would mean the sun would be going actually the other way. I don't know if it works, but that was one of his things. But he worked out that the AE map's wrong and that the time zones don't work, but he worked out a way for the time zones to work in the way he was doing it. So I've posted those many times. So you guys, Jasla 111 is the channel.
Sounds cool.
Yeah, but with the circle that it does, it could definitely give day. It does. I don't think the daylight fucks with flat Earth too much. I mean that's possible with the daylight and the caustic cup type thing, or however that works. But yeah, I just think I would say that if there's not a lot of footage of the actual sun like we have in the north, then there's something suspicious there, in my mind, for sure.
Well, I don't know. Kosho posted some videos in the chat that showed.
Yeah, but you can't come up with 6 dudes that have done it, right?
Well, I don't know. Maybe. Maybe there are.
I was asking 10 at least, right? You would think that I could find you 10 that have done the north, easy.
Well, I mean, is the point of your demand if only 5 people have done it, Earth is flat, but if 6 have done it, Earth is globe? Like if that's the point of the argument, then it
has nothing to do with the point of the argument.
Look up
being flat. It's just like there should be more of that. We would all suspect there'd be a lot more evidence of it if it actually existed, just like there is for the north.
Well, what if it was more difficult? What if it was more difficult to get down there?
Is that the reason? Is that the reason that you think
it sounds like a logical reason to me.
Okay, maybe there's not enough people down there, huh?
No. Maybe it's harder to get down there and do it.
Right, but there's enough people that could have done it.
Yeah, I would agree. I think that's a fine. I mean, that's understandable.
Yeah, so that's as much as I need then.
Well, I don't know if it's
much. It's sufficient. It's good enough for you. I guess that's all.
Yeah, sufficient. Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you're just trying to argue something, you feel like you have a little bit of an edge, I guess so. But if we're talking about the truth, it's not very strong in terms of like.
Yeah, that's the point.
I mean, we're just barking opinions and at each other at this point.
Okay, let's just say there is a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Let's just say there is 100% with a circle, the circle of the sun in the sky the whole time. Let's just say that is the case.
Are you going to ask me if it proves globe Earth?
No, I'm not saying it proves anything. I'm just saying
the answer is no.
If that's the case, I would agree that it would make sense that there would be a lot more in the north because it's so much easier to get there and so much easier to film rather than Antarctica, which is like you've got the United Nations and the funky stuff going on. It's, so I would agree with that. However, it still would make sense that we would have many more than we do. And we should at least have one that has no places for cuts and is authentic. And we don't even have that.
Again, we're barking opinions and just baseless claims at each other. I would argue what you said is incorrect.
Well, what I was talking about last night, like what you would need to have is, because obviously only footage is just what it is. Obviously it's not proof of anything necessarily. It's just video footage. However, what you would need is like the order of frames in a video would have to be consistent from the beginning to the end. Frame 1, frame 2, frame 3, frame 4, etc. That would be a consistent order that show legitimate footage with no places for cuts and no places for inconsistencies. So in the north, we have many that we can do that. We can go through frame by frame, boom, 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 boom. And obviously you can go see it for yourself. As far as I've seen, and I'm, if you have one, I'm willing to look at it, although I think I've seen them all. In terms of the claimed 24-hour sun in the South, there aren't any that have that consistent order of frames that show consistent footage. They all have some area of cuts or inconsistencies. So that's what I'm referring to.
Has Kosho not provided that already, or if you scroll up, I think in the text chat. But anyways, it's inconsequential to the point of the argument is that anyone's personal opinion on the validity of video evidence is just that. It's a personal opinion. You can come to your own personal conclusion about what it means, and someone else comes to a different personal conclusion about what it means. That's like yeah. It's like trying to force someone onto a religion or something like that.
Well, that was a sufficient explanation for everything here. Definitely sufficient for you, I guess.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, if that's all you need, I mean, people that want to be sure probably wouldn't take that sufficient answer to be much, though. I mean, someone that really wants to be sure, they're like, oh, this guy's got a sufficient opinion about it. So I guess he probably is confident enough to say it's sufficient.
Yeah.
I'll go with that. Instead of like what Gio just said, which is we got tons of stuff for the North and we can see it all the time. And the South is very, very, very lacking. Could be because there's not enough, it's harder to get down there. Yeah, I guess that's sufficient, but not likely. We'd have a lot of that probably still.
Mm-hmm.
Someone should take that on. Maybe a Glober, I mean, I guess maybe someone neutral because, I mean, it could be shown many times over.
Dave, have you ever gone to a gas station, filled your car up with gas, and not filled the gas tank 100% all the way up to full? Ever?
No, never. No, never. What's the point?
Yeah, so there are some cases where you just you fill it up to a sufficient level of gas to to get to wherever you're going.
Well, sufficient, I wouldn't think like 90%. That's not sufficient. Is that what you're grading it on? Sufficient, I think like, oh, I'm 55% sure. Or I'm 55, I'm over the 50% mark, so that's good enough for me.
Yeah,
not
that's
like, oh, it's almost full, but it didn't go all the way full.
Again, that's a that's a subjective opinion on how you understand the usage of sufficient.
Oh, okay. So your sufficient is like almost full.
Sufficient is more than what is required or necessary.
Oh, so you want to make
I say nothing about the quantity.
Anything over 50% is just as good as 90%.
Definitionally, yes.
You want to stick to definitionally. If definitionally is sufficient enough for you to define sufficient that way, then that's fine. It wouldn't be
again,
for
like
a lot
I said,
of
you gotta be careful with our words around these parts here.
I know being careful with your words is a sufficient way of answering, but it just makes it like not real sounding. It doesn't sound very. You don't get the confidence vote.
You're telling me about your feelings right now.
Hey, that's what I'm telling you.
I guess
my instinct. I guess.
What is Dave wrong about now?
I don't know.
I was saying you're a good guy. People should respect you.
They do.
Yeah. So what? Am I wrong now? Am I wrong?
Kosho keeps spam blasting.
Yeah, you might be wrong.
Kosho keeps posting these, but none of these are even 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
Come on, do your best, guys. There's tons of it, right?
But Gio,
we should name 6 people.
I'm laughing because it's funny because. Never mind.
Oh, I'm saying these aren't even showing. These just show like the sun passing over, like one shot. They're not even showing the actual 360.
Yeah.
So are you saying none of these are sufficient enough for you, Gio?
Not even close. These aren't even really showing. There's a handful of ones. Let's see. Maybe this one
Gio,
one of them.
Have you seen the 24-hour sun one with like a VR camera, so you can move the camera around and follow the sun?
Let's do that.
You ever seen it? Oh, okay. Let me try to find it.
Or you can. Pan.
Hello?
Geo cut out.
Oh. And then this one's pretty short. It's like 1:30. So it's a 24. It's like a time lapse of the sun throughout a whole day, but you can move the camera around and follow the sun. It's like a VR camera.
But in order to be sufficient for them, it needs to be 24 hours of the video. It cannot be shortened.
What? So they would sit.
Imagine.
Would you guys really sit and watch that for 24 hours?
That's
crazy.
their level of sufficiency that they need, apparently.
You can do a time lapse for 24 hours and just put the camera on.
Oh, time
Been
lapse
done
is
for-
allowed now, Dave?
Oh,
I don't
time
know.
lapses are fine. Okay.
Is there
Good,
is
good.
there 24? Is there actually 24 hours of the North? Geo?
The North, I
Is that
don't
what
know,
they
but
do?
I just gave
Is
you
that the
Dave.
requirement? Are they strawmanning us? I don't know. I don't know what
Dave.
the standard is. The
Yeah,
North and
Dave.
the
I
South.
just tagged you with 24. Well, according to our model, there's 24-hour sun at the North as well. But I just tagged you with the 24-hour sun at the South Pole. It has a VR camera, so you can follow the sun.
Yeah, I've seen that one.
You should check it out.
I have seen that one.
All right, and you don't have issues with it, right? Like you accept it.
I wasn't deep into the checking of it. I just know that there's most people have questioned that one for some reason, and I don't know exact reason, but a lot of people.
Well, this one's off the table
Geo.
right off the bat. I mean, the circle, the yellow circle of the sun goes totally behind the clouds. I mean, this is not even close to what's.
Yeah, but you can still see that this. I tagged you with
You
it.
just
Dave.
see
I literally
daylight. You
tagged
see
Oh.
light, but you don't see the circle. I mean, there's other ones.
But you see, but Gio, you see the sun it's in the clouds, and if you follow that brightness through the clouds, the sun eventually comes out at the end. Like it's the sun. It's just clouds are there, but that's the sun, man.
No, well, it doesn't matter what you think someone knows. It's not what.
Oh.
What we're looking for. What we're
Take
looking for is a circle yellow sun in the sky, visible, a complete 360.
No clouds in the way.
Kosho posted.
Coastal clouds. It's same with the 24-hour one in the north. I mean, if you want to see the actual phenomenon, you need to see the circle of the sun the whole time. Yeah.
Yeah. So at six after the hour, Kosho posted this a while ago that you did not accept, but.
6 after the hour?
Yep.
6 after whose hour?
Just whatever your current hour is, go to 06.
No, I'm playing.
But I think the one that disqualifies, I think the claim that disqualifies this one that Kosho posted at 06 is that it's a fisheye lens or something. Something is fishy about the camera, no pun intended.
Okay, yeah. Well, I mean, Gio, do you have images like that at the North Pole, where it's a 24-hour sun, complete, no fisheye lens, no clouds in the way? Have you seen that at the North Pole?
Yeah, there's a lot of them. Many of them. Yeah.
Or could you tell me a channel I could find them on?
I mean, I don't have one saved. I mean, I've seen many of them over the years. I guess I don't have one like bookmarked.
Okay, but do you remember what YouTube channel it was on? Maybe? No.
Well, they're really easy to find.
All right, I'll try find one.
I mean, I'm sorry. Like I said, I guess I don't have like a bookmarked one for that.
Right. Let's see what comes up. 24-hour sun, North Pole, Arctic midnight sun, 24-hour time lapse. Let's see. I don't know about this one. Clouds and a lot of refraction stuff gets in the way. Nope. North Pole entire summer never ending. Let's see. This one, the sky is green. This shit looks photoshopped. Nope. Midnight sun, Norway. Let's see. Nope, I'm seeing flat Earth stuff in the comment section, so I can't trust this guy. And Shit looks photoshopped. No, yeah, Joe, I'm not finding any actual 24-hour sun footage. The North Pole. I don't know, bro.
All right. Well, there's many, many, many that show 24-hour sun in the north. It's very easy to get. There's a lot of people that have done it. There's numerous, like hundreds, if not thousands, of them that are very solid.
Could I say the same about the South Pole? There's many, many.
Not at all.
No.
That's what we're discussing. Yeah, there's not. Small number that are claimed. Most of them are done by one guy, and none of them are uncut.
Okay. All right, Joe. All right.
Well, dude, this has been the case for years. It's not like a new thing. I mean, it's not like a new topic. I know you always like to pretend like, oh my God, that's just a brand new idea. I've never heard that before, as if it's your first day. But I mean, this has been the case.
Yeah.
Status. That's what the status has been for years. Yeah. It's just that some people claim that some of them are legit, but I mean, they're not uncut frame by frame footage.
06 after
Couldn't
that.
I say that about the North Pole ones as well? Because all these ones I YouTube, they all look edited and I don't know, man. But I'll keep looking. I'll keep looking for something in the North Pole that isn't untouched.
You Googled it for 10 seconds and said you can't find any of the North Pole. Come on.
Yeah, but like I said, I will keep on looking. Yeah. I do understand.
I mean, I just put it in on YouTube. There's like a bunch that come up already.
Yeah, I did the same. Like the first 5 that came up, I looked at all of them, and they all had a bit of editing in. Some of them even had comments about flat Earth in the comment section, so that already, made it seem fishy. I didn't even bother looking at those ones. Yo, Chronic, you still there?
Yeah, what's up, my guy?
Yo, what do you think about all this stuff Witsit's posting about geocentrism? You got any comments on it? Any
I
thoughts?
haven't been keeping up with it. My bad.
Oh, okay. But I saw you responding to him, but it's cool.
Oh, the earlier stuff. He's
Yeah,
just
yeah.
quoting old historical figures.
But what are your thoughts on this whole geocentrism thing? Do you think it could be that we are descent to, like, I mean, I'm sure you're aware of the axis of evil cosmology and whatnot, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if anyone asks me any question that starts with "could this be," I mean, the answer is always going to be yes. Of course, it could be.
Yeah, but I'm not trying to ask you could it be. I'm trying to ask you, what do you think about it? Do you think it's something that needs to be looked into? Do you take the idea seriously?
For my specific work, I take it seriously, but I don't like. I'm not actively working to like answer the
Okay,
axis
but
of
you
evil,
think
like,
it's
questions.
something
Yeah.
you wouldn't mind if we put money into it, right? You think it's it's a legitimate question that needs to be asked in this day and age?
Yeah, there's probably more important, or I don't know if I should use the word important, but there's probably more like worthy projects to maybe fund before that. But
yeah,
I think it's still on
Really?
the list of like things.
Really? Like
Yeah.
this is it's insinuating. It's not saying that outright, but it's insinuating we might be at the center of the entire universe. And that the reason, things look homogeneous and isotropic is because, we're like at the mirror line,
But we
And-
know on the largest scale that things are not perfectly isotropic. We know we can measure with very high precision anisotropies in the CMB. So yeah. So there's quite a lot of evidence on one side and maybe a tiny bit of evidence on the other. But the fact that there exists evidence to the contrary means that it's still a open question, so to speak.
Okay.
Yeah.
How confident are you though on
that we're not the center of the universe?
Yeah.
I mean, I might have to think a little bit about that. I don't know.
As long as y'all's proof is for star formation is Cavendish, I'm never going to take anything y'all say serious. But I'll consider what y'all say. It's interesting sometimes, but it's it's just a story. It's as good a guess as anybody. Nobody knows what's up there. Y'all ain't God.
What's also
I
cool
ain't
is we
God.
see. I mean,
You got evidence and this and that to back up a story, man. It's the best story we've came up with. Maybe the top 3 stories. Just a story, bro. Nobody knows what's up there.
Of course, yeah. God could have created it all. Yes, I'm not
I
denying.
like you, man. At least you consider that and just being completely honest. Like you might even say, "Well, I'm 99% sure it's this," but at least you're honest enough to leave out the possibility that we don't know. I really appreciate that in the conversation, bro.
I'm still waiting for an answer, Chronic. How confident are you?
I mean, Brian piqued my interest about star formation, but anyway, we see. I mean, empirically we've seen hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of different stages of stars forming just out in the universe, in space, what we call space, out in the sky. So we see them at very early stages. We see them when there's still a protoplanetary disk forming around them. We see them with planets after they formed around. All different types of very, very reliable evidences for this type of evolution and formation. But how confident am I that we're not truly the center of the universe?
Yeah.
I'll give it an 85% confidence.
Well, there you go. You guys heard it from a PhD astrophysicist.
Yeah, 85.
Yeah, but that's the number most of them would give you, Gio. That's actually the number.
Oh, is it actually?
Okay, no, it's not actually a number. I
okay.
know it's in the 80 percentages. I don't know if it's 85. What I tend to hear is 88.
Oh,
it might be 85.
I was just off just a quick 5 minute, 5 second calculation in my head, but
yeah, I just thought you had a bit more doubt, but that's reasonable, yeah. Right, Gio? To be 88% or 85% sure and to have a 15% uncertainty, that's reasonable, right?
Well, I'm not making any comment on the reasonability.
Well, let me just say this. What's unreasonable is somebody acting like they know shit for sure. And that's what we get most of the time in here.
Yeah, Gio explained his stance really in very few words earlier when he said when he quoted that movie. So you're saying there's a chance. So if there's even the most minuscule 0.000 whatever of a chance, then if people would like to cling on to that, then they have the right to. So.
Yep. All right. So yeah, if you want to. Okay. So I think Blue and Bev, I saw they joined. They were talking in the chat. They wanted to.
For sure. Yeah.
Chat about something. So
I gotta head out anyway. It's getting pretty late, but it's good talking to you guys.
Yeah, very good talking with you, brother.
See you
very
guys
good
later.
talking with you. Hey, I appreciate your sense of humor, man.
Yeah, have a good one, Chronic.
All right, so Blue and Bev are gonna show down.
I'm here.
Yeah, man.
So,
I got winter, man. No, I'm just kidding.
Can I I'll put the picture in so everybody knows what we're talking about. Oh, wait a minute. Got it in the right channel.
You had it in the chat there a minute ago.
Yeah, I know. It's gone up the page, hasn't it, everybody? Here you go. New one. Right, now this is from a video that FE Dogma made about a year ago, right, Blue? I think you've showcased it on your channel.
Yeah, it's about 11 months old, I think.
Right, and in that, he's done I can't call this an elevation profile. He's drawn the arm of LIGO above from the GPS or from the Google. And then underneath it, he's drawn a horizontal line. He seems to think that is that LIGO being the horizontal line. And then he's put a tangent point on the left of the top picture. It says end station. And that's where he's put the tangent. And then the picture underneath, he sort of turns LIGO through 90 degrees. And he puts the corner station in that position. So the corner station is the other end of that arm. And he puts another tangent there.
And it's the beginning of the other arm as well.
Yeah,
right?
So it's one arm of LIGO that has a tangent point on each end.
No, it's 2 arms of LIGO, each having a tangent on
the
one
corner
end.
point is a shared.
Well, it's just a way to represent it, Biff. Let's be really clear about this. Neither one of the first of all, just because it says horizontal does not intend to represent that either of those arms are horizontal. They're not.
Are they the arms, though? That line there that says horizontal line in both pictures, are they meant to depict the arms, or are they just a random horizontal line?
It can be as you like, but it can be depicting the arm as a straight line,
as a horizontal line,
which is what those lines are. But they're not horizontal by the definition.
It says horizontal on them, Blue. It's a bit.
I see what it says, Bev, but the LIGO arms at Hanford, both of them slope.
So not horizontal.
Their elevation changes from one end to the other. But
I've seen the elevation drawings for him as well.
Yeah, well, he's put the. Have I? I've seen them in great detail, and I have.
The elevation. The elevation profiles for these arms.
I've seen them. Yes, and I've used them in videos that I've made. I know you've seen those too. And he's put the elevations at various points. He picked 1, 2, 3, 5, both ends and 3 points along the length of it, fairly evenly spaced.
Here's another one. Here's the one where they've got the elevation profiles.
And that's what he's what you put up there a minute ago. That's perfectly fine for the discussion, because all he's showing you.
I'm asking about the 2 tangent points at each end of that line, Blue. That's all I'm asking about. I wanted to ask FV Dogma, but you said you'd explain it.
It's a tangent point at one end of each line.
Yeah, but there's the corner point. It does say the corner station. The corner is a shared point of both lines.
And that corner point is at a different elevation. So you can have a different tangent at that point. At that elevation,
you should only be able to have one tangent point on a straight line, right?
And it is only one on each line. No,
one on each end.
No, do you look at the upper drawing? Okay, look at the upper drawing, which is I'm not sure which arm that is, but we'll just call it the upper and lower for this discussion.
He's got a tangent point on the corner station. That's on the other end of that line. You should do it again. You should put another one over there and have the double nuts. Double drop.
You see one line. You see one tangent identified on each one of the drawings, right? Do you see 2 tangents on either one of those drawings?
Well, yeah, but that corner station has a tangent on it. He just hasn't drawn it in the top picture because it'd look fucking stupid drawing 2 tangents on one fucking line, wouldn't it?
Because it isn't. He didn't draw it because it's not there, Biff. There's only one tangent on that upper drawing.
There's 2 tangents in the picture, Blue.
500.
One at the corner point and one at the end station. FE Dogma's drawn it.
There's a tangent in the upper drawing at 529.63 feet elevation. There's a tangent in the lower drawing at 533.78 feet, and those 2 tangents are running perpendicular to each other, but they're not in the same plane.
When you say tangent, do you mean tangent point or tangent line?
It's a tangent line. It's a tangent point.
Yeah, 2 tangent points on one tangent line, right? Fucking ridiculous.
No, not fucking ridiculous. One tangent point on each line.
A horizontal line as well.
Well, that's just a word. We know those that both the arms have slopes. You can see that in the elevations. You can see that, right, Bev?
It's horizontal, Blue.
529 on one end.
Horizontal lines in
at the center
mathematics
point,
have zero slope, right?
533 at the center point on the other arm, and 537 at the far end of it. You can see that, right? So it's sloping uphill, right?
Right. So there's
Goes
no
uphill.
way that
He
could
started-
be horizontal. That's a mistake, did he? Is that a deliberate mistake? How many other
No,
people spotted that?
It's not a mistake, Bill. He could have.
He's wrote horizontal line on it. That's a bit deceitful.
Put
If
maybe
it's
a
not
different word on it.
horizontal.
Well, you can see the elevations. What do you think?
Is it a mistake that he put two tangent points on the same straight line as well?
He didn't put two tangent points on the same straight line.
He's
Bill.
got
He
it
put
wrote on it.
one
A
tangent point
big
on each
fucking
of the
arrow
lines.
on it.
Can't you see that? What's wrong with you? Can you not see that?
533.78 feet corner station has a tangent point on it.
No,
The 5.2963 feet has end station has a tangent point on it.
That's right.
That's
two
the same
separate
straight
lines.
line, Blue.
No, it's not, Bev. They run in 90 degrees to each other. Two different lines.
The corner station is
Did you
part
not
of
know
that line there, right?
This is
From
an
the end
interferometer,
station
Bill.
to the
Do
corner
you know
station.
Do you know what an interferometer is, Bill? It's two
We're
arms
just
and
talking
they
about the
intersect at
geometry.
90 degrees. Okay, it's two.
And the corner
those
point
are two
is
lines.
it's a shared, isn't it, of
Those
both?
are two arms that intersect at 90 degrees.
Yeah.
That's not the same line. That's not one great big long tube. That's two separate tubes intersecting
Corner point.
at a corner point. Yeah.
Yeah. Corner point belongs to both of the lines, Blue.
So what?
Well, that
That
means
same
you've got two
elevation-
tangent points on the
That
same straight line.
That same elevation belongs to an infinite number of points all over the globe, Bev. That
Tangent
533.78 foot elevation gets carried all over the globe. There's nothing wrong with that.
That's a straight line, isn't it, Blue?
Just because those
I know
two arms
they've marked it horizontal, and you
intersect
say
there
it's not horizontal.
at that point makes
But
no
it's
difference.
definitely a straight line, isn't it?
The LIGO tubes are straight, perfectly straight. Yes.
Okay. So you do have two tangent points, one at each end of a straight line. Or not, sorry,
No,
you don't.
no,
F.E.
no.
Dogma does
F.E.
in his
Dogma does
depiction of
No,
LIGO.
he does not. His depiction is crystal clear. There's one tangent point on each of the arms. Can you not see that?
Corner points are shared.
I don't care whether it's shared or not, Biff. That corner point is shared with that elevation all over the globe in an infinite number of places. That elevation is shared everywhere. Do you not know that?
I do know what a tangent point is, Blue.
Okay, and he shows one tangent point
Shouldn't
for
be
one
two
arm
on one straight line.
and he shows a second tangent point for the second arm. And because they happen to be at the same elevation, that's interesting. That's handy, but that's not two tangent points on the same line. That just happens to be a tangent point at the ending elevation of
I
one
hope
of the
everybody
lines.
else can see that it is, because I mean,
No, I don't think anybody
you
else
don't
can
think
see
that
it.
the corner point
think-
is shared with the end.
I didn't say, huh? No, the corner point's not shared with the end.
It looks like it in that top picture where he's got tangent point at the end station, and the corner point looks like it's at the same straight line.
You're saying You're saying it is the end of the top arm.
It's the same.
Corner,
it's the same straight line, isn't it?
at the corner station. No, it's not
Yeah.
the same straight line, Biff. No,
Yeah,
sir,
it's that
it's
corner
not.
station
Do you know
belongs
what
to
a
that
straight?
straight
Do you
line.
know what a
Blue.
straight line is, Biff?
Absolutely, Blue.
Okay, good.
Yep.
Do you understand that there are two separate straight lines?
Is that
Do you
straight a line?
understand
Is LIGO straight?
Do you
So
understand that there
from
are
the
two
end
arms?
station to the corner
Two straight
station, is that a
lines.
straight line? The one that
Do
he's
you
marked
understand that, Biff?
horizontal, is that a
Can-
straight line, Blue?
The one, yeah, it's straight. Yes, it's not level. It's
So he
straight.
does have two tangent points, one at each end of
No.
that straight line.
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. No,
It
he
certainly
does
looks
not.
like he's got a tangent point at the corner station.
It looks to me like he's got a tangent point at one end of each of the two straight lines. They're not shared. They're not
Corner
common
station is
lines.
shared, Blue.
They're not. No, Bev. The two lines are at 90 degrees to each other. They share that point.
Yeah. Where at that point that you have, Effie Dogma has put another tangent point. It's okay to say
second line. Yes.
Blue.
What's wrong with that? He's got a second tangent point because the second line is continuing to rise in elevation.
The same straight line, Blue.
It's not the same straight line, Bev.
It is. It is.
No. How can it? How can? Are you really going to try to say that two
the
lines
end station and the corner station are a straight line?
Are you really trying to tell me that two lines intersecting at 90 degrees
corner station
are the same line?
Is part of the same straight line, Blue? Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Really? That's interesting, Bill. You know something about geometry apparently that I don't know. I didn't realize a line could make a 90-degree turn like that.
No, the 2 points of that straight line are you have an end station, and where's the other end point of that straight line, Blue?
I'm sorry, say that again.
That you have one that's called end station. 1310 end station.
Yeah.
See that in the top picture?
Yeah, you got to
right, so that's the start point of that line. Where's the other end point of that line, Blue?
If you want it to be, that can be the start point. The center could be the start point if you wanted it to be too. Just makes it harder.
Of the line in his picture that has tangent on it, Blue.
Yeah, you wouldn't have to call it a tangent at that point.
Where's the other end of that straight line? Where's the other point that we could say? Because it's a straight line, we just need 2 points. One's called end station. Where's the other?
At the corner station. Where's the start of the next line?
Corner station. Right, where there's a tangent.
Station. That's a tangent for the other arm.
No, it's the same. That's the other end of that straight line, Blue. You've just said it.
Oh, that's the beginning of the other arm, Biv.
It's the end point of the first line.
It's the beginning of the other line.
Mm-hmm. Where you have a tangent point, Blue.
Yeah, for the second arm. Not for the first arm.
It's the end of the first line as well, isn't it?
And yes, it is, Biv.
Mm-hmm. So you do admit to having a tangent point at both ends of that straight line.
No, I do not.
No, sorry. Fe Dogma has obviously drawn a tangent point at both ends of a straight line.
I don't believe Fe Dogma would agree with that either, Biv.
Well, I'd say it looks like he has got 2 tangent points. He's just not marked them. If he were to mark them, you would end up with a double nutsack drop, wouldn't you?
No, you would.
Drop at both directions. Yeah, you would.
No, you wouldn't, Bill. How could you have a drop at both?
Okay, so it would rise then in the opposite direction.
Let me ask you this then. Do you understand elevations and what elevations are?
Yeah.
Okay.
Vertical, on the vertical datum.
Yeah. It's a measure of some vertical datum. In this case, it's probably the North American
measured vertical distance above the datum.
Okay. And we could consider that something like mean sea level, right?
Usually, yeah. But I mean, any other datum would do, wouldn't it? Providing it's already known.
Sure. If you wanted to, you could define an elevation of 529.63 as 0 and call that the datum and start at that point and just measure elevations from that.
Mm-hmm.
You can pick what you want to for that. But in this case, they use the North American vertical datum, which is essentially mean sea level. So each of these elevations is an elevation above mean sea level.
Vertical distance above that point.
Vertical distance. That's right. Now you can clearly see that the first arm starts at 529 and climbs up to 533 at its center point. It's what they call the corner station. That elevation is climbing up, right? And then the second arm starts at that same ending elevation of the first arm, and it continues to climb to 537.
Going down, Blue. If it's 533, it's climbing down.
Sorry?
Can you see? I did another picture. Starkadder gave us the actual elevation drawings. Have you seen them?
Yeah, I've looked at them. Yeah, have you seen them? Have you looked at them?
Yeah,
and do too.
Yeah, I'll put them up there. The elevation profiles.
Yeah.
They may be shocking for some people to see.
I don't think they will be, but whatever. You want to put them up?
Well, I'll show you a picture.
Hang on a second.
Here we go. In the live stream. Stark Otter gave us these the other day. It may be a bit hard for everyone to see it, but you might be able to get them off Stark Otter.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here are the
Yeah, I've seen that.
elevations for
Yeah,
all
well,
four LIGO arms.
Yeah.
He says they're
Exactly.
supposed to be straight arms. For some reason, they're not very straight. Like weird that.
Yeah, that's how you can draw
It is weird,
this.
isn't it?
If you draw the elevations, that's what you end up with. Oddly enough, if you analyze
The elevation
those curves,
profile for a straight line looks.
if you analyze those curves
concave.
that you see there, you'll find that each one of them is an arc, which is described by a portion of a circle, which has a radius of 3,000.
It's an elevation profile for a straight line, Blake.
miles. Yeah.
It's weird that he's put it on an XY graph, isn't it? He's put it on an XY graph that are actual perpendiculars, so, straight lines. And you've graphed a straight line somehow to look like a concave line.
That's a graph. Do you not understand what he did? Those are the elevations.
For an elevation profile of a straight line.
Those are elevations. Those are the actual elevations from LIGO.
They look like curved lines to me, Blue. They don't look like straight lines.
Thank you. I agree with you. They do, don't they? Only we know they're not. We know they're straight.
What, an elevation profile?
We know that forms a straight line. You should take those elevations yourself sometime.
The X and the Y graphs are definitely straight lines, aren't they?
Well, the
see, I think
elevations
there's
do not
the
form a
mistake.
straight line, Biff.
There's the mistake. He's
No, there's no mistake there. That's what they do.
What?
That's exactly what those do.
They plot elevation profiles on an XY graph. Yeah, I mean, I've seen them. I've never seen one that looks like that for a straight line.
That's what those elevations at LIGO show you. Those are that's the shape of those pads.
That's not the shape of the pads. They're meant to be the straightest thing.
Yeah, it is, Bill. That's what happens when you plot elevations. Now, if you want to plot elevations on a sphere, they do turn into straight lines then.
Sorry.
Yeah. Take those same elevations now, and instead of plotting it on a linear graph,
like an XY graph, like you'd normally do, like he has done there.
Take those elevations and put them on a sphere.
Yeah.
And they form perfectly straight lines then.
But they are straight lines. Like, why do you need to introduce a sphere to make a straight line straight for an elevation profile?
because that's the only way it can work.
Sounds like elevations a massive model affliction here, Blue.
No. This is a massive geometric misunderstanding on your part.
No, Blue. Look, we're just talking about somebody putting 2 tangent points on the same straight line, one at each end.
He absolutely
and look at the confusion it's caused.
He absolutely did not put 2
He should have done this himself. He shouldn't have brought you forward.
Nobody brought me forward, Bev.
So you offered yourself up for this.
Nobody brought me forward, Bev.
Okay.
I brought myself here.
Good.
Now,
but it seems like you've just justified an elevation profile of a straight line to be not straight.
That's what it will look like when you plot it linearly. But
and then you said you have to change the graph, right? The axis of the graph, you have to change that in order to make it into a straight line.
Have you ever?
I don't know any elevation profiles that are ever mapped onto a curved. Do you curve both of the axis, or just one of them?
Nobody ever does. We don't ever do that.
No,
we don't.
No, okay. X and Y are definitely perpendicular, straight lines.
No,
they're all parallel to each other, aren't they? All the X's parallel, all the Y's parallel.
You have to realize that every elevation is a curve.
No, it's just a point in elevation.
Every elevation point is a point on a sphere.
It's just a point, Blue. It's
a point on a sphere,
on a vertical datum. Rumpus was saying this last night. That's not a tangent point, is it? It's just a point.
Every elevation is a point on a sphere.
No, you don't get mixed up, Blue, between an elevation point and a tangent point. They're just because they have point in them, that doesn't mean they're the same thing.
I didn't say they were, Bev. Don't be putting words in my mouth. Stop.
I'm not. I'm definitely not. I'm trying to just clarify it for everybody else listening.
Just calm down. You'll be okay.
Yeah.
He did not put two tangent points on the same line.
He definitely did, Blue. That's provable.
He did not. No, it's provable by me very easily. All you've got to do is look at his drawing. There is only one tangent point identified on two different lines.
Except the corner point is a shared of both of the lines.
It's a shared point with those two lines.
It's not the shared. It's not the shared point of tangency of both of the lines.
An infinite number of other lines too, Biff. It's just a point in space.
Why did he not just use that one corner point for the tangent of both lines? Why?
Because then you've got one arm
it wouldn't have worked, would it?
Sloping uphill and the other arm
Your
sloping
maths wouldn't have
downhill.
worked.
That's why.
Yeah.
That's why. Then you would have one sloping uphill and one sloping downhill. It just makes it hard to look at.
The same straight line. Yeah, you'd have the same straight line sloping both uphill and downhill.
Line, Bill. Straight lines can't. A straight line can't have a 90-degree
double drop. Yeah. That's why we think the double drop makes you go for the hump, doesn't it?
You have to go. Do you understand what you're doing wrong? A straight line can't have a 90-degree turn in it, Bill. Each one of those is a different line. So
but it's a plane, isn't it? It's a horizontal plane. He's got both of them marked as horizontal when they have a common shared horizontal point at the end of that line.
According to what you're telling me, then a triangle could have a single line can form a triangle.
Where did you get that from, Blue? Yeah, I think the geometry is going a bit fried.
No, from you.
Well, no,
from what you're saying, if you're claiming a line can have any kind of turn in it you want to put in it, then a triangle is a single line.
The corner point is shared. It's a shared point, Blue. It's the end point of the arm that you've already got one tangent at the other end.
At a different elevation.
Yeah, a tangent point. Like you can put it what elevation you want. You can put a slope to whatever you want. You can say it's definitely not horizontal because it's got a slope to it. Everybody knows that in mathematics, right? A horizontal line has zero slope.
That's right. And these lines are not horizontal.
Okay. Yeah.
So
as depicted in the elevation profile, because in the graphs that Stark Otter put up, the X and the Y, one of those
you can see
would be of zero slope, right?
Yeah,
so that would be classed as horizontal.
You can actually see.
And your elevation profiles show that you've got a big curve line, so it can't be horizontal, can it?
And actually, one of the arms at Livingston is almost horizontal. Almost, it is.
Have you seen the elevation profiles?
Yes,
which one of them do you reckon is almost horizontal with those curved lines in the elevation profiles? The ones that Stark Otter posted.
The line that's almost horizontal, the arm that's almost horizontal in that thing that you posted from Stark Otter is the bottom left. The elevation at each end of that arm.
Are we comparing it to that horizontal line on the graph?
At each end, the elevations are the same. Almost the same.
So you say horizontal is when the elevations are the same?
Within a few hundredths of a foot.
Is that the definition of a horizontal then? Zero slope. No elevation change.
That is my definition of a horizontal in this context is perpendicular to vertical at its center point.
Center
but
point of the
only
line.
at the center. Yeah.
Oh. You mean the center point of the segment?
Yeah, center point of that line segment.
The segment.
What segment, Bev? The line.
You have to
line.
define a two endpoints to have a segment. A line just depicts a straight line. I mean, you can't say where the center point of a straight line is, can you, Blue?
You really?
That'd be
you
ridiculous.
Can't? You want me to show you how to do that? I mean, we can bisect the line
defining the two endpoints
with a compass. I mean, I've done that many times, haven't you? It's not a real problem. You're telling me you don't know how to find the center point of a line?
Of the segment.
It's really easy. It's really simple.
Mm-hmm.
All you got to do is take a compass and
you've got to
set
put A and B
the center point
for your start point and the end point, and then
connects it to your intersection.
I do a Vesica Pisces,
and that actually forms a perpendicular to that line, and it bisects the line.
Mm-hmm.
That will find the center point for you. See, it's real easy. You just got to know a little bit about geometry. That's all. Yeah, so that thing that Stark Otter put, the bottom left is one of the arms at Livingston, and the two end elevations are within hundredths of a foot of being the same. So it's almost what I would define as horizontal.
You mean matching the mathematical description of horizontal?
Matching my definition of horizontal, which is perpendicular to the gravity vector at its center point.
No. The mathematical horizontal is just perpendicular to vertical, like parallel.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Perpendicular to vertical, but that only occurs
at all points.
At the center point. No, it
all
only
points
occurs
on the horizontal.
No, sorry. It only occurs at the center point. You're wrong about that.
No, mathematically, it's at all points. Perpendicular.
It's only
to
perpendicular to the vertical, which is the gravity vector at its center.
Yeah, but are we talking about the mathematical horizontal now with zero slope?
We're talking about the real world, Biff. We're talking about the planet we live on.
Is the real world different to you than that mathematical description of horizontal?
The real world is exactly what I described, where at each point has a vertical which is not parallel with any other point, with any other vertical.
Well, mathematically, that's different, isn't it? Because mathematically, the verticals. Well, that's what gives you a chance to be able to say horizontal has zero slope.
Mathematically with a sphere, it's exactly the way I defined it.
No, because everybody's used to the XY.
Well, I don't care what you're used to. When we're talking about a sphere, every point on that sphere has a different vertical, which is not parallel to any other vertical intersecting the center of the sphere.
So you're not talking about the mathematical understanding of vertical and horizontal.
Yeah, I'm talking about the three-dimensional spherical definition of it, Biff.
See, I just go with the mathematical definition because I don't think you've defined it.
Well, you just want to go. You just want to go with the 2D part of it, and you don't
wouldn't
want to go
use
with anything to do
perpendicular,
with
though, would you?
spherical. Huh? Sure.
You would use perpendicular as well, because perpendicular is two straight lines, right?
There's no problem with perpendicular. Perpendicular has lots of different connotations.
No, it doesn't. It's just the relationship of two.
We can call
two
it
straight lines to one another.
We can call them surface normals if you want to. You can have a normal to any surface, Biff.
We're talking about the X and Y axis, though, being perpendicular. That's what proves the X and Y being perpendicular and parallel within mathematics.
You're getting off in the weeds.
No, I'm just talking about
all we're really
looking
at, and the only thing Stark Otter, not Stark Otter, the only thing FE Dogma was trying to show, and it's the same thing that I showed, is that those elevations at LIGO, none of the elevations plot a straight line. If you just go by the elevations, they don't form a straight line unless you wrap them around a sphere. Then you get a straight line.
So what do you reckon they asked for when they asked the company to do it?
What do you mean? What do I think they asked for?
Well, when they were handing them the plans for it and all of that, and they said, we want this to be the straightest line we can have, possibly. And they looked at the elevation profiles that you've got there, what Stark Odders give us there. And do you think they'd have gone, oh, yeah, wow, they look really straight?
They designed it, Biff.
Yeah. That's how they designed it, with those elevation profiles.
Of course.
I've never seen that before. I mean,
well, you've never been in construction, but that's
I
how
have.
you do this.
Actually. That's where I did my surveying.
Clearly, you've
when
not
I was
been
doing that
involved
at college.
That's pretty obvious. You've not been involved in this sort of construction before. That's how this is done.
After I'd done me joinery.
The architect engineering company, in this case, it was Jacobs. Once they decided where they wanted to situate these things, and where they wanted their tangent plane to lie,
they had two.
From that, huh?
They had two, didn't they? Well, you call it a tangent plane with two tangent points on it, then?
Well, no. Let's don't get confused.
FE Dogma has two tangent points. Are we now talking about a tangent plane?
Just a moment.
Blue.
Just a moment.
I'll go back to that other one.
In the actual, what are you going back to now? I'm looking at Stark Otter stuff.
Yeah, I'm going back to the Hanford LIGO one where you've got two tangent points. Are you now saying when they lay that out, they're looking for a tangent plane? Because that would make it different. You definitely have two tangent points on one tangent plane. I'd then ask about the other end of the other arm. Does that deserve a tangent?
No, Biff. If you like, I can pull up the description in the paper that was written by Jacobs, CBI.
Is it now a tangent plane?
Caltech, all of the people.
I think we're narrowing it down now.
I don't think so. I think
it's a tangent plane, though. The LIGO, when they're sorting out for the plans, they go for a tangent plane.
When they design this thing, they tell you very point blank when they designed it, they situated the LIGO arms, which now you're talking about both arms together, do form a plane. Do you agree? Two lines.
Three coplanar points would make a triangle. Also establish the plane.
Those two intersecting arms have three non-collinear points, which will define a plane. Do you agree with that?
Three coplanar points. Yeah.
Three non-collinear points.
But as soon as you join them up, they are coplanar.
You know what non-collinear means, right? They're not in a straight line. 3 points not in a straight line.
Yeah, it's a triangle, Blue.
Defines a plane, right?
Hello. Yes, this one in particular. This one
defines a plane,
is
right?
perpendicular, so it's a right angle triangle, Blue.
Now that
and
plane,
the equal length would make it an isosceles right angle triangle.
That plane is tangent to the geoid at some point.
He's got two
within that triangle. No,
FE Dogma is giving you two.
One.
But he's put two. There is definitely two.
Bev, just to illustrate the curvature. That's all. I'm talking about the actual
two different tangent points to elevate the curvature, or you're putting one tangent point to show the curvature.
Will you pick one direction and stick with it? First of all, you want to talk about what FE Dogma did. Then you want to switch to what the contractor looked at. Now I'm talking about what the contractor did. Now you're going back to FE Dogma.
You're the one that's
make your mind up. Which one do you want to go with?
We're talking about,
we'll talk about either
the
one.
Straight line, now established as a plane, because it's three coplanar points, having two tangent points in FE Dogma's video.
No, FE Dogma didn't talk about planes. He talked about each arm separately.
No, you just talked about a tangent plane. Because as you said, three coplanar points establish a plane.
Hey, do you not know what you asked me? You asked me what the contractor did. You asked me what were they asked to do?
No, I'm just trying to get the geometric understanding of this, Blue.
Yeah, I understand how confused you are. So if you listen for a minute, I'll explain it to you again.
Okay.
They wanted the plane that is defined by those two arms to be tangent to the WGS 84 at some point within that triangle formed by the two arms. And that's what they got. That's exactly what they did. So there's a tangent point for the plane that the two arms form, but it's somewhere, it's not on at either end or along either one of those tubes.
Okay,
it's
so
somewhere out there in the middle of that
there
triangle.
shouldn't be
They
two,
say that
right?
point
That was a
blank.
mistake from FE Dogma.
No,
put two.
it's not it's not a mistake from FE Dogma. Not a
Well,
mistake. at all.
he's put two tangent points. You said can you have two tangent points on the same tangential plane?
He's not looking at the plane.
He's looking. Well, that's just one arm. But like you said, that one arm will lie in the same plane as the three coplanar points that establish the triangle, right?
That's a line. Each one of them is a line. You understand that, right? Each arm.
There's 3
just
points
simply-
in order to make the straight line, and then
Just a moment.
establish the plane for the geometric
No.
construction of a triangle.
He didn't establish any planes. He just had a series of what should be collinear points. Although, if you unless you consider the curvature of the Earth, they're not collinear. And even so, it's an elevation change, so the plane would be vertical. The points
What?
the point
that LIGO plane isn't vertical.
Well, you can't make it horizontal, Bill, because they're curved.
I know, because on the globe you don't have horizontal planes, do you?
You can. You can have a
No, not on the globe model.
A
You can't.
tangent plane. You can have a tangent plane. Of course,
You can have a horizontal plane.
And
Blue,
it's
they don't
horizontal
exist
at
on
the
the
point of
globe
tangent.
model.
It's-
At
and
least
it's
not
the-
the mathematical geometric horizontal
that plane.
plane. That doesn't exist on the globe
And
model,
that
does it?
and that plane.
Just in reality, Blue. It's the only place horizontal planes exist, isn't it?
What?
Horizontal planes only exist in reality, not on the globe model.
Horizontal. I've been looking around the room here to see if I can see a horizontal plane in reality. No, I don't see one. Have you seen a horizontal? Have you seen a plane in reality?
Yeah, they get used all the time for establishing elevation changes.
Really? Yeah. So I can I can go on Amazon and order a plane.
You can go on Amazon and order a device to establish a horizontal plane, yeah.
You can't order a plane, Beth. Come on. That's just silly. All right.
Yeah, I feel sorry for you, Blue. I think FE Dogma should have come and done this.
Why?
Shouldn't have put you in this position.
Nobody put me in this position, Beth. I'm here because I want to be here. I'm here because I want to expose the kind of crap that you've been spewing for the last couple of days.
Look, Blue, I'm just saying, FE
And I think
Dogma's
we're doing a pretty good job
made
of
a
that.
video with 2 tangent points on the same straight line.
Well, and you're just continuing to lie about that. I'm sorry, but there's no other way I can put it now. I've explained it to you time and time again, and you refuse to listen. He only identified one point as a tangent point on each of two separate arms.
No, the
of
corner
LIGO.
point
I don't
also
care if the
belongs
points
to
are
the.
shared. I don't care
Yeah.
if the corner point's shared.
It
Bill.
does, because it completely
no
destroys what
difference.
you've just said, Blue.
No, it doesn't, Biff. It does not. It's 90 degrees to it. It's not the same line. It's a different line. Because they coincidentally share the same point makes no difference. And the only reason those things have been identified that way as tangent points, it just makes a way to look at how much curvature that each one of those pads has in it.
Yeah, it just goes to show FE Dogma draws circles wherever he wants. Bears no relation to reality or
okay.
geometric.
That's okay for the
proofs.
purpose of illustrating That
it's okay to just draw circles underneath straight lines.
It's okay to represent
and try
it
and
like
fool
that.
everybody that the tangent
No,
point
nobody's
doesn't
trying
matter.
to
You
fool
have two
anybody.
tangent points on this.
You can
same
you can
straight
go with
line.
you can go with Stark Otter's drawings if you like.
Elevation
And that's what it looks like.
profiles.
Yeah, you can draw the elevations that way.
That's a ridiculous elevation profile, Blue.
Well,
I've never
that's
seen anything
the way
like
it's
that.
plot.
The only other, I mean, even
Can
you did.
plot, okay, Bev, can you
You
plot?
did an
Can you plot
elevation
those
profile
elevations?
of Lake Pontchartrain. It was
plot-
on a different
Can you plot?
direction.
Can you plot those elevations yourself and see if Stark Otter is right or not?
You know that thing that you
Do you
did
have that
of
capability?
Lake Pontchartrain? Do you think
Oh,
if
now we're
you
going
were
to Lake
to
Pontchartrain.
straighten that hump that you put in it, would the chord end up looking like the horizontal line? Do you think? What do you reckon?
Say what?
You know, you did that thing. Jesse Kozlowski got you to show us the 90-foot hump, the Sagitta, as you said, right?
Mhm.
Well, you know that's a curve, but it's the opposite direction, right? If you were to straighten that curve that you put in Lake Pontchartrain, do you think the chord, the one that you called horizontal, would end up curving like Stark Otter's elevation profile?
Actually, I'm sure it will. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's how you get a straight line to end
sure
up
it
with
will.
that curvature on an elevation profile. What you do is
No, that's
you
just what the elevation
straighten the
shows.
actual curve
That's just what the elevation shows.
to curve the straight line. It's brilliant thinking, Blue. I love it.
Thank you.
Mm.
That's reality, Beth. I know it hurts your feelings, but that's it.
It's reality that you straighten curve lines so you can then curve straight lines.
No, that's not what happens at all.
That's what you've just said.
No, that's not what I just said.
Mm.
I took 2 points I took 3 points in space at Pontchartrain. 3 points. One at each end of the bridge and one in the center. Those are just points in space, and they are not collinear. If you connect the beginning point and the ending point, form a straight line there, the center point describes an arc. And that arc has a sagitta of about 90 feet, right? That's reality. And it matches exactly what you see visually, too.
Is that like a 90-foot vertical distance?
That's like a sagitta of 90 feet.
Yeah. Would that be vertical?
Above a chord that you can't see because it's running under the lake.
Yeah. So it would be on a vertical datum, right? 90 foot would be on a vertical datum.
No, only if you define that chord line as a datum, Beth.
No, you just measure 90 feet from a point. Yeah, that would be on the vertical datum, right? That's all you've got to do. Measure vertically from a point.
That's not. Yeah. Okay. Well, if you want to do that, then you've got to measure from the center of the Earth.
What? No. From the bridge.
There's no measure. No, you can't measure it from the bridge like that.
You said you could establish anywhere as a point. You said that earlier, and call that 0, and then use that to measure from. That's what the vertical datum does.
You can draw a chord line between
90 feet on the vertical datum.
Yeah, you can draw a chord line from
the height of the bridge above the two ends.
Yeah, and
90.
Yes, it would be 90 feet down through the bottom of that lake, and another 80 feet or 60 feet or whatever down to the chord line. Yeah,
90 feet above the two ends on the vertical datum.
90 feet above the chord line connecting those two ends.
Yeah, the straight line established from the two ends.
You're very confused, I think. Yeah, the straight line established between the two ends is a chord line. Now you can't measure to it because that is at least 60 feet below the bottom of the lake, Beth.
What, a straight line from one end of the bridge to the other end of the bridge?
Yeah, would pass at the center 60 feet or so below the bottom of the lake. Now, if you want to dig a hole that deep, yeah, you can measure to it. But I don't, that's crazy.
Scuba gear.
Okay. So we've established that at one end of the bridge, we could call that A, and the other end of the bridge, we could call that B. And we could draw a straight line from A to B and call that just call it a straight line, right?
It's a chord, yeah.
Okay.
That's a chord line.
Can we establish a center point on that?
Sure.
Right, okay. Then from that center point, can we go vertically
90 feet?
90 feet upwards.
Yep.
Okay, establishing then a triangle, an isosceles triangle.
Well, no, you could.
Would be isosceles because we've made the center point.
You could make a triangle out of it, but in this case, those 3 points define an arc.
No, those 3 points would define the 3 coplanar points. They would establish a plane.
They also define an arc, Biff. They can define a triangle, but they can also define an arc. In this case, it's an arc.
Yeah, well, you
can prove that by going
anyway, couldn't you?
And you can prove that by doing the same thing. It's at more points than just the center point. I can do that for you.
But he's got the drop, but you've just shown a hump there, right? You've got a vertical 90 foot in the middle. That's a hump. But these ones here that he's drawn, he's put a tangent at each end and got the drop.
Yeah, you can do it that. You can look at it that way too.
What, with the double drop?
You could
look at it as with the hump.
You could look at it that way too, Biff. You could put a tangent point at the center of the bridge. You could say, okay, that's the tangent point.
Could FE Dogma put a center point, a tangent point somewhere else in the center? And would that be higher?
I wouldn't try that with this because they're not level. Those arms are sloping. So it gets really messy if you start trying to play around with
sloping arms of LIGO.
Well, they are. You can read the elevations, right? I've explained elevations to you, so you can see that the elevations are changing. That means they are sloping. Right?
I don't know. He's the FE Dogma's labeled a horizontal. I wouldn't want to go against that.
Well, surely you can see the elevation.
Mathematically, they have as horizontal as a zero slope blue. So I don't know. I wouldn't be able to say. I've never actually been there to check whether it's horizontal or not. I mean, I don't know.
You can see the elevations, and of course you can pull up Google Earth, and you can look at the elevations there, and they match pretty closely. So yeah, you can. I think it's not hard for most people to understand that those arms are sloping.
But really FE Dogma has labeled them as being horizontal.
Well, we use that term all the time in this discussion that goes on about the shape of the Earth, where you take
horizontal's got nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, Blue. At least not as far as I see it.
In this discussion, yes, it does.
It may lead people to draw an elevation profiles of straight lines.
That's where this term
straight.
Drop comes from. When you guys talk about drop, how much does it drop in inches per mile squared?
We talk about that because Jesse Kozlowski said
from a horizontal. No,
Jesse Kozlowski said that the water level drops from the horizontal.
Well,
Jesse Kozlowski said that. That's why we talk about the drop.
Jesse and everybody else says that. I've been saying it for a long, long time.
But we also say because of the hump, because Jesse Kozlowski and Walter Bislin showed a hump in Lake Pontchartrain.
Oh, it's not a hump, Bill.
It's contradictory, isn't it? That's why we call it like that, because it is. It's a contradictory
That's really
thing
cool.
that you globers
That's the
have to
really cool
accept.
part about it. That's the really cool part about it. The bridge is level, but the bridge is not horizontal.
I know it throws a hell of a confusion with horizontal and zero
Well, I know
slope
it's a
and
little.
all of that
I
sort
know
of
the
stuff.
concept's a little advanced, but okay, that's the way it really works in the real
You
world.
have to end up denying mathematics, don't you?
No, you don't. Oh. You just have to understand that you live on a sphere, not a flat plane.
But you have to sort of know that horizontals have zero slope mathematically, but then accept something that says something contradictory. Maybe even somebody who says there's no such thing as a horizontal plane on the globe model. Reduce horizontal to a point.
I'm not sure what you're referring to now.
The geometric concept of horizontal, Blue.
There's no problem with a horizontal there's no problem with a tangent plane.
Yeah, it's the horizontal plane we're talking about, Blue. Don't get your words mixed up. You know that the horizontal plane's gone, don't you? It's disappeared, and along with it, you're going to have to lose the vertical plane too.
No,
and it's going to be tough.
I don't think you know what you're implying here, Biff.
Mm-hmm.
I think you're making have been making the wrong assumption all along that there's only one horizontal plane, and that's not true.
No, I just say all horizontal planes are parallel, Blue.
Every point has a different horizontal plane. Every point on the ellipsoid has a different horizontal plane, which is not parallel with any other plane.
Mm-hmm.
Well, unless you want to go like antipodal or something, and
yeah, like unless you want to apply the Euclidean rules to your circular reasoning and put a tangent point at each end of the diameter of the imagined fucking sphere that you've got. Then they would be parallel, wouldn't they? But they're the only ones because you, Blue, have lost horizontal planes on your globe model.
No, we haven't.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you have.
No, we have not.
Yeah. Yeah, because you establish one perpendicular to a horizontal plane, and guess what? It's vertical. But the problem is to have a horizontal plane, all of the perpendiculars to that plane will be parallel, like the mathematical description of it. But
the mathematical description of it, Bev, the mathematical description of it is absolutely as you say.
Yeah.
All verticals on that horizontal plane are parallel to each other.
Yep.
The problem is there's only one vertical on that plane which conforms to the gravity vector, and that's the one at the point of tangency.
That's why you can't have horizontal planes on your globe model.
Sure we can. It's a different horizontal plane.
It's posted in the chat.
Yeah. Have a look at what Doofus posted. That shows it to you.
Let's see. Let's have a look. Well, that's not perpendicular though, is it?
Well, yeah, that's what the little box at the angle is for.
Right angle.
That's a right angle.
Yeah.
It's a right angle right there.
So that horizontal line, all of the perpendiculars to that horizontal line, what will they be?
Well, you have to make a new reference. You're going to change which vertical you're using.
What would you call them? All the perpendiculars to that horizontal line that you've drawn on there.
I would call them plumb.
Well, they wouldn't be in this case.
Plumb's vertical though, isn't it?
No. Right. When we move to another point, we've got another plumb line.
Or on that horizontal line.
Yeah, how would you do that?
What would you call the perpendicular to a horizontal line?
What instrument would you use? That's an imaginary line. Now, what instrument are you going to use to establish
a horizontal plane? I'd use a level, Blue.
Well, it won't work.
The tool for establishing horizontal planes.
Yeah, and it won't work. You can't use a level.
What do you mean it won't work?
You can't move away from the point of tangency and still have a vertical that is perpendicular to that original horizontal line, Beth.
So perpendicular to that horizontal line, you wouldn't say is vertical.
It would be at one point.
Or all points along the line. It's a line.
No.
Yeah, that's why you say you have to
use to
deny the
establish them, Bev?
geometric, mathematical
What do you-
reality to the issue.
But
Yeah,
what are
what
you
do
going to use to establish the other verticals that are also on perpendicular to that same horizontal
Perpendicular.
line?
Do you
Right.
not know
What
how to
tool would you
establish a
use to do it?
perpendicular in geometry?
What tool would you use to do it, though, Bev?
A compass.
Okay, so now you have your one horizontal reference, and you have a whole bunch of lines
one
which
line,
are perpendicular to
that
that
you're
one
going to call
horizontal line.
horizontal. Yep.
So then, when you go out and check plumb against those horizontal or those vertical, well, you were calling them verticals, those lines that are perpendicular to your horizontal line that you established far away from you, you'll find out that that's off plumb.
Oh, well, let's use that because we're using tools in reality that establish a horizontal plane of reference, right? And all perpendiculars, we know geometrically, all perpendiculars to a plane will be parallel, right? That's a fact that we know that, right? We can't get around that. It's proved within geometry, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
you're
if we
assuming
can
all
get
of
a
those are
tool,
vertical.
if we can get a tool in reality that establishes a horizontal plane, like I said, horizontal planes are only available in reality, not on the globe model. But so we get a tool that establishes a horizontal plane, and then what we do is we make perpendiculars to that horizontal plane.
You don't have an instrument that can do that.
Right? Will they be perpendicular to that plane?
No, you don't have an
The
instrument that will do
perpendiculars to the
that.
plane won't be perpendicular to the plane, is what you're saying.
Oh, to the plane, yes, they would be, but you don't have an instrument that you can do that with, Biff.
What, to make perpendiculars to a horizontal plane?
You're saying you're going to use what, a level?
What, to establish a perpendicular to a horizontal plane?
You say you've got one vertical.
Is there a tool?
You say you've got one vertical there in the center that is perpendicular to that horizontal line.
Is there a
He
tool
said
that
compass. I
establishes
think you meant protractor.
perpendicular
That vertical
to a
line is a plumb
horizontal
line.
plane?
Now, what are you going to, if you move off of that point, what instrument are you going to use? Remember, this horizontal line you're talking about.
A horizontal
is just
plane.
A visual thing, or a horizontal plane.
Yeah.
That's just a visual thing, right?
Well,
there's no
yeah, it's pretty
actual
visual.
plane out there.
If
We
you use
established that.
water levels,
I mean, I showed you
very
that you can't
visual.
call up Amazon and order a plane. Okay, so
You
we
can
know
have
it's just
a
an
water
imaginary
level
thing.
establishes a horizontal plane of reference, Blue.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Well, the two ends of it can define a plane. I'll give you that. Okay.
There you go. So
Yeah.
anywhere along that horizontal plane, you could get a perpendicular to it, right? Like at each end, for instance.
No.
Just inside. So we're just inside of the.
The only point that's
horizontal plane.
perpendicular, using a plumb bob or a level. The only point along that line that is actually perpendicular is at the center point between the two endpoints.
It's a straight line, though, Blue. You can have perpendicular anywhere along a straight line.
You don't have anything to
If
do
you
it
want to
with.
take, if you want to take a protractor out there against your established horizontal that you have between the two water level, if you want to take a protractor out there between,
I'm not taking
of,
anything out there.
Oh, okay, hold on. So if you want to take,
is this what you're doing?
I'll finish what I'm saying. Thank you.
Okay.
If you want to take a compass or protractor or whatever out there between those two endpoints, that horizontal line that you're establishing with that water level, and establish perpendiculars at any arbitrary point in between that water level, and then say you have a sufficiently large water level, which is going to be like over a few miles, you would have, at some point along there, you'd be able to find out that some of those things that are 90 degree to that line aren't actually plumb, that a plumb doesn't agree with the direction that they are.
That is right.
We're just talking about, well, I think you might get confused earlier when I said a compass. I was talking geometrically and, the drawing implement that Blue was talking about. You construct a vesica Pisces to the 2 points and then you form the perpendicular.
You're not going to do that out there in reality when you have the water level out there.
Well, you
especially
have
if it's
two
really far
tools,
apart.
don't you? You have a tool called a level that establishes a horizontal plane of reference, and you have a tool called a plumb bob that establishes a vertical reference. Now, those two are perpendicular to each other. Always.
At a point.
Everywhere.
At one
Not a
point.
point.
Anywhere.
No, not everywhere. No, only
Yeah.
one point.
No, anywhere.
You can say no.
Right,
All your
Always. It's
No.
This is anywhere, always.
Only one
Situation.
point. Only
They
the
are
only at the point
always
you got the level set
perpendicular.
up.
Vertical
Only at
and
the point.
horizontal are, and level and plumb
Vertical.
are always perpendicular. Blue.
Vertical
Right,
and
but you think
horizontal.
that the water
are
level
only
establishes a horizontal line, that horizontal reference
Horizontal
is valid for any
plane.
point in between those two. Okay.
Horizontal plane.
But you're thinking that horizontal is valid at any point in between those two endpoints,
Straight
which
line
is
with
an assertion
zero
on your
slope.
part.
A horizontal is a straight line with zero slope.
Right. You're assuming
And a horizontal
that
plane
horizontal reference
is a
that
plane
you're
with
assuming
zero
that
slope.
horizontal reference is valid at all points in between the two ends of the water level. That's an assumption on your part.
It's a horizontal plane. The water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. Now, when you know how the horizontal plane works and the water level, you can just move it around to wherever you want. It would be on the same horizontal plane.
That actually
Guaranteed.
Won't. Nope. I guarantee you it will not.
Well, I'm just going off what I know from surveying, and that a horizontal plane is what you established was your baseline.
Okay, I'll go off what I know about
Take
surveying, and
measurements
here it
from
is. It's in the chat now.
That's what you know. So see that horizontal line you've got there has zero slope.
Okay.
Is that where you've got mean sea level? Is that the water you've got there on that slope on the side?
Yeah, that's water.
Like dropping down to the. You sure? I mean, like that looks like that's not flowing out of that rock, is it? Is that like a tap rock?
It's not flowing, Bev. Is that a gravitational equipotential?
That's definitely going down. Yeah. See, the
Okay.
horizontal line has
Down.
zero slope, right? Then
Yeah.
that
And
water's
down in
definitely got a
in
slope
this
to
image,
it.
down in this image is indicated by the vertical line, which they've highlighted in the center. But there's this additional red dashed line
Vertical
that's
goes
also
up
in the
and down,
direction
right?
of down. That is also a vertical line.
Vertical
Right.
goes up. No.
And that's how it works, Beth.
Yeah, it is.
No.
That's real.
No, you see, that's why
reality.
you can't, because you can't have that one. That one wouldn't be perpendicular to the horizontal, would it?
And it's
Well, that's why
perpendicular
it would
to
need to be horizontal.
another horizontal, Bev. That's why.
So that would
you,
mean that it cannot be a vertical, at least mathematically.
It absolutely
No, it
is.
is.
You've just got a different horizontal.
Yeah, down is in the direction that things fall.
Yep.
Yeah, but perpendicular is at right angles.
That's right. And
Yeah,
every
and
time
that
you
wouldn't
move,
be
you have a
perpendicular
different
to that
horizontal.
horizontal, would it?
And every time
Well,
you move, you have a
that's why
different
they put the
horizontal
little box
plane.
in the corner there,
Yeah,
because
that's
it's
right.
perpendicular to the level
Good,
surface.
that's good. Now everybody can see why the globe model cannot have a horizontal plane. They just don't have them.
No, it just has more than one.
It has
Doesn't
an
mean it
infinite
has
number of
zero if it
horizontal
has more
planes.
than one.
Yeah. Well, in reality, most people know that horizontal planes are all parallel.
That's your assertion.
Well, I'm saying that's what I understand anyway. Mathematically true
Only a handful.
and provable within maths. So I'll just go with the mathematical description of horizontal.
Don't go with OSUK then. You're going to say you're going to disagree with OSUK.
Mathematics is a higher power for me.
Oh, mathematics is better than OSUK. That's fine.
Yeah, the proofs within geometry and mathematics. Yeah.
Oh my God, Bev.
Yeah. Are you going to deny the mathematical understanding of a horizontal having zero slope?
I'm going to go with what's measurable, Bev. That's what I'm going to go with.
Okay. So you think horizontal planes being parallel is measurable, is it?
I'm happy to
I
take
think that they are not parallel with one another at different locations.
I'm happy to take the ordnance survey word for it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll
Intersecting
take OSUK's word
horizontals.
for it.
Are you going with intersecting horizontal planes then?
Yeah, I'm going to go with OSUK's word for it.
Yeah.
Could
They're
you
good enough
put
for me.
2 tangent points on a horizontal line?
No.
No, because as far as I've been aware of this conversation, nobody has done that, including FE Dogma.
FE Dogma definitely did. He labeled it horizontal and put a tangent point on each end of the line.
No, he
Definitely
didn't.
did that.
It wasn't
just
on
lying,
each end
Biff.
of the line. There was a tangent point for one horizontal on one end of one line. Then another line that started at the same point as the other line ended also had a tangent point.
And it's not a
Like two
continuation of
lines
the
to me.
same line.
It is. It's
Yeah,
the same
it's
line.
two individual
It's not.
lines.
Definitely. The
Two
corner
separate
point
lines.
is shared.
Yeah, and the
Biff.
tangent that is at that corner point is a tangent for only the second line, not the first line.
Right. Crystal clear.
So someone is arguing that a 90-degree angle forms a straight line now.
Yeah,
I wouldn't say
I
that.
got my
I'd
stuff
just say
removed
that
for saying that.
corner point is part of the same straight line. I don't know how you
There's a
guys can
corner.
detach it to a different
How
line.
can you have a corner on a straight line?
Yeah, how does that work?
How does what work?
Yeah.
Which
How can you
book
have a
of
corner
Euclid?
on a straight
You
line?
have like
Yeah.
A, B,
Hey,
C,
Bev,
3
Bev,
coplanar points. B, point
Bev,
B is shared from
which book
AB
of
and
which
BC.
book
B
of
belongs on
Euclid?
both of those lines.
Which
The
book of
lines are not
Euclid can I go
collinear.
to find a straight line with a 90-degree turn in it? Where do I
A,
find that in Euclid?
B, D.
Huh?
Should we label them all for you, B? Blue.
You can label them, but they're not collinear because there's a 90-degree angle.
No, but A and B are 2 points on the same straight line. Yes,
A and B
Yeah,
absolutely.
form a straight line.
line,
B
B
and
and
C
C
form a
form another
straight line.
Absolutely. Let me.
But A,
I'll
B,
have a
C
go.
isn't
I'll
a
do this
straight
for
line.
you.
Right.
That's
AB,
right.
that's one line.
Yeah.
BC, that's another line. Point A is a tangent for line
But
AB.
we're only talking about
Point
A
B
and
is a
B.
tangent for line. I was almost done. Point A is a tangent for line AB. Point B is a tangent for line BC. Point B is not a tangent for line AB.
Okay, I'll do it.
It doesn't really get much clearer.
Okay.
No. Very
Oh,
simple.
and one more thing worth mentioning, Bev. It's not necessary to say 3 coplanar points because, as all of us are aware, at least I hope, 3 points uniquely defines any plane, or one plane. So when you say 3 coplanar points, you're really just saying 3 points. You don't have to use the word coplanar anymore.
I know.
They have to be
Well,
coplanar.
if 3 points are defining a plane, they cannot be collinear.
Yeah, and any 3 points form a plane.
Right. If
Doesn't
they're
mean that it's
uniquely
horizontal.
identifying a plane, they cannot be collinear.
No, three
like that.
collinear points do not define a plane.
Is there a tangent
yeah.
point at B?
Well, it defines an infinite number of planes,
In
I guess.
FE Dogma's
Right.
picture,
That's the problem.
is there a tangent point at B?
Yeah, for BC, there is. Yes.
But
Yeah.
AB also has B in it, doesn't it?
I don't
Yeah,
care.
B is not a tangent point for line AB.
All right.
But
line
B
A,
does have a tangent point at it in FE Dogma's drawing.
There's actually 4 points, Biff. AB, then CD. That's what you're missing.
Where's D?
Where's D?
Yeah.
I'm defining the start and end of each line.
Yeah, AB and BC, Blue. Where's D?
You want to make them the same at the middle.
Where's D, Blue?
Huh? At
Where's
the other
D?
end of the second line.
He's about to tell you, Bev. Jeez.
Go on.
I'm defining the start and end points of 2 separate lines that are 90 degrees to each other. The first line, we'll call it line 1, has a starting point we'll call A and an ending point that we call B. The second line, which we'll call line 2, imagine that, has a starting point that we'll call C and an ending point we'll call D.
No, it's BC is the second line.
I didn't. I'm defining it the way I want to define it, Bev.
But you're
They're two
defining
separate
CD.
lines.
It doesn't belong there. It's not on the triangle.
Well, who said it's
You just imagined another line somewhere else. We're talking about A, B,
They're
C.
two separate lines. We've gone over this 100 times already.
B is shared of the two
separate
lines. You made another line so you could do away with
I didn't
B.
make another line.
Yes, you did.
There always was another line, Bev. It's not
Where?
the same line.
Show us. Where's the line?
There are two lines. Even in
two
your
lines,
nomenclature, A, B, and BC are still two separate lines.
That's right.
B is shared.
Great,
I don't
but
care.
they're still two separate lines, Bev.
A, B are 2 points. C is an other point. You have, or FE Dogma has, a tangent point at A and a tangent point at B. 2 tangent points on the same straight line, A, B.
Bev, I'm sure you, being the geometry master, are aware that a tangent point is valid for a given line. So, which line is the tangent point at B valid for?
Are you calling it a tangent line? Would you call
I'm
that
calling
line
the point of
AB?
tangency valid for a line?
Yeah, the line AB.
No.
Yeah, the line. That's what the line we're talking about.
To
The
be a
line
tangent
AB.
for line BC.
Tangent point at B.
Semantics.
And the tangent point at A. 2 tangent points. Those 2 points also define a line. The line AB.
The tangent point at A, Bev, is particular to which line? Use your nomenclature.
AB.
Is the AB, okay.
Yeah.
The tangent point at B is particular to which line, Bev?
Well, B is on the line AB also.
Is it a tangent?
Well, if you've FE Dogma's put a tangent point at B, then
wait,
there is
answer
a
my
tangent
question.
point at
Answer
B.
my question. Answer my question. Line AB, is that tangent at point B?
Yeah, he has drawn a tangent point at B, yes. Luke.
No, he didn't. He did not draw a tangent point for line AB at point B. He drew it at point A.
He drew a tangent point at point B.
At point A.
He did it like
drew
there's
a
an arrow
tangent point
pointing
for
to
line
it.
AB. He drew a tangent point at point B for line BC.
So if you went backwards, you could double up on the B and it would be the same way.
If you went back.
To me, it looks like the AB line has the tangent at point A. I mean, it says that in the graph there. It's 529 feet. Tangent.
Yeah.
No, that's the tangent point there. So why would you say that it's on B?
Because he's put tangent point at B as well at the corner station. That's why our whole point you were meant to be coming and explaining it. FE Dogma's put 2 tangent points on the same straight line.
No, he didn't.
Oh.
It's just silly.
Why does it say in the AB line? Why does it say tangent at A?
And not at B. Curious.
Does say it on the one underneath. He's put tangent point at B.
That's the other line.
Yeah,
the line
on the BC line.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, do you think he could put a line CB and put another tangent point at C?
No,
it could have if that was actually how it was built.
Yeah. And also, could he do BA and put a tangent point at B on that one as well?
Sure.
Well, two
so horizontal is tangent to point B, then it is. A different kind of line, but still.
Yeah. So you could have 3 tangent points. A, B, and C.
Same line.
If you wanted to. As long as you broke them up into lines.
Well, yeah, the tangent is line, yeah. And if you have vertical, then you have a 90 degrees to that, then you have a horizontal line.
Yeah. Could you have a tangent point from C to A and from A to
C
C.
to A.
Yeah.
If there's a line from C to A and you make it horizontal in reference to the vertical at C, then sure, it's tangent to C.
So you could use the first tangent at A that goes from A to B to also use that as the tangent for A to C. Or would it be a new tangent at A?
You could, in theory, if the elevations matched up correctly.
Yeah. The elevations wouldn't be the same they're on this graph, though.
Right, because we know that
wouldn't be tangent.
from the elevation data that we're given, that line AB, the elevations from a reference altitude is increasing all the way toward that corner point, and then it's increasing again as it's going along the other arm. So point C is quite a bit higher in altitude above a reference surface than point A. If it's coming back to that point, it might, just might be that point A is tangent for both AB and AC.
Nice. And
Of course, I
point
don't
B,
have the measurements to verify that.
the tangent point for B could be tangent for BC and BA.
No,
No.
because it's defined, the tangent point is defined to be tangent for the line BC. Again, tangent points are defined for a line.
Not at each end of the line.
It's
can't
not
have a
defined to be tangent for all lines that reach that point.
We do have the understanding of what a tangent is, right? It's a straight
Yep.
line that
I
touches the
don't
circle
know.
or curve at one point and one point only.
Oh, good. That's what we thought
Right.
too.
And the line AB has a tangent point at point A, and the line BC has a tangent point at B.
And as
Because,
you
as
explained,
has
you
been
could have
mentioned several
tangents
times, there
coming
are two
backwards
separate
as well,
lines
couldn't
here.
you? Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the problem. You're not understanding that those are two separate lines. That's not
Yeah,
the same line.
just three coplanar points.
Again, all 3
We're not
points are
talking about-
coplanar. Saying coplanar when you say 3 points is pointless. Point.
Yeah, that's the problem. We're talking about two separate lines.
Yeah, you've been a great help, Blue.
Well, I hope so.
Mhm.
It's really quite simple.
Multiple tangent points.
Nope.
It's not.
It is.
You can keep saying that, but you're wrong. F.E. Dogma never said it. I never said it. Nobody else ever said
He
it.
drew
just
it.
you. No, he didn't.
Yeah, he did.
No, he didn't.
Because when I define a tangent line, it has a point because it's a tangent line. It has one point where it crosses the curve that I'm drawing that tangent line for. That point is unique to the line which I am defining to be that tangent line. If I have a point which has a tangent for a line that's going away from it in one direction, it isn't suddenly a tangent point for another line that's going in another direction.
Yeah, he's just drawing circles at the beginning of lines, isn't he? Pretty obvious. I can see what he's doing.
That's because that's where the tangent point is at the beginning.
Tangent point of what?
Just a way to represent the drop.
Just because he's drawing a circle.
It's a way to represent the drop, Bev. That's all.
Yeah, he's showing you the equal altitude surface. That's what the circle is in this case.
Yep.
even altitude.
Yeah.
That's a
Even
horizontal
elevation.
condition, isn't
Even
it?
elevation. The circle is all the same elevation.
Even altitude. I'm pretty sure I've read somewhere that that's a horizontal condition.
That's
Where did you read that from?
That's what we call level, Bev.
It'll just been a dictionary or something somewhere.
That's what we call level.
Horizontal
Dictionary.
condition. I think it was.
If we play the dictionary game, I can point you right to the definition of Earth.
Yeah, I think we're done.
Go ahead and start the dictionary game right now.
No, I was just saying even altitude.
I think someone sometimes said
Above
that
the surface. So that would
horizontal
definitely not be a tangent, right?
I remember someone saying that the horizontal has nothing to do with the ground beneath it. I
It
think
hasn't
someone
got
said it
anything to
once.
do with the ground beneath it. Absolutely.
But where do you get the altitude for your horizontal being equal altitude?
Yeah, even.
Yeah, where do you get the altitude from? From the surface.
It just
That
says
it has
even.
nothing to do. Even altitude.
Yeah, even.
I'm just kidding.
Altitude in relation to what?
It's just even.
To the surface. How do you know that it's even?
Because that's what the water level
The dictionary
does.
says.
Do you not know what even is? No slope.
Even altitude, yeah, I know.
What is altitude though?
Would be
Yeah,
no
it
slope,
references the
right?
surface.
No slope.
Yeah, in relation to what?
To the slope, right? Zero. What's your zero?
Yeah, you said even altitude.
Yeah.
And
A
altitude
horizontal.
is
Let's call it
in
horizontal
relation
then,
to
right?
something.
A horizontal has zero slope. So I'd say that horizontal has an even altitude, not changing.
Slope. Oh, even
Not got
altitude
a
in
slope.
relation
No,
to
no.
what?
Horizontal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even altitude in relation to what?
Horizontal. Zero slope.
Word.
So you reference horizontal to
coming
horizontal
in.
and say, yep, they're horizontal.
Yeah.
Sorry. Thank you.
Okay.
Straight.
Fair enough.
Yeah. With zero slope.
I know it's horizontal because I take this other horizontal that I know it's
Because
horizontal
it
because of
has
horizontal.
zero slope. Can you not hear me?
Sure, yeah, it's
A straight
yeah,
line
it's straight.
with zero slope.
Yep. And altitude is totally relevant.
Well, would you not call it an incline? If you were losing altitude, would you be going down? Would you be going on a slope?
What do you mean losing altitude in relation to what?
To the slope. Would you be going down? You do know what down and up is, right?
Yeah, I know. Do you know?
Yes.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
the
what is
thing
down?
is, what is your reference surface? Because if you
Yeah,
assume
what
your
is
reference
down?
surface is flat, or you assume
No.
your reference
You
surface
just
is
referenced
curved,
1 point.
then you get two different
You
answers.
reference
right,
one
Bev?
point to start off with, and then you say the other point, is it higher or lower than that original 1 point?
You asked me what is down and up. I say down is the vector for gravity. What do you say down is?
Vertical.
What
Vertical
is
is the
vertical?
down part of a vertical.
How do you know what is down? You're saying it's vertical, okay? What is vertical then?
What is vertical is down, like a plumb bob, right? You get a string with a weight on the end of it, and you hold
You
it.
just said
Like down would be the point where the rock is.
you said down
Up
is
would be the part where your
down
hand
part of the
is. And you
vertical.
could reference one to the other, down and up. Vertical.
So you're saying down is vertical and vertical is down, and down is vertical and vertical is down. But
Vertical
what
is
down?
up and down.
Okay, how do you know that?
How do I know vertical's up and down?
Yes.
Jesus, are you coming in to save Blue?
No, I said that you asked me what is down. Said that's the
No, I
the
didn't
vector for
ask you
gravity.
what is down. That'd be fucking stupid.
You did.
Everybody knows what down
did.
is.
Yeah, it's gravity. What do you
Yeah.
know down is? Do you
So
accept
we're
gravity
trying
now?
to
Okay, thank
establish a
you.
slope, right? So do you know what even altitude means with no point being higher nor lower than the other?
Trying to pivot.
It's level
You
over the
understand what
surface of
that
the
is?
Earth.
Okay.
Yep. It's
Zero
curved.
slope. We would call that in mathematics, we call that a horizontal.
No.
What, with zero slope? Yeah, yeah. In mathematics, I'm just talking about that.
If
So
you
that
assume
would,
that there's
that would
a,
be,
if you,
yeah, horizontal
yeah, if you
condition.
assume
That's
a flat
where,
surface, then sure. Yeah, if you assume that all verticals are parallel, then sure. But that's not what happens in reality, so it's kind of pointless to talk about that.
I'm just going with the mathematical reference that I know about. I mean, I'd
I go
hate
with
to go
reality.
against that.
Yeah, I mean, I go with reality. I think that's the best way to do it. If we know verticals aren't parallel, then I don't know why you assume that they are.
I didn't say that, assume that they are. I know that all horizontals are parallel. And geometrically, just following the mathematical understanding,
Right.
perpendiculars to a plane would sort of say geometrically.
That's only true with some assumptions, like that the verticals are parallel, but they're not.
Bev, your claim that all horizontals are parallel was proved wrong by me.
Who's that? Right, so I think, are we done with the triple tangents?
Not even
I think
triple.
Doofus gave us the triple tangent. So thank you very much.
Yeah, I think we've adequately shown that you were just wrong about it, Bev. I think we're done.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Been good to go over this, Blue. I hope you've got it sorted. You'll be able to go over it, will you?
Oh, sure.
Good.
I don't see any problem now.
Nice. I don't know if anybody else needs to understand the geometric principles of tangents and straight lines and how the globers seem to have real problems with it.
The geometric principle of a tangent.
Okay. Thanks a lot. I'll see you around. If FE Dogma comes back and he wants to have a word about it, I'll come over again.
What's the
Thanks, Gio.
What's the geometric principle of a tangent, Bev?
Oh, I can fill you in, Brendan.
Yeah, for sure, Bev. Yeah. Have a good one. It was a good chat.
You don't mind if Gio, let me ask you a question. You don't mind if I use this, do you?
Oh yeah, no, yeah, you're free to use it. You mean cut out sections and stuff?
Yeah, I've been recording it too while this was going on because I know Bev's recording it. He freely admits that he records everything. So, in my own defense, I was recording it too.
Yep. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Yeah.
What did everybody learn about tangents from Bev?
Maybe I've already got it saved. This thing. FE Dogma posted a thing. It was quite a while ago, almost a year ago, probably. There's a tangent point defined at one end of one arm, and that arm reaches out to the point where those two arms meet at a right angle. And then that other arm, its tangent point is that point where they meet. What Bev is assuming is that there are two tangent points for that first line on that first line, which is odd because that's not how tangent points are defined. There you go. I mean, it was just a bunch of that over and over and over and over and over again.
Yep. Never-ending stream of it.
Well, it's never really bothered anybody in this arena, going around the round in circles.
You can say that again.
So, what is important about tangents to the flat Earth?
It's just Bev trying to have a gotcha for FE Dogma, because I guess, I don't know, FE Dogma's in his head or something.
I mean, because usually it's brought up in reference to determining the altitude during sighting with a sextant, right?
That's an angle. I mean, you can do an altitude angle.
Yeah, but the narrative on the flat Earth side is something to do with tangents. You can't have a tangent to a curve or something like that.
It depends on which flat earther you talk to. There are
Yeah.
some that say there's no such thing as a 90-degree angle to a curved surface, which is obviously absurd, but or you can't have a horizontal on a globe. Bev does that, actually. That was funny.
Okay. So everybody understands then that these are bad arguments.
When you say everybody understands, you realize there are people that are excluded from that, right?
Well, I'm not referring to the Globers here. I'm sort of referring sort of broadly to non-globe believers.
All arguments are bad. Just ask the person who thinks it's a bullshit argument.
That's actually fair.
What have I missed? What have I missed?
You missed
Anyone
Bev?
You missed Bev.
Yeah.
Bev. What do you think about
Bev and I had a bit of a go at it, Mandy.
Cool. Missed
Yeah.
it. I was down below talking with MC Toon.
Oh, were you?
Yeah, down in Livestream too.
No
Yes.
shit.
No shit. I'm surprised you. No, I'm surprised none of you guys noticed.
Bev was here. We were kind of preoccupied.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah,
Are you going to appear on MC Toon's channel then?
Well, he wants a debate opponent.
Yeah. Are you going to?
Brenda, I ain't a debater's arsehole at the end of the debate. At the end of the day, I do what is it called? Occam's razor. Evidence without evidence can be dismissed. Type of stuff.
Claims without evidence. That's Hitchens.
That's
That's
the one,
actually
doofus. Yes. That's me through and through. That's what I do.
Hitchens razor.
Yeah.
yeah.
So.
It's interesting you would choose Hitchens though.
Oh, okay. There you go. But I said I said to him, as long as I can do that, I'll wipe the floor with him. But
Wipe the floor with what?
with MC Tune.
About what?
About his his misunderstanding about where he thinks he lives, Brenda.
So you have a correct understanding?
Oh, 100%.
Oh, what's that?
What is that? Well, my correct understanding is, Brenda, very, very simple, right? That water will always, because we have established, Brenda, that water is sentient. Right? We established this about 3 or 4 weeks ago. Water is sentient, right? Because water wants, it has desires, right, to seek its own level and horizontal equilibrium. That's what it wants to do.
So you're having a go at me with that, right?
No, because you called me out for saying it that water wants to. You go, but water's not sentient, right? That's what you said. That's what you said to me. I'm being facetious. I'm trying to have a laugh with you.
That's what I said. That's what I said.
Yeah.
You're having a go at.
Yeah. Pretty much. Yeah, pretty much.
So what is your understanding of the correct place where we are?
Where we are? Well, we live on a fairly planar kind of area, Brenda. And I live in a beautiful little plain area where I am, as my little avatar shows. That's where I look at every single night, over the great ocean, over at Kangaroo Island over there. And it's fairly plainer. You just can't argue with it.
So you think that MC Toon would disagree with you?
Well, he does now, doesn't he? Because he thinks he lives on a big blue spinning testicle, right?
Well, I don't think he believes that. I think he lives.
Well, it's pretty close. It's pretty close. He's not far off thinking that. He might not think that exactly, but yeah, it's pretty close.
So you believe in flat Earth?
I believe in flat Earth.
I was asking.
Me? Yeah. Don't you know this, Brenda? Where have you been? Come on.
I don't know what people believe.
Really?
Until I don't know what people believe.
Oh, there we go.
I can guess, but from the past, I sort of guess that you're just a troll.
That's a little bit harsh, Brenda. Come on. What?
Yeah, that's a yikaroonie right there.
What did you gotta hit me below the belt like that, Brenda, for? I've been really nice, and then you call me a troll? What the hell's with that?
I think that you just argue whatever side seems convenient to you. That's what I think.
I'm not convenient. I've got my own individual ideas and thought, and if I don't agree with something, I don't care what side it's on. I'll say so. What's wrong with that? Why should I disagree? Why should I just agree with a side because I might align myself with a side just because they say what they're going to say? If I disagree with something, I am going to disagree with something, right, on both sides. How is that trolling? How is that trolling? If me being an individual thinker, having an independent opinion about things, how is that trolling?
Well, it's irrelevant. So now I know you do believe the Earth is flat, right?
Now I know the what? Now you know.
Now I know you believe the Earth is flat.
Well, yeah. Well, no, well, the Earth ain't flat. The Earth's got hills and valleys and streams and whatnot, but the water will always want to seek its horizontal level equilibrium. That's what water does. That's why we have movement in water. That's why we have waves and tides. That's how we can work with water so well, because we know exactly what the properties are and how it performs. It's beautiful.
Is the water flat?
Is the water flat?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when it's fairly static, yeah, it's pretty much flattish. Yeah, it's pretty flattish.
Flattish or conforming to the curvature of the Earth?
Oh no, it doesn't do anything like that, Blue. Not at all.
Okay.
You know this, Blue. Come on.
I'm just asking. I mean, the argument that the Earth has terrain really is a cop out. We all know that. So that's the reason why I bring it back to. Let's don't even talk about the dry part. Let's talk about the 70% that's wet.
I
Is
know.
that flat or not?
Exactly right. Like 70%, actually 71%, because I Googled, Blue. It's 71%, right? Apparently, according to the globe model, 71% of the surface of what we've mapped already is water. So I already have a head start. I've got 71% of the proof on my side already. You guys are behind. You got to catch up. You've only got 29% on your side, Blue.
No. Your 70% is my 70%, and that stuff is not flat.
Oh, come on!
It just isn't.
Pick up your cup of tea. Pick up your
data
cup of
to
tea.
prove
Look
it.
at it.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know. If I move my cup of tea this way or cup of tea that way, it looks pretty damn flat to me.
Oh, it does to me too. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty damn flat.
That's basically it, though. Looks flat, therefore it
But
is flat.
I know for a fact. I know for a fact if I stand on on the beach there in Jacksonville. I can't see Africa. I'm pretty sure.
Do you really think you would see Africa, Blue? Come
Well, if it's
on.
flat, why wouldn't you?
No,
Why
no.
not?
Don't be
Come on,
silly.
Bandy. Why
You're
not?
just being silly, Blue. Come
Why
on.
not?
Because it's a long, long, long way away. That's why you wouldn't see it.
Well, let's go to something that's closer, right? You know, there's lots of good examples. Cuba's only 90 miles off the coast of Florida. I can't see Cuba from Florida.
That's a long
Why
way
not?
away.
It's only 90 miles.
Have you ever
So,
walked 90 miles? Do you know
hell,
how
yes,
long
I have.
90? Exactly, it's a long way.
Look, pal, I was in the Army. Yes, I've walked 90 miles. I've walked 90 miles with 60 pounds on my back. Come on.
Yeah, that's what I used to do. That's what I used to tell my kids. Back in my day, when I used to go to school, I used to walk 90 miles each way, uphill both ways, in bare feet, in the snow. You guys have got it easy, me taking you to and from school.
All over the world, fathers tell their children that same bullshit. Don't they?
Exactly, don't they?
Same thing I told my kids. Yeah.
And in addition, for bandsaw, it's upside down both ways as well.
I know. I've got these little.
That's why he was barefoot, Gio. He had to dig his toes in to hang on.
Exactly. I've got little monkey toes trying to grip onto the pebbles underneath my feet. but yeah. But see, like I'm pretty damn confident with what I've measured and the tools that I've used that it's pretty much bang spot on the money that it's only flat. Can't be anything else, especially with some of the tools that I've used over my time. So
I just don't understand how it is that you decided that the Earth is flat.
what decided it for me, Brenda? Did you say, was that the question?
Yeah, the question was, how did you come to that conclusion?
Oh, very, very easy. Water. Like I said, 71% of the evidence is on my side. Water. Bang, boom. Being a plumber, bang. You know, I'm one with water. Water and I are one. I'm a water whisperer, so to speak.
I'm not getting how that gets you to flat.
Well, because I know
I want to see a horizon on a teacup.
I do too.
On a teacup.
Yeah, you said that's the water is flat, so there should be a horizon there. It's a flat surface from the horizon.
Really? Oh, that's just being silly now, my man. Come
Like
on.
looking at that's like looking at a teacup and say that yep, the water is flat.
Yeah. Well, then I move it up to a water tank. Then I can move it up to a swimming pool. Then I can move it up to a dam. Like I can just keep on moving it up and up and up, up and up, and
Yeah, I
it'll be
moved it
the
up
same.
to the Baltic Sea, and I didn't see Estonia from Helsinki, even though the angular size should be good to go.
No. See, now you're talking about what can I see, and I should be able to see this. No. What you got to do?
It's like expecting being able to see like 100 meters underwater.
I know. What you got to do, mole man, right? You got to go out and measure it for yourself. Do what I've done. Go measure it. Right? You'll be satisfied. Trust me.
Well, how did you measure it?
With a tape measure. With a tape measure.
How can you measure if something is straight with a tape measure?
Oh, easy, because what you do is you establish a horizontal line. Okay, then you use a tape measure to work out, you know, what the drop is from that line that you've established, and then you've got to build things up to that line, dam walls, for argument's sake, and you pack them all in, and then you fill it up with water, and if you get that line nice and straight, guess what doesn't happen? The water doesn't overflow because
they
nothing
did in
is.
LIGO.
Yeah. They did that in LIGO. They don't fill LIGO up with water. Don't be silly.
No, they don't. They just made a straight line and ensured that the elevation is coming off the straight line. It's changing.
Perhaps they did that at LIGO. I don't know. I wasn't involved with that. I've just done dams and and pipe laying, used pipe laser tools and stuff. I know how these things work, and nothing really would have married up if I was on a globe. Nothing would have married
They
up.
would.
I
They
would have
would.
spent my whole life, mole man, digging up trenches and relaying pipes if I was on a globe.
That's not
My
true,
whole
though.
life. Oh, yes, it's true. Oh, yes.
Yeah, you know how I know that the Earth is a globe?
Oh, you haven't measured it, have you, Brenda?
It's because of water.
Hmm. Okay, cool.
Water is curved.
Really? Have you measured it? Curved, have you?
Yeah, yeah.
You've measured it curved, have you?
It's always curved.
It's always curved.
Yeah, it's just a natural property of water that it always curves.
It's a natural property that it always curves on the surface when static. It always curves.
Yes.
Oh, really? Oh, and you've measured this, like in a fish tank or a swimming pool or a water tank or a dam or a lake or something like that. You've actually gone out and measured this natural property of curving on the surface of water phenomena that you claim.
You can just see that it curves. You can just see
You can see it curves. So you haven't actually measured it. You just licked your finger, stuck it up in the air, stuck your thumb out and go, oh, yep, there's a bit of a curve there. I can see it.
Yeah, it's just a natural property of water that it always curves.
So you haven't measured it. You've done nothing practical. You're gonna do that, whatever that Occam's razor thingy bobby thing.
Well, that's not even the mainstream story about it. I mean, they claim that gravity is causing the water to conform like that, not that it's a natural function of water.
Oh no, there's no gravity. It's just a natural property of water that it always curves.
Oh, really? Damn, hold on. Let me Google the natural property of water curving on the surface. Let me Google this.
Oh, God.
I am fascinated, Brenda. I am fascinated. I'm going to see what comes up. Have you been into Wiki or Quora in the last day or so to do any updates? It would be my first question. Because I'm going to.
No, Wiki and Quora are just lying.
Is
She's kind of right. She's kind of right.
natural.
In certain ways, she's kind of right. Water does do that. Like water turns, like if you have water on the top of like your countertop, it's gonna be like a little curved dome thing. Like if you just have water on a flat table or
Like
something.
a drop, like
Yeah.
a drop or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, even in a spirit level, it's never straight. It's always curving around the bubble.
Oh, no, now you're talking about a bubble.
You got your meniscus.
I'm talking about the water. The water.
Yeah, you're talking about a bubble. You're talking about a bubble.
No, I'm talking about the liquid spirit in the spirit level. It's always curved.
Yeah, you're talking about a bubble in it. So you got pressure in there.
I'm talking about the water.
Yeah, you got pressure in there, right?
There's always pressure in water.
The only thing that water will do on a fairly small scale, a very, very small scale, is you will have a surface tension, which you can observe in a test tube or a cup. These sorts of things. You can actually observe it on the very edge of like a fish tank or whatever, where you can see the water kind of just creeping up on the edges. All right. Or if you overflow.
What's the cause for surface tension?
All right. The property of water. All right.
No, what's the cause for surface tension?
The surface tension itself. But you know what? You know what will happen though, Mole Man, which is a very, very, very interesting thing. If you were to fill up a glass and it's like slightly over full, where you got that nice, beautiful curve, right? So you got that nice convex curve. Okay.
Convex water,
Yeah, you know what happens, right? Because that's the water tension. But you know what happens when you get a pin and you just prick the side of it? Guess what happens? You got water over your countertop, and your wife will get really pissed off because she won't be cleaning it up. Right? That's
But
what
what's
happens.
but like with gravity, people always ask that if it can't happen if you don't know the cause. What's the cause for surface tension?
It's the surface tension itself of the water.
Oh,
It's
it
the
can't
water.
cause itself.
It's the
Surface
water.
tension is not a cause and effect relationship. It's just a what is.
Yeah.
But then gravity is either. Gravity is just what is. It just causes weight and objects to move. It just is.
No.
No.
So
I can't have it both ways.
if you're gonna be invoking, you know, gravity on this, well, you kind of losing an uphill battle at the end of the day.
You're trying to shoehorn gravity into a what is, as if gravity is not a phenomenon, but because we describe gravity as the prescribed cause of an effect, and we go into all these details, this four-dimensional craziness.
No,
gravity is gravity, right?
Yeah, Banzo said that water is curving because of surface tension, and I'm saying water is curving because of gravity.
It's just the cohesion of the water molecules itself, right?
So what is gravity, Mole Man?
Yeah.
Well, that's what I asked. I said it doesn't have a cause. It's a what is question, just like surface tension for Banzo.
What is that you are proposing gravity is as a what is? What is it?
That's the observed phenomenon of water curving and objects moving down.
Yeah, and it's not.
What object's moving down? Give me an example of an object moving down, as you call it.
Myself dropping from a higher elevation to a lower elevation.
So something having weight and being dropped.
Yeah, the cause is gravity.
No, the cause is you dropped something.
Everything has weight.
Or apple falls off a tree. If the apple falls off a tree, the cause is that the thing that holds the apple to the tree failed.
No, it's gravity.
And you can't.
No, gravity. Now you're talking about a downward forcing phenomenon that is.
That's what gravity is a downward forcing phenomenon.
You can continue. I have to go.
But that's a cause and effect thing. So that's a proposed cause.
No, it's what's called a phenomenon.
See, this is my big problem with gravity. It's often
you want it to be
jumps between being a phenomenon and the cause.
Yeah.
There's no difference between the phenomenon and the cause when it comes to gravity.
That's right.
You
Some people
need
like
it to
to
be
say,
a cause, but it's just a phenomenon.
right.
No, you're making up the phenomenon.
Well, some
That's the
people say
thing.
that
You
you're
guys
Not
have all
making
made
up
it
the
up.
phenomenon at all. Everyone can see the phenomenon.
Yeah.
Obviously, I see things.
Yeah.
If I grab something and drop it, it's going to fall straight down.
okay.
I feel the weight of my body on the feet of on the ground. I mean, that doesn't mean that there's a gravitational force.
But
the way it's described in four space mathematics and all this.
What you just said is gravity. The feeling of your weight and letting something go and it fly, all of that is the phenomenon.
Okay, but how can you call the cause gravity as well?
I didn't. I called it a phenomenon, not effect or cause. A phenomenon.
I think Jerry was trying to get in.
well, there's the phenomenon and then there's the theory explaining it. People mix the two. They say, gravity is a cause of something. Oh no, Einstein said it's an effect of something. And then if you say you don't believe in gravity, people say, well, just, drop something. It's like, yeah, but that happens, but the theory explaining it is what, we need.
So if I let go of a helium balloon, if I let go of a helium balloon,
not
is
to
that
hook anyone else? I would say gravity is a phenomenon that can be described by a mathematical equation.
okay? Okay, if I accept that, okay, that's cool. That makes sense. But that means that if I let go of a helium balloon and it goes up, then that's gravity.
That's a cute way of incompletely describing what is happening. And you laugh because you know how cute it is. You know exactly what you've omitted.
The balloon goes up because of gravity.
No, the balloon goes up because something else wants to go down more. And he knows exactly what wants to go down more, and that's why he's laughing and giggling about it.
Yeah, things go down, things have weight, but...
Which thing? So when you let go of a helium balloon, what is it that goes down?
Nothing goes down. It
Is that what
rises.
a would say? Is that the globe model? Nothing goes down, just the balloon goes up?
If you take a soccer ball underwater and you let go of it, what's going to happen?
If what?
If you take a soccer ball underwater and let go, what's going to happen?
It's the same thing as a helium balloon let go at a birthday party. Can you be honest about what the Globers would say is happening?
The balloon doesn't leave a vacuum after it. It's going to be replaced with air because air weighs more.
Likewise, the soccer ball is going to leave water behind it. I feel like Rams is giggling because he knows the truth and is enjoying the argument.
Look, you guys just love to invoke a hijacked word, right? And claim
okay,
it,
I will
claim
describe this in some other language then.
And claim it as your own, right?
What's the
I love
hijacked word,
gravity.
Benzo? What's the hijacked word?
You hijacked it. You and
What
your
is it?
mob.
What word do you think is hijacked?
You guys are worse than Ned Kelly, highway bandits. In the middle of the night, you just came in and hijacked the word.
What
right?
word? What word is hijacked?
Gravity.
Okay, let's do it without that. Let's do it without that word.
We can't really talk about anything without
I do not need the word gravity.
Cool. Okay.
Like you can't use the word relative density anymore because that's hijacked by flat earthers because it's only.
Not at all. I set the rules here, Mole Man. I set the rules here. All right.
Mole Man, I will say that Bandsaw is telling the truth, and if you cross him, you'll be banned. This is only one small step from 24/7.
He's changing his name to Bandsaw Bandit because he's going to ban everyone.
Yes.
I have experienced this. You will be banned if you upset him.
Yeah. If you cross the
And
line.
you will be banned. But yeah, relative density is just...
Man, if you're looking for a ban, just hold him to task and make him admit any of the things that he says in any other context, and you can have an instant ban.
Yep.
Right,
Or maybe gaslight him a bit and...
if you gaslight him, it's actually he'll ban you before the gaslighting happens. If you're thinking about doing that, then anticipate the ban to happen before you even get the chance.
Is that true, Ben?
But do you guys accept that there's a little bit of an issue?
What was the question, Brenda?
Brenda was asking if you do non-causal bans.
No, I'm an equal opportunity banner.
You don't even know what non-causal means, do you?
Or timeouter or a restrictor.
I should stop talking.
But I think I'm pretty fair. Probably too fair for all you people that are on a big blue spinning testicle. I'm probably too fair, but that's just the way it is.
Why do you call it a testicle?
So if gravity is just a phenomenon, then could I say that gravity is caused by relative density?
I like how bad so
You can certainly say that, but then I'm going to ask you to follow up with a bunch of awkward questions that don't work out right, and then what do we do? Because you can say that, then things aren't consistent, and so maybe you're not right. But yes, you can definitely say gravity's.
What's an example of that would make it inconsistent?
Is trivial. Predict how long it takes anything to fall to the ground. Like, yes, relativity means it will go up or down, sure. But now let's insist that we predict how fast it goes up or down, and it doesn't work.
That's just a technical issue of...
I mean, yeah, exactly. It's a technical issue that shows that that can't be right and that it must be something else.
I don't think it says that that can't be right. Just...
If you say, I think it's X, and so we do X, and that's not what we see in the laboratory, then X is wrong. And the relative density thing you can do in your own basement and get the wrong answers. It's so wrong. It can't predict anything. It can't predict dropping something from your head to your feet. It's just wrong.
I'm sure you could figure out some kind of theory built around it. You know,
and how does
several people
how does Riemannian force-based geometry allow you to do that?
Several people have tried, including myself, to make relative density work out. And
okay, so just give it, another 400 years, and people think of something that works, just like they did with gravity.
I will hold my breath and watch episodes of Seinfeld until then.
Me too.
Time and effort.
In the meantime, I'm gonna go sleep, and I trust Rams and Bandsaw will figure it out for me.
It's already figured. Don't worry. You can sleep tight.
Thank you very much.
All right, Roland. We'll catch you later, mate.
Hey, Bandsaw.
Yeah.
Nothing. Catch you later.
All right, buddy. Catch you later, mate. So what's going on in your world, Brenda? Anything exciting? Really? You don't say. Damn.
I just stepped away. Did you say something, Bandsaw?
Oh, I was just asking Brenda what's news in her world. What's been happening?
Well, there's all kinds of.
I was actually just wondering just now what she does for a living.
I thought actually, Brenda, you were going back to school. Did I hear that some time ago?
Yeah, I
Did you say?
I take courses at the university, but they're not for credit.
Oh, okay then. Yep. Oh, cool. But that's still cool. Something. Still.
Yeah, just out of interest then.
Yeah. Nice.
Do you have
Yeah,
a
cool.
Do you have a degree, Brenda? College degree?
No, I don't.
What sort of courses are you taking? Do you mind me asking?
Mostly philosophy, history.
Okay. Yep.
Critical thinking, things like that.
Yep. Nice. Keep your brain young and all that sort of stuff. Keep it active.
What sort of history are you specifically learning about at the moment?
Well, I plan to take that one in the fall, and I plan to just take an ancient history to 1500 course.
Okay, cool. What's that ancient history? When does that start, technically?
I don't think I know.
In the BCs somewhere.
That would be my guess.
Is it going to be ancient global history or looking at a specific part of the world?
I think it would be world history.
Okay.
How's it going, Nate?
I'm
What's up, Pencil?
65. I get Social Security, and as far as what I do, not much. Right now, I'm in a lot of pain because my medications are messed up. So,
Oh, sorry to hear that, Brenda. Hopefully they'll get those rectified for you.
Yeah, you
Get
should
you back
see
on.
a doctor.
Get back on track.
no, it's a matter of me getting the schedule correct again.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Getting the balance right.
Severe. It's not severe. It's just uncomfortable. And it's making it hard for me to concentrate right now.
Right. Okay.
I'm sorry to hear that, Brenda. I wish you well.
Definitely.
It's it's the Lasix, and I don't know if anybody else takes Lasix, but it basically is a water pill, and if you're off on it, then you feel bloated and it's uncomfortable.
Ooh. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, so what were you guys talking about earlier? You guys talking about
You. We're talking about you.
What?
How slippery and slimy you are.
Yeah, but are you guys talking about theories or something with Boulder? With rolling my Boulder?
Well. No.
No.
No. Boulder was just in here, but he was talking about. Actually, I didn't even
him and the
hear.
Rams were kind of going.
Yeah. Oh, they were talking about gravity or something, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. He wanted to get into it.
You don't understand.
Yeah, I know he doesn't. I know he just doesn't understand.
No,
He's
you.
trying. I don't know. He tried to set up a debate between me and MC Toon.
Oh, are you going to debate him?
Before. No, don't be ridiculous. I'm
Are you
not a
afraid of him?
debater. No, I'm not afraid
He-
of him at all.
If you're afraid of him, it's okay. I mean, you know, I guess to some people
It's
he'll
okay if you're afraid. No, I'm not afraid of him. I'm just not a debater. So, and I don't come with citations aplenty. I don't have 5 million tabs open and go bang, 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 bang. That's not the sort of person I am. I just like to have a conversation, Nate, as you know.
Okay, so if you had to take him on in a debate, you would lose. All right.
I'd smash him. I already told him I'd smash him. Yeah, told him straight to his face. I would smash him. Yeah.
I thought you're not a debater though. You just said
No, I'm not. But I told him I'd smash him though.
you smash.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know, man.
If
He
I
looks
was a
pretty from your
debater, yeah, I would. It'd be the crucifixion from hell, basically.
Bloodbath.
Yeah, it would be a bloodbath. Absolutely, Jerry. Like he'd be throwing in the white towel. His trainers, there'd be towels just going everywhere. There'd be super chats, 1 billion super chats just throwing in the white towel. Like it would be insane.
I hope he hears this one day.
It'd be spectacular.
Yeah.
But I did speak to him about the idea that I've been throwing around for the last few days, actually, and he seemed to be all on. He seemed to be all on board with it.
With my idea, that's what's up.
With my idea. You're writing the hypothesis for it, remember? But it's my
No, but
idea.
I brought up this idea, but so you've just like made adjustments to it. But
hello, made adjusted. Your idea was rubbish. It was going downhill. It was out of control. It was going nowhere. I was the one that perfected it, right? Because it's Bansall's law of water, and this is just going to prove everything at the end of the day, right?
Yes.
I actually, believe it or not, we went out for lunch today, my wife and I, and we met an MP where we were, our local Minister of Parliament, and it was quite an interesting conversation because he was talking about conspiracy theories, right? And my ears just pricked up straight away. I just like, oh, really? Tell us more, right? And he says, and he reckons conspiracy theories are taking the world by storm, and we've got to do something about it for the younger generation. Like, you know, the Instagrams, the TikToks, these sorts of things. They're putting crazy ideas in kids' heads. And then he mentions, right, and one of the ones that is going around is the flat Earth. Like, you know, who would possibly believe in the flat Earth? And he's looking at me, right? And my wife is standing next to him, and she's just looked over at me. She's got like this grin from ear to ear. I said, funny you should mention that. I said, I happen to know a flat earther myself, right? And it is a very interesting concept. And so we got to chatting about the whole flat earth idea and how we could dispel it one way or the other, like doing something practical. And with his department, like to get on board, perhaps get the media involved. And he's very, very interested, Nate, right? He's taken my number and all that sort of stuff. He's going to make a couple of inquiries, have a couple of conversations, and he's actually going to get back to me in regards to the whole thing. And he would like to have a further conversation. So,
yeah, I bet he will.
Who knows, Rams? Who knows if he does or if he doesn't, right? But it would be much.
Either way, he's gonna say that, isn't he?
Well, okay, then. He might say it one way or the other, right? But it's still at the end of the day, right? My idea still stands.
Look, it'd be interesting. It'd be great if he does. It'd be interesting for it to go somewhere. But
even if he doesn't, right? Like Nate was saying, if you actually do it properly, right, under the whole scientific method type of thing, write it up properly as a paper and whatnot, it would hold a lot more validity than a couple of random YouTubers doing something.
Well, imagine if you could get him to get the data from all the buoys that the Navy, Australian Navy, have around Australia and use the data of where they're located to position them in a 3D world computer or something and see if they're conforming to a curved surface or not.
No. I want to take a direct measurement. That's what I want.
That would be a direct measurement.
Yeah, well, that's not the idea that I'll be spruiking to him myself.
Okay. Yeah, no, cool.
Yep.
Well, that's what I've always thought of doing is like even putting a little device, say, on a container ship that left, say, Sydney for Los Angeles, right? And this little device just plots its position in 3D space every 10 minutes for the whole journey. And then you look at that data on a computer afterwards, and if those dots join together to make a curved line, then you've got a curved surface. If they make a straight, flat line, then it's a straight, flat surface. Simple.
So your end goal, Banso, is to have this politician guy help you with your experiment?
No, not at all. That just happened today. It was just a coincidence that conversation happened today. I've got no interest in the politician at all, really. But it could be another avenue, perhaps, to get the media on board, to get things televised, perhaps, is what I was thinking. Who knows? Maybe a bit of government funding if things are written up correctly. Who knows? Because there's grants for everything out there. You just have to know how to apply for them and write things up properly in a very deliberate manner. Like you were saying, Nate, the other day, like if you're going to do it and put it forward as a experiment type of thing, it has to be written up properly. And this is what you were saying a couple of days ago.
Yeah.
So if you write things up properly and it's all in the proper format and the proper language, you put yourself in a better stead if you're playing by the system's rules, so to speak. It's more likely to get noticed and maybe get people on board.
And then, yeah, if that paper's out there, what could happen is other flat earthers that are trying to do the similar experiments could always cite you. And the more citations you get, you know, the stronger your case.
Yeah, well, perhaps like at the end of the day, like all that sort of stuff doesn't really interest me. Like the citations and stuff, it was doing it properly, Nate. You know, like you were saying, like if you to go ahead and do it, you got to do things properly and written up in a particular way that everyone else can follow it. Step for step, so these things can be observed, repeated, and measurable, and nothing is left into any doubt whatsoever. There was a problem with the size tubing that I first suggested, because I was talking to an engineer yesterday about it. So we're going to have to up the diameter to 2 inch, not an inch and a half. So we're going to have to up it to at least 2 inches, but that's no drama. Doing that, upping the diameter of it. But yeah, it seems to be something fairly feasible. That can be done over a fairly short distance too.
Yeah, we don't want any drama.
Sorry, Jerry?
I said, yeah, we don't want any drama.
No.
Yeah, you know what? You know what Abraham Lincoln said? Save the drama for your mama.
Exactly. Exactly. You want it drama free and
Save the drama for your mom.
yeah, yeah.
That's hilarious. I like that. Yeah, no, definitely, Ben. So
But
it's a good idea, and hopefully it comes to
oh,
fruition. Hopefully
yeah.
it happens in the foreseeable future.
Well, who people have got to get on board. Actually, McToon about an hour ago said, if you want to get this thing off the ground, when you get everything, dot the I's and cross the T's type of thing, come to my channel, spruik it. I'll spruik it. He goes, I know exactly how the test is going to work out. I go, yeah, no dramas whatsoever. But yeah, I'll give you a fair shot where you can spruik it out there, and if you want to do a GoFundMe or whatever, I've got no problems in putting it out there for you. So he seemed to be receptive to the idea, if nothing else.
Can you run us through the idea of the test? Because I haven't heard you explain it.
Okay, then. You need to get an independent surveyor or surveyors, a couple, right? And create a horizontal line in 3D space. Okay. So you start at point A, and that line is going to be horizontal from point A. Okay, so whether on a globe or flat, right? Point A is your starting point, and it's going to be horizontal from that particular point. To the left, it goes out 1.5 kilometers. All right, and to the right, it goes out 1.5 kilometers. In total, it's 3 kilometers long. Okay. Then once you have established that, and the surveyor uses multiple methods to create this perfectly straight horizontal line, which he can guarantee will give a plus or minus tolerance of about 15 millimeters. So well within the 8 inches per mile, well within it. Okay. So then from there, you have a water level, okay, that is 1.5 kilometers long, okay, no joins, continuous length, right, which you can get custom made. It's about $7.5 grand to get the tube made up, but it's got to be a continuous length, okay. Then from there, you have your horizontal line as a reference point, okay. Then when you put the two ends of the tube at point A being the central point, those water levels will marry up to that line. You move 100 meters to the left, 100 meters to the right, take it up to the line. They will also marry up to the line, continue it down both left and right hand side. So now we have two possibilities, right? We have this can both happen on the globe side or the flat earth side. So there's nothing conclusive there whatsoever. It can happen on both models, that exact scenario. But then what you do, right, you take your water level and you keep one point at the center point, being point A, and you only move it to the left. And the more you move it to the left, that water level will get lower and lower below that horizontal, because it is conforming to the Earth's curve, right? So it is creating a chord line, so to speak, right? It's making its own natural level again. So the point B of that hose, as you move it down the left-hand side of that line, it'll get lower and lower below that line. And then you can bring it back to the center again. And when both ends are at the center, they'll marry up. And then you can go from the center and you can go out to the right. And that'll, again, will be lower and lower and lower below that horizontal line. And if it goes lower and lower below that horizontal line, then it can only be one model, right? But it can only be globe. But if that water level stays at that horizontal line, right, okay, it can only be flat. There's no
Yeah.
possibility. There's no possibility for it to be globe whatsoever, and that's the basic idea.
Okay. Is 3 kilometers enough?
Yeah, more than enough, because you've got 8 inches to play with, and that is more than enough to measure. More than enough. I can measure that with my hand. Don't even need a tape measure for that. I can use my hand.
Yeah, it's per the mile squared, right? So like over 2 miles, it'd be like what is it? 16 inches.
Yeah. There's
About
more
16
than,
inches
yeah.
of curve in that
Yeah.
3
So,
kilometers. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
In total, you got 3 kilometers, but each side of that tangent point, being the center, is 1.5 kilometers, or about a mile to the left. and
Yeah,
a
so
mile,
that'd be
and a
about
mile to
8
the right.
inches each way from this.
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
Yep. So when you initially do it, and you start from the center, and you go 100 meters to the left, and you go 100 meters to the right with the level, it can be both models, right? It can be either model, right? But when you leave that water level at the center and only move it in one direction, to the left or to the right, and it either stays at that horizontal or it drops below that horizontal, it's conclusive one way or the other. It can only be one model or the other. It can't be both at that particular stage. And
Could you use a body of water maybe somehow?
you can do it. That was another idea, to do
Like
it.
a long lake or something.
Yep, that was another idea, to do it near a static body of water, like a dam or a lake or whatever.
That was the original idea.
Yeah.
But it's not necessarily needed. But if you did do it, it adds a third comparison point then. Okay, then. So you've got the line, you've got the water level, then you've got the lake. Then you can throw in some other things. If you can get a laser that can shoot 1.5 kilometers, okay, with a fairly small divergence line, you can see also too, if you can get that horizontal, you can see if it goes through all those points on that horizontal line that the surveyor has established. But the surveyor that I spoke to is actually willing to put his name to that horizontal line in 3D space. I put his name and his company name on the paperwork and guarantee that plus or minus 15 mil tolerance.
Well, if you've got enough subscribers and it's $7,000, 3,000 meters, that's only $2.33 a meter. You could do a GoFundMe on that.
Yeah, no, the money shouldn't be too difficult to actually raise if everyone wants to get behind it. But you got to get
Why do
both
you
sides.
need one continuous pit like hose? Why can't you just join a bunch together? What's the problem with the join?
Well, because you have to move it, Rams, all right, at each one of those joins, you'll have a weak point, and it's going to be full of water. There's going to be a lot of weight to it, and I don't want to do a slice spar cane and have the pipe leak all over the place.
Yeah.
So basically, off the shelf, you can buy 200-meter lengths, and that's about the longest they sell off the shelf. But they can do a custom order for 1.5 kilometers. That's no dramas whatsoever, and it costs the same. There's no cost difference whatsoever.
Cool.
But you want to do it in one continuous length, so you don't have any of those joins that are going to be compromised.
Oh yeah,
And
that would definitely be better. Yeah.
Yep, and also too, wherever the joins are now, right, you've got other issues involved for the water flow to run freely, because every time it hits a join, now you've got tension. Now you've got a blockage that water has to contend with. Okay, so you want it to run as fluidly as it possibly can, and you'd have to add products like Finish that goes in the dishwasher to reduce the water tension, just to make sure everything runs nice and smoothly and all that sort of stuff. And also to move a piece of hose that is full of water, all right, you then have to hook up some sort of frame that you could attach it to on the back of a 4-wheel drive or something, so you can drag it along, because people won't be able to drag it on their own. It'll just be too heavy at the end of the day. So you kind of have to drag it from one point to the other. But those are kind of little nitpicky things. I've actually got an engineer at the moment looking into the actual engineering side of the water flowing through the pipe, and if it's actually feasible to do such a long length, and with any error that might be in there, will the error be that negligible that you don't have to worry about it? So that was his concern. Anything that you might get with water tension, heat on the day, do we have to insulate the pipe from the elements and from the ground and whatnot? He's going to look into all those bits and bobs and see what they work out to be. And if those other things that Jimbo was talking about, if they're negligible, you don't have to worry about them. But if they are something you've got to worry about, well, then you just you go pre-warned and pre-prepared. If you have to put some sort of insulation around it or something all the way along the length to try and reduce these things. So yeah,
You could kill two birds with one stone if you did it on the salt flats. You could also measure to see how flat they are as well, and you might get something for that.
Maybe.
Because I guess no one's ever done that on the salt flats to see if they are flat, and then if that's measured flat, you could use that as a premise for other tests.
Yeah, but to be conclusive, it has to be done in multiple spots. It can't be just done in one spot and go, ha, victory flag. It's got to be done in multiple spots. So multiple different latitudes, I think Nate was suggesting. You want to do it, south, middle, and north type of thing, to have more conclusive data to be able to claim victory.
Yeah. But someone should definitely do this. I mean, it's not that difficult to do, and it would be pretty cool. It would be pretty cool.
Well, I think it's constructive, Nate. You know what I mean? We can we can talk about Coriolis and photos and all this sort of stuff probably for the next 16 years, maybe. Trying to work out what a mirage is. Pointing out to you guys that you don't know what refraction is because you've never done anything over a spherical or a curved density gradient. We can continue to point out all these fallacies that you keep on coming to the table with, right? Which we will continue to do, Nate, quite successfully, as you know.
Good if you could find somewhere where there's already a pipe in the ground or on the ground and just utilize that.
No, you won't be able to. You won't be able to utilize anything that's in existence. That's for sure. You want to do it completely independent of everything.
Actually, there's a section of road just near where I live where it's a straight section of road, and it does turn once or twice, I think. But there's a big, massive water pipe, must be about 1 meter in diameter, that runs right alongside the road at about just probably a couple of feet off the ground. At some points, it's not a couple of feet off the ground. It's lower and higher. Yeah, it's
you got mains water going through there, feeding whatever town it's feeding.
Goes to the dam. Yeah.
Yeah. Takes a lot of pumping power to push that water through.
Yeah, I can imagine. It'd be an interesting job, that, the guy that works on those pumps, eh?
So did Blue and Bev come to any conclusion before?
I think Blue won.
I find that hard to believe. Blue's a lightweight. God, what are you talking about?
When it comes to rules, you can't break the rules, man. You have to follow the steps. A to B to C. You can't go B is the same as A and C. The only reason why Blue won is because you can't break the rules.
I agree.
Why did Bev break the rules? Did he?
Yep.
Oh, good on Blue then, I suppose.
But it's all semantics. The whole lot's all semantics.
What was the crux of the argument? I heard them talking about a straight line for a little bit, but then, like I said, I went down below and I was talking to McToon and Boulder. Was it basically what is a straight line? Was that the crux of it, or
I'm gonna do a LIGO.
LIGO? Well, I don't know. We all know that LIGO's being built on a planar surface. What's so hard with that?
The rules are the same concept as we have here in New Zealand, where if I go to a petrol station, I have to wear a mask, but if I go into a restaurant, I don't have to. It's the same rules. Doesn't make any sense.
Well, apparently, if you go into a bank, right, you're safe if you go into a bank. Like you don't have to take any sort of precaution, because they tell me when you're in a bank, you're safe. You don't have to take precautions. Like, go figure. Who would have thunk it that in a bank you are safe from things?
Convenience stores are though dangerous. Don't go and buy ice cream from a convenience store. It's dangerous.
Chris, really. At the end of the day. What was the one? I won again, Lightwater, as usual. Didn't you hear? Did you tune out? Did you go have a cup of tea? I just destroyed Nate. It was epic. He's
Does
rushing.
anybody follow? Sorry, bands, or does anyone follow Franchot Pearson's channel?
Franchot Pearson.
Yeah.
Franchot.
Franchot. Franchot. Franchot Pearson.
Okay, no.
Is he Australian or what? Like, what is that name from?
He's a black fella. Yeah, a black fella
from America.
A name like that?
Franchot.
Yeah, a reporter, a big shot reporter.
Really?
He's a hardcore end of times Christian, and he points out all the stuff that's going on, all the hidden clues of what's going on with the agenda. It's quite interesting.
Really?
He has very short videos. It's quite interesting.
Yeah, I'm looking at them now. They're like, anywhere between say 13 or say 10 and 15 minutes. His videos.
I think he works for the post office, and he comes home every night and he does a video every day.
Nice. Is he a Trump supporter or not?
Put it this way: he'd rather have Trump than the current administration. Not that he's a Trump supporter, no.
Right. Okay. Then yeah, because I'm just scrolling through now, and he's got quite a. Well, yeah. There's a few Trump ones in there. A couple of Biden.
He points out stuff like he picks up in the media and in the events that go on, like the meetings and stuff with the elite and politicians, and it picks out stuff like colors, and he relates them to their hidden code. The elite have like a sort of a way of sending signals to each other by using colors and codes.
Yeah, like I've just subscribed to him. He looks interesting actually.
Yeah, he's a genuine guy, that's for sure.
He kind of looks like he's got a skinny ass neck though, doesn't he? He's got no neck. He's got a turtleneck. It's funny, but okay. I'll check him out, Carlos. I'll check him out. Give him a listen. I don't know. Like, are you into? Like, I'm not really swayed one way or the other by these. The secret colours, the secret signs type of stuff. Like, I've seen plenty of stuff that kind of point it out.